So just before the video starts, I wanted to give a quick shout out to what is quite possibly the most apt sponsorship I've ever come across for Vivek. Oftentimes I'll decline, 99.9% of sponsorship deals I come across because I just don't think Raid Shadow Legends is very appropriate for the sort of content on this channel. But I know a lot of you like to fall asleep to these report videos, and that's why I thought these COZYSNUG sleep earbuds from LYTMI really are a match made in heaven for this channel and its viewers. If you're anything like me, you might struggle falling to sleep on your back with conventional earbuds in. I'd always wondered whether there were any designs that facilitated side sleeping without waking up with a perforated eardrum. Not only do these earbuds work wonders for side sleepers, they boast high quality audio, are super lightweight and soft with various different sizes of ear wings to pick and choose from, on top of having 21 hours of charge when using the charging case. So, now you can all quickly and smoothly fall asleep listening to me recount the usual litany of mind-bending, reality-shattering experiences that we all know and love. If you're interested, please check out the link in the description, and don't forget to use the discount code VIVEK for 10% off your order, valid up until the 9th of December. Anyway, we'll crack on with the video now, but be sure to let me know what you thought of the earbuds if you do end up snatching yourself a pair, and thank you to LYTMI for reaching out, I really appreciate it. Lycanthropic ancestor blame. A Datura trip report by Zafuru69. Posted to EARBUDS.org, December 27th, 2006. I've always enjoyed the effects of meditation and breathing techniques. In college, I began to use yoga, visualization, and breath control methods to induce visions and out-of-body experiences. Over the last 3 years, I've begun to experiment with psychoactive plants in conjunction with the aforementioned methods. So far, my results have been excellent, and I would like to share my latest journey with you. On March the 13th, 2005, at 8 PM in New Orleans, I stepped out into the backyard and harvested 5 trumpet flowers and 3 large leaves off the tree. I rinsed them gently and placed them in 20 ounces of boiling water for 5 minutes with the cover on the pot. I allowed them to steep for 5 more and poured myself a cup of the spicy smelling brew, which was a lovely light green. Positioning myself in a comfortable chair with my back straight, I began to visualize green light flowing from the cup to my face and body. I then placed my headphones on and began to listen to Black Sabbath. I really get into a great trance state while grooving to Ozzy. Once I achieved the familiar sensation of my body expanding beyond itself, I drank the entire cup of tea. This was at 8:45 PM. In 10 minutes, I was very thirsty and unaware of the fact I was already having visions. This was the marked difference between my previous experiences with hallucinogenic substances. I am a lucid dreamer and have always been aware of when I am dreaming and have the ability to decide and control my actions, even when perception and sensation during the dream state is as real as in my waking life. This ability has carried over into my journeys with self-induced trance and psychotropics. This was not the case with the trumpet flower, however. I felt my self-induced trance not affected. 2 men walked into the room and asked if I knew how to play gin rummy. I answered no, but that I could learn quickly. They sat down and we commenced to play. It was not unusual for people I'd never met to just walk into this house, as we have a large and warm community in this area, and I assumed they were friends. I invited them down to the kitchen for food, and one of my pals that lived there was making toast. After I drank my second cup of tea, my house pal, who I'll just refer to as E, asked me who I was talking to. I then turned and pointed to the card player, number 1 and number 2, introducing them to E, and E said, "Dude, no one is there, what are you on?" I had a good laugh with the cardsman, and we 3 concluded that it was E whose vision was off. I sat on a stool at the counter and had a 3rd cup as the rest of E's housemates came in from a party they had been at. To my confusion, they all agreed with E. There was no one there. It was only then that I realised just how hard the Datura had hit me with alarming speed, passing right under my radar. My usual sharp awareness and self-control were nowhere to be seen, and I have never before exceeded my set dosage, which I had intended to be only 1 cup, and here I was, with the 3rd cup totally drained. When I looked back at E, I said, "Oh shit, I'm so stoned right now." As soon as I said the word stoned, the most intense body high I've ever felt hit me like a truck. I felt one with the wooden stool on which I sat. Very slowly, and with great effort, I stood up and walked to the stairs. I began to feel a heat upon my skin like the rays of the sun, and found myself transfixed by an alarming increase in all 5 senses, and had to be helped upstairs and set on the couch. As soon as my ass hit the cushion, everyone vanished, and I found myself alone in the house, which was now a cross between my home, E's home, and the set of Jumanji. Felt something tingle in my nose and smelt what I knew to be prey. No mental pause occurred between me sitting on a couch as a human and shifting into a large wolfen creature. The metamorphosis was smooth and painless, filled with great energy, and I soon began my hunt, and there I went. Up and down the halls, the stairs, and through the trees, I gave joyous chase to a cat. Poor house cat in retrospect. At some point, I had no grasp of time by now, my human pals once again materialised, and upon seeing them I determined to make it clear that the cat was my prey, and they were just oddly shaped competition. Asserting my dominance consisted of me nipping, headbutting, and corralling poor E and the others into a room. It was at that point I was back in the originally shaped house, as well as being human, but also 3 years old. All of this feeling totally natural to me at the time. I even began to play tag and eat the buttons off of my shirt. I eventually realised I had to pee, so I went to the bathroom and convinced myself that the tub was the toilet, commencing to whiz into the tub and onto the floor. Seeing as I was 3 years old, I couldn't figure out how to pull up my pants, and so I decided to go without them. Upon exiting the bathroom, I entered into a great dance hall filled with people dancing to blues and patting me affectionately on the head as I passed by. I ran into another room, and I was in a hospital lobby watching an excellent show about my family and its ancestral heritage and occult teachings. Then, I was an adult again, and aware of the odd fact that my ass was exposed to everyone, and bless their hearts, E and his housemates, I put some briefs on me and tried to quiet myself down. Right now, I felt like I'd smoked an entire ounce of marijuana and drank 4 pots of coffee on top. Accordingly, I began to recite all of the occult knowledge that I'd just been taught, while running as fast as possible all around the house, until I was sure that I'd memorized everything. During this whole process, I was relentlessly teased by the doors and walls of the house. They kept trying to mess up my memorization process. They'd jump in front of me, knock me in the head, and stick out the baseboard feet to trip me. Despite their efforts though, I succeeded in locating my notebook and pen, and in very loopy large print, inscribed my new teachings. These are actually an amazingly informative several chapters, and now I'm also very good at playing gin rummy, I must say. After several unmeasured moments of hilarity and ghost watching, I found myself lying on my back watching all of the ghosts I've been talking to slowly melt up into the ceiling. By the time this was occurring, it was early morning, and after several more mild visual hallucinations, like dancing fairies around the oat bran box, as well as folks from other states randomly appearing and vanishing, I started to feel sober, but still very hyperactive and lacking an appetite at all. I looked at E's watch to find that it was 9:35 AM. I'd been tripping for over 12 hours. Lingering effects that I noted were a difficulty focusing visually on near items and feeling absolutely no need for sleep. I guess you could say I'm all done. Shared Hallucinations, a Datura trip report by Sean, posted to EARBUDS.org July 31st, 2004. I took this stuff along with 3 friends in Israel. It was by far the strangest event in all of our lives. We all saw the same hallucinations, if they were. But first off, I noticed we had speech impairment. Then the rules of reality would change. They all started getting wanderlust. As the girls got up to just walk, I would guide them back to our camp spot. The other guy was literally running around in a circle on the beach making a yin-yang in the sand, and then he'd start crawling on his belly. I felt an overwhelming urge to sleep, but I was worried about the girls. I was a bit bored, so I started flipping a coin. And of course, the fucking coin disappeared in midair, and the three of us all saw it happen at eye level. I looked around where it could have possibly landed, but it was gone. So I repeated, and the same thing happened once again. The girls started applauding, thinking I was doing a magic trick. I just thought, oh shit, this is gonna be one serious trip. I tried to smoke my cigarettes, but I couldn't get them to my mouth. I would try a couple times and they would disappear. The girls would once again clap, thinking I was doing a magic trick. I finally had to use my free arm as a sort of guide to get the cigarette to my mouth. Honestly, the best way I could describe it was as if my head wasn't even solid. So yeah, it was to be the most freakish night of our lives. I passed out for half an hour after, I think. When I woke up, all three of them were gone. I fought the urge to wander and stayed with our stuff. I couldn't even read my watch, I had blurred vision, and I couldn't even piss. Felt like a burning urinary tract infection. I was thirsty as hell, but forced myself to take sips from my canteen, which, like the cigarette, I had to guide to my mouth. Now, here is the really bizarre part. I saw these nature people everywhere, and they saw me. Some of them communicated with me without even speaking. Others just straight up scared the shit out of me. They were deformed like burnt people. I genuinely thought a mental hospital was allowing their deformed, freakish lunatics to wander the beach right before the sunrise, before the tourists and regular folks showed up. Of the two types of beings I encountered, I had the impression one was good and the other was malevolent. They could disappear instantly if you looked away. Throughout the night, I was visited physically in front of me by my friends. They all had various things to say, like, "Where are the keys to the room?" We didn't even have a room, and the conversations and inquiries were totally illogical. When I looked away, they would also disappear. In the morning, they came back, minus the guy. He came back that next evening. They all reported the same things. Normal people disappeared, and we were in a world of these nature things and people whose pastime was playing hide and seek. All the cars in the city were gone, and the city streets were completely empty. We all had conversations with each other, and could recall them, but it appeared we were physically at the other person's location, even though we were all actually miles away from each other. The guy ended up running down a highway that he said contained no cars, which is literally impossible, and said he sat on a doorstep in a town miles away from the city we were in, when a woman came to the door and recognized him from a picture. She invited him in and introduced herself as his mother's second cousin. He had no idea where she lived, who she was, and where he was. She showed him the picture of her and his mother, and his picture that was sent 2 years before, and allowed him to call home. Then, she drove him back to where we were. We honestly don't know what happened that night, except for 1, we all had the same hallucinations, 2, we all interacted with each other throughout the night, though we were actually apart, and 3, we all believe we visited some other place, dimension, whatever you want to call it. I'll tell you something though, be cautious. There are totally new rules to this, and it seems like it can be a dangerous place, this whole other dimension. And yeah, all of our watches had lost about an hour, varied. I honestly wouldn't fuck with this stuff, you know. Maybe 5,000 years ago, or when people respected this kind of thing, it would be a different story. But I can assure you, that time is long gone now. Imaginary friends may not be nice. A Datura trip report by Ryan, posted to EARBUDS.org, November 21st, 2003. So here's my experience with Datura. It's definitely not a pleasant one, I must say. It's one in which I will turn you away from using this drug. It all started one day when my friend John moved back from Las Vegas with a trash bag full of this stuff. The fruit, or whatever you would call it, was the size of a baseball. We didn't really know what part of the plant would be the most effective in making the utterly disgusting tea, so we split open the fruit and seeds and boiled all of it. My mum even witnessed the whole process, calling us stupid. After 10 minutes, we poured the tea into a 42-ounce cup, which we split in half. We sat down on the couch with no idea what this tea was about to do to us. At 11:30 PM, 15 minutes after drinking the tea, we began to feel very drunk, and my guitar sounded quite unusual. John started laughing uncontrollably and kept insisting that he needed to take a piss. When I told him to take a piss, he just pissed on my bathroom floor. And then I realised I had got myself into something I wouldn't want anybody else to experience ever. After about 2 hours of watching John drink out of imaginary drinking fountains, picking peach pits off the ground, as well as gluing my car keys to the wall with my mum's nail glue that he'd found, I decided, at 4 AM, to wake my grandma up, crawling into her bed military style. I told her that we had drank some tea and that John is hallucinating and needed to take him home. So we drove 50 miles, and the whole time, John was just trying to jump out of the car. He'd removed the headrests from the seats and tried to throw them out the window. For some reason or another, I wasn't as messed up as John, but that was soon to change. When we arrived, I could not explain to my grandmother where he lived. We turned around and headed back to my grandmother's house. On the way, we dropped John off at a friend's house because my grandmother could not handle us both at the same time. So at 6 AM, this is about the time I could not distinguish my imaginary friends from real people at all. I began to talk to people that weren't there the entire following day. The fact that they would talk to me for 5 minutes and then disappear was not unusual for me. I sat on my bed for hours when I finally got up, asking my grandmother how long I'd exactly been sleeping for. She told me I'd been sitting on my bed staring at the wall for several hours now. So meanwhile, John had escaped. He went to the neighbour's house, walked in, turned the TV on, and began to dance. The cops arrived, asked him what his name was, and he said John. They proceeded to ask questions like, "Where do you live?" His response being, "Everywhere." By that time, my friend had begged the police to let him go and not press the issue. The police told my friend if they ever saw him in town again, he would be arrested for sure. Well, if your cup of tea is to black out for several hours, hang out with your imaginary friends for 2 days, as well as having your pupils dilated for 3 days, as well as being very painful, I still suggest never to drink or eat anything that has to do with this plant. Just remember, your imaginary friends may not always be nice. A Walk with the Dead, a Datura trip report by Sage, posted to EARBUDS.org May 1st, 2002. I've been taking different forms of hallucinogens for years now, from acid to DMT, but never have I experienced a trip so unnerving as the Datura trip I'd recently been on. I've had acid melt things, or I've acquired eagle vision on DMT, but every trip since this one has been distortions of reality, and not true hallucinations of things or people that weren't really there. I heard that there was some datura growing in a nearby park from a friend of mine that just ate some of the flowers. He told me he was still tripping, and he ate the flowers 3 days ago. He told me a little about his trip, and I knew I had to try this plant somehow. I figured it was more powerful for him because he isn't a regular tripper. His dose was 10 flower stalks, I think. So after eating 8 of these flowers, Bell shrugged off. It was very shortly thereafter that I began experiencing a body fry. It was much like a mushroom trip. The colours grew steadily brighter, and the tracer effect relative to acid settled in about 20 minutes. I wandered away from the friends I had dosed with and was walking by myself on a residential street. Kept trying to take a drag of my cigarette, but I realised that I didn't even have a smoke in my fingers to begin with. I was sure I was smoking a long cigarette though. I looked everywhere behind me and found nothing. This happened many times throughout the night. I heard someone walking behind me at one point during the trip. When I turned round, I saw my friend Trey behind me. I talked with him for a while, but as I walked, he wouldn't even answer anything that I asked him. And then I turned around to find a totally empty street instead. The next person I had seen was my friend Ron. I can't really remember what we talked about, because the moment I realised he had been dead for 1.5 years, I did a double take. He then turned into a parking meter. I was so stunned, I'd forgotten the whole conversation. Another person I was asking directions from turned into a fence post. My friends tell me of some other crazy things I did which I don't quite recall, though they might be just messing with me. My friend Tree says that he was nowhere around me during my trip, and he is a person to trust. The next day, I ate 4 more flower stalks and went into a slightly less potent trip. The day after that, I smoked some really kind weed and started getting visuals again, but no visuals like the first day. I've taken many visual drugs and mind-altering substances in my time, but I honestly don't think I'll be tripping on this one ever again. The Seams of the Universe, a 4ACO DMT trip report by Jake, posted to EARBUDS.org, August 27th, 2010. Note: I do not recommend taking this higher dose, and the only reason I'm writing this is for informational and research purposes. EARBUD note: the dose described in this report is very high, potentially beyond EARBUD's heavy range, and could pose serious health risks or result in unwanted extreme effects. Sometimes extremely high doses reported are errors rather than the actual doses used. A little background knowledge. I do not have very many friends. I don't have any close family, and I suffer from severe anxiety and depression. I know this is not a great combination for psychedelic use, but every previous trip I have managed to keep myself together and enjoy it. LSD, mushrooms, 2CXs. I have a girlfriend per se. We are basically together, but we don't call ourselves boyfriend and girlfriend yet. We have a lot of history, dated a fair few times, and I do trust her a lot. Setting: my room, soft yellow lamp, bare white walls, computer, sound system, large bed. The time was about 8 PM, and that day I had received a package containing my next substance for experimenting with, 4-acetoxy DMT. Next to nothing is really known about this chemical when it reaches doses above 40 milligrams, which is one of the reasons why I decided it would be a good choice. I had downloaded some new 60s albums the day before in preparation for this event, some more Pink Floyd, Brian Wilson's Smile, and a Jefferson Airplane album, and had them on a playlist set on shuffle. I weighed up a generous dose, as I thought it would be the same as most other psychedelics with an up dose, just a more intense version than the lower. I popped it into a cap and downed it with some Gatorade. My concept of time was blurred through this whole thing, so I'll just try and keep everything structured as best I can. After downing the cap, I returned to my PC, where I spent some time chatting to some people on IRC. I didn't know how long the average come-up for this substance was, so I decided to just act as if I wasn't about to experience anything. That way, time might go a little quicker. Big mistake. It was around 30 minutes later when I developed a craving for some ice cream. I emerged from my room to the refrigerator, where I found a cornetto that looked absolutely amazing to me. This seemed slightly odd to me though, as I never eat ice cream at all. I returned once again to my room and turned on the heater as I was feeling cold, probably due to the ice cream. I hopped back on IRC to announce the awesomeness of my cornetto. In less than a minute the cornetto was gone. I'd eaten it so fast, and it just tasted so wonderful, that I craved even more ice cream. This is about the time where I assumed the drug kicked in. I grabbed a tub of Rocky Road style ice cream, which I eat on an even rarer occasion than cornettos, and a spoon as well. I sat back in my room and consumed each spoonful with pleasuring relish. With every gulp, a grin that even the Cheshire Cat would envy got wider and wider, and the euphoria was beyond belief. I soon realised why I never ate this particular ice cream though. It made me sick as fuck. and right at that moment I realised I was about to be hit full force with the power that is nausea and psychedelics. The music started to shift tones rather randomly. It was as if there was a barrier between the speakers and my ears that drastically morphed music and sound. I rolled onto my bed with great difficulty, but eventually managed to get myself facing upwards. I completely forgot what drug I took by this point, which was probably one of the worst parts of this whole experience. Not knowing what is happening, and why things are happening, or what is making them happen in the first place, is a very scary experience indeed. By this point, the song that was playing was Pink Floyd's Speak to Me. I knew the lyrics, and as soon as the line was sung, a sudden realization crept up on me that I really had no idea who or what I was trying to be, or what I was even doing with my life. This may seem a little confusing, because I'm trying to put these thoughts into words, but I expect that some things will be too over-exaggerated to understand. The next thing I remember was attempting to sit up in my bed. Also a bad idea. I checked my phone to see that I had received 2 messages. One from the close girlfriend, who we'll call B, and one from another close friend who we'll call A, who knew I was going to be tripping that night. I could not work out how to reply, and felt an extreme sense of failure because of all this. I managed to message B with a simple, "I love you," and then tried to get out of bed. A wave of an extremely powerful force pushed inwards on me, and I had the intense feeling of collapsing into myself. This may not seem that bad, but for me it was absolutely horrifying, as I had no recollection of if this drug should be doing this to me, because I couldn't remember what fucking drug I'd even taken in the first place. I kept trying to get back up and just failing. It was like a constant bass drop from a really bad dubstep song, all the while receiving messages from A that made absolutely no sense to me at the time. She even seemed rather pissed at me, or sad, and I didn't even know why. The word, "please," kept looping in my head, and I felt the nausea die down a little, and thankfully so did the force pushing down on me. I somehow managed to return to a somewhat sane state of mind, as I lay in the fetal position telling myself not to freak out and that I was just tripping. It kinda worked. Until, strangely, the next song on Dark Side of the Moon came on, Breathe in the Air, and I immediately felt more bad vibes coming on as it started. The audio hallucinations were extremely intense, and when it was at the part where the vocals are singing, I was hallucinating so much that I thought it was saying, "Sleep, sleep while you can." As you can probably imagine, this was a very unpleasant thing to be told through a song. I tried closing my eyes to focus on calming down, but every time I closed them, I felt that force sucking my entire existence inwards. I told myself it would be over eventually, but in this whole time only 20 minutes had passed. My heart was racing, and I honestly thought I was dying. I lay there staring at my walls, watching them melt into nothingness, and soon everything was gone. It was just me and nothing else. I was dead for certain. My heart sped up even more, and I thought it was about to shut down. I had impulsive thoughts to yell out to my mother, who was asleep, but thankfully resisted them. I was convinced there was no such thing as time, because at that point, there was nothing. I could move forward and backward in a sort of historical dimension that was completely different to anything I'd ever experienced. It was as if everything in my life was written down or recorded in my head somewhere, and I could relive any portion of it. After snapping back to fearful reality, the music was unbearable. I lunged over to my computer and turned it off at the power supply. Silence. Well, except for the monotonous hum from my heater. It was comforting somehow. I switched off the lamp and lay in darkness, fading between reality and some unknown time-space dimension that I wanted so desperately to escape. For the next 30 minutes, I shifted my eyes around the room, closing them every 5 minutes or so as the hallucinations were confusing my mind and my eyes. Strong patterns were swirling amongst the white paint in the walls, and most surfaces were made up of neon pink, purple and green colours. I decided I could calm down a little more if I could use my phone to talk to someone. But first I needed music I was more familiar with. I put on Between the Buried and Me's colours and grabbed my phone. I texted B and tried to maintain a decent conversation until I assumed she fell asleep as she was no longer replying. Bad vibes were conjuring back up as I was left with only my mind, so I signed into MSN to find that A was online. I said something along the lines of, bad trip, talk about anything, please, just anything, keep talking to me. A is extremely inexperienced with any drugs, so she handled this very well, and it certainly made the difference between me taking a trip to the ER and staying reasonably sane. It didn't really matter to me what she was saying, it just had importance to me as I knew if I could still read something someone was sending me at that time, it meant I still existed, I guess. I managed to start conversations with a few other people. One guy I knew from school, we'll call him C, and another that owns an electronic music blog, D, that I'd become friends with. I started having a conversation about starting a band with C, and he agreed it was a good idea. I mentioned having a funny name like Moshwar and Destructor, and he laughed. The thing that weirded me out though was that I was talking to D at this time as well, but had stopped for a few minutes when he sends me a message saying, I don't know what Destructor means. I had absolutely no idea how he managed to see that or how I even sent it to him, but I quickly closed the conversation to avoid freaking out yet again. By this time, the nausea was almost gone. The visuals were the most intense I'd ever experienced at this period. My walls were made of neon geometry, all shimmering and morphing beautifully. I could not stare at my hands as they just kept morphing to looking like these horse hooves, which also kind of freaked me out. I suspect turning into a horse would freak most people out, to be honest. But overall, I was coping relatively well now. I decided I needed a shower, which was also a bad idea. I think everything I did in this trip was a bad idea. So I slid out of bed, very hippie-esque, kind of like a DXM walk but with more of a strut to it. I made it to the bathroom and looked at myself in the mirror. My pupils had taken up the entire iris of each eye, and I looked, well, very alien-like. I had a hard time recognizing myself. I got into the shower and enjoyed the warm water. It felt amazing, and it seemed as though it was washing off all the bad vibes and thoughts of the trip. I decided it was time to get out, but as I reached for a towel, the nausea came back in a hefty wave. And so did the visuals. I ended up back on my shower floor with a towel wrapped around me, getting soaked by the warm water again. I breathed at a steady pace while watching the bathroom walls turn purple and green. Now I look back on it, the visuals throughout the entire trip were fucking amazing, but I couldn't enjoy them to the full extent because of that damn nausea. Finally, I managed to get up and out, and felt a lot better. I spent the rest of the night on IRC and MSN chatting about simple things that made me quite happy. I was grinning most of the time after the shower, which reminded me of all the pleasant mushroom trips I've had, which in turn made me more happy. The next morning I felt completely normal. No hangover, no perception changes, except for that slight increase in HPPD, which was to be expected with such a high dose. All in all, I don't think I'm ever going to take 4-ACO DMT again, at least in this high of a dose. I may try this substance again in the future at a much lower dose and post a follow-up report. In conclusion though, I do hope that this information is helpful to anyone considering doing a heroic dose themselves. Datura the Temptress. A Datura trip report by Abdul Rahman. Posted to EARBUDS.org June 14th, 2000. For 4 months, I searched obsessively for Datura stramonium, Jimson weed. I'd looked at hundreds of pictures and read many articles on the elusive plant, but it wasn't until one day when I was coming home from work that it caught my eye. Something had been drawing my attention to a motel's jacuzzi each day as I passed by it, but I had no idea what it really was. One day, I figured out that I don't usually notice something so intensely, so I decided to look a little closer, and boy was I a happy camper. There she was, a huge juniper bush mounted like a shrine in front of a mound with at least 15 Datura plants. At the top stood the mother, like a beautiful woman. It really freaked me out. The plant had such a powerful presence to it. I had to go back, I thought. so I planned to go that night on my bicycle and hop the fence to grab a portion of the treasure. This was probably a bad thing to do, crossing a fence to steal datura plants, but she found me and presented me with this temptation. Months passed and the seeds just sat in my desk until one day when I met this kid travelling through town. We spent the night talking and I just couldn't resist bringing up the subject of the datura. He said that he had heard of it and had wanted to take it for a long time. His eagerness to test the plant made him seem a bit naive, but he insisted that he was ready. "Come on dude, let's do it. It'll turn out good and we'll learn a lot." We went to the kitchen and ground up 3/4 teaspoon of the seeds in the family coffee grinder for each of us. Then, we packed it into our knapsacks for the camping trip, which was planned for that night. We arrived at dusk and settled down. We lit a fire, prayed, and downed the poultice seeds without telling our friends. Stephen, the travelling kid, and I took a walk down the dirt road that ran through the centre of the field. We were extremely attentive to how the seeds were affecting us. I listened closely. What would happen next? A presence began to be felt about 100 yards down the road. We sat in the middle of the road and felt the world slipping from our control, ego. We gazed at the distant fire. The world had become so eerie. The voices and lives of our friends seemed another world away. I asked Stephen how it was coming. "I'm taking a crap," he said. Well, I guess I followed him. We were in this together, and I didn't want to leave him. So I sat with him for a few minutes and didn't even realise it, that I was becoming a little delirious. We walked back to the campsite and sat down on a log. Our mouths became so dry, we chugged at least 2 quarts of water each. To no resolve. We both lay down in concern. "Are you alright?" he whispered to me. We were both moaning and felt very scared, lonely and regretful. My brother left and went home. I wanted to leave with him so badly, but this was my choice and I said not a word and examined my life. I didn't want to die. I stumbled off to a ditch near the pasture so I could lie down. The world I once knew was disappearing. The stars multiplied. I felt like I was dying. I had to pee, but my legs felt jelly-like. I stumbled on some rocks and fell back down and began crying. I then pulled myself back to the campsite around 20 yards away, where the car was parked, and tried to crawl to it, but it was difficult to do so. I flopped my body against the car and tried to pee, but I could not. I was now in pain. I got back to my ditch and lay there and tried to pee lying down, but quickly gave up. An old Bob Dylan tune was echoed into the night sky from my car stereo. The song was very comforting. One too many mornings. I was startled when I noticed car lights reflecting on the trees around the pasture. I moved myself quickly to the car to turn off the music and uttered in fear that a car was coming. The guys were expecting some folks, so I just lay down next to the fire. It was at this point that the delirium had really set in. My friends knew something. It's honestly so creepy remembering all this. I was told that for the next couple hours they watched me trying to grasp the physical world from the delusional. I was like a little kid, a caveman or something. I was trying to talk, but it all came out so jumbled in some other language. The guys became a little concerned. They told me that I kept walking off this wooden deck-like thing into a soggy creek bed. They found me there mangled and pulled me out with concern. I kept wandering back to the creek bed, stumbling off the deck into it. It was around 4 AM that they pulled me out and stood me up, and I just kept on peeing myself. But I must say, it was so relieving. I suppose everyone went to bed or something, because I wandered off to the dirt road, the one that goes through the pasture. I felt energised and had control of my body now, still delirious. I'd found Stephen though. He sat me down and began to inform me of something very unnerving. The night had a very evil feeling as it was. He said, "Man, I don't know what to do. I don't want any of this." He showed me his dark, long fingernails, and I noticed his face was very old and hairy, even werewolf-like. I flipped out. I told him it was going to be okay and not to worry, and it was just a bad dream. I knew this wasn't though when I saw him. He was being possessed by her. I ran for my life. I'd begun to witness the spirit world, the darkest reality, ghost-like beings everywhere around me, and it sickened me to my core. I ran and ran, hopped a barbed wire fence into a weedy field and ran around the perimeter trying to avoid stepping on snakes. I was almost flying. I fell really hard at one point, and when I got up I saw a glow in the middle of the field. I was controlled at this point. I was pulled to the centre of the field where I witnessed some honestly quite demonic action. There were 7 guys and girls dressed in dark clothes, black hair and pale skin. They were all enticed, basically making love with the plant. They danced around the glowing datura plant. She was alive. There was one guy and girl to my left that was very tall and thin, and he, or she, seemed to be the plant spirit, the leader. They all quit dancing. Datura, she, stared into my eyes and shook her head. I messed up and I knew it. I ran so quick towards the woods. She sent one of the others, the enticed ones, after me. I tried to hop this barbed fence but I was caught and I cut myself. I turned around and the enticed one, he stopped still in the darkness. I felt as if he wanted to run with me and get away from this evil life. I said, "Come on dude, let's go. She'll kill you, come on." He stopped and it was as if something forced him to shake his head, saying, "No. I hopped the wire, ran up the hill, tore through the vines, briar, and just tearing through everything, leaped down to the other side. Something stopped me and pulled my head up towards the ridge. And there was the temptress, and she was after my life. I hopped the wire and ran up the hill, tearing through vines and briar, just tearing through anything I could see, and leaped down to the other side. Something stopped me and pulled my head up towards the ridge. There was the temptress, and she was after my life. She was capable of transformation and teleportation. I was so scared. I tore through the woods, having to avoid 2 black jaguars. It was her. She's so tricky and so very evil. I came to the highway and it was about dawn at this point. I just kept running from her. She was so tricky, she had this power to dissipate, bow into the side of the road, and just vanish, leaving only slightly noticeable energy particles. She could move about so quickly like this. I spent the next hour running in terror. I had to prove my strength, and I wasn't going to give in. She would offer me things like power and drugs, girls, etc. She sat on top of a road sign with his legs crossed behind. What does this say? She tested my strength to the end. So wicked. I remember running and cars were swerving in order to avoid me. I guess I was in the road. I didn't dare go into the woods, they had too much power in the darker areas. I could hear their evil laughter in the distance. He would bow into the ground every time a car would come around the corner. I was so scared and so very tired. I didn't know where I was, but I had to get out of there quickly. I tried signalling to the traffic that they were trying to get me. A lady pulled over and told me to get in. She knew something was wrong, very wrong. I was too confused. She said she took me to a sheriff's station in another town. It turned out she was a psychologist. She spotted my terror immediately. Most folks don't pick up on crazy people. To be honest, I was extremely blessed. I went to the station, she told the sheriff that I was confused and seemed very disturbed. I told the cop that I was being followed by evil kids that wanted to sacrifice me. He asked me if I'd done any drugs, of course, and I said no, because it was real. I'd forgotten about the datura and only remembered the cannabis leaf I smoked the day before. Besides, he wouldn't have believed me if I told him that I did. But he knew. He definitely knew. They called my mother and brother and they came and got me. The plant left me with strange powers that I was soon to lose as I came down. By the way, I was informed that the cops went to check out the area. They actually looked into cult members in the physical world. It was very kind of them. The plant is a very useful teacher, but also deadly. I don't know that it is worth the risk. I was so dehydrated and my tonsils were bleeding. A cop came in and poured me a styrofoam cup of water. Oh my, it was the best. I savoured every drop of it. I dropped the cup of water on the floor when I looked down to see that it was gone. There are many delusional things that happen also. It may be hard to distinguish the true lessons from the effects of poisoning. I got home, drank some water, and took a long rest. It left me very lonely for months. My eyes were unable to focus for the following week. I went to my friend's house the next day. I had to find out what happened to me. Before describing anything on my part, he told me what he witnessed at the campsite. He was completely sober. He said he witnessed Stephen, the other induced one, become real old looking. He was hairy like a dog, and it was clear, he said. He described exactly what happened to him and what I witnessed. The following week, I went to the library to research more about Datura. I read a book there that said it's common to have dreams involving lycanthropy, the turning of a man to a wolf. How honestly bizarre. This really freaked me out. Please do not take this with a grain of salt or as an entertaining story. It was such a nightmare, and I felt so lonely for so very long, and I'm still recovering a year later. It is now my duty to inform people of the deadliness of the Datura. She will trick you into death, and if you die you may have more problems than just a dead body. She will have weakened you to the point of surrendering your soul to her. Watch out, and please take much precaution, my fellow brothers and sisters. So just before the video starts, I wanted to give a quick shout out to what is quite possibly the most apt sponsorship I've ever come across for Vivek. Oftentimes I'll decline, 99.9% of sponsorship deals I come across because I just don't think Raid Shadow Legends is very appropriate for the sort of content on this channel. But I know a lot of you like to fall asleep to these report videos, and that's why I thought these COZYSNUG sleep earbuds from LYTMI really are a match made in heaven for this channel and its viewers. If you're anything like me, you might struggle falling to sleep on your back with conventional earbuds in. I'd always wondered whether there were any designs that facilitated side sleeping without waking up with a perforated eardrum. Not only do these earbuds work wonders for side sleepers, they boast high quality audio, are super lightweight and soft with various different sizes of ear wings to pick and choose from, on top of having 21 hours of charge when using the charging case. So, now you can all quickly and smoothly fall asleep listening to me recount the usual litany of mind-bending, reality-shattering experiences that we all know and love. If you're interested, please check out the link in the description, and don't forget to use the discount code VIVEK for 10% off your order, valid up until the 9th of December. Anyway, we'll crack on with the video now, but be sure to let me know what you thought of the earbuds if you do end up snatching yourself a pair, and thank you to LYTMI for reaching out, I really appreciate it. Overwhelmingly Terrifying, an LSD and Changa trip report by Sinister, posted to EARBUDS.org December 6, 2021. An overwhelmingly terrifying experience. This trip report consists of 2 DMT experiences, both while under the influence of LSD. It is the latter DMT experience which is of most interest. You may skip ahead to it if you like, but I feel it is important to provide the necessary context, especially as both DMT experiences were completely unlike any other DMT trip I'd had. I consider myself an experienced psychedelic user, having taken countless LSD experiences over the course of approximately a decade, as well as being a semi-regular user of DMT, although usually at sub-breakthrough doses, with only some limited and mild full breakthrough experiences. The LSD come up. So today in the early afternoon, I was well rested in my own home, and decided to take 330 micrograms of LSD, my usual go-to dose. The purpose of my trip was to relax, listen to some music, de-stress and contemplate some things that had been on my mind. The first part of my trip was uneventful. I came up quickly, I enjoyed dancing around my kitchen with some music in my ears. My mood was exceptionally high. I felt fantastic, to be honest. At about 2 hours in, I was tripping very hard and in the peak of the LSD experience, and I sat down to do some meditation. Instantly, I was transported to a familiar headspace. I started feeling a sense of connectedness with the world, and I started seeing some very familiar closed-eye visuals that I often associate with this meditative state. Part of the tapestry on my wall started glowing bright as I focused on the centre of it, and I felt little shreds of my ego being picked away, as I so often enjoy when meditating on psychedelics, and my body felt a little bit lighter for each shred that was removed. First DMT experience. I had the sense that I was ready for more, and I wanted to try again for that elusive DMT breakthrough, which I'd been trying hard to achieve for years. I loaded up the bong with 100 milligrams of 50% changa and took it all in 2 hits. Now, I will say, if anyone else had been describing this to me, or if I'd been reading my own experience elsewhere, I would doubt the legitimacy of it. Even as I type it now, it sounds so bizarre. But I can assure you I am trying to be as accurate as possible. I am not exaggerating for a fact. I was relatively disappointed that when I opened my eyes after the second hit that I was still in my room. However, my disappointment did not last for long, as the centre of the tapestry on my wall, which I had been focused on before smoking the hit, became even brighter, extraordinarily so. This bright light grew bigger and formed 4 corners, and essentially a portion of my wall was replaced by this pure white rectangle which had space behind it, as if it was a door to an entirely white room. I promptly felt my body be pulled towards the light, and I was consumed by it. My perspective changed, and I became aware of my own body now floating in this white room, and I was looking down on my body. Each part of me started to detach and split off. I saw my legs detach, one by one, and then my arms, and they floated away into the nothingness until they were fully gone. Eventually, all that was left was my skull, with no torso, and I saw my head split open and my brain slide out. I could see the fine details of the tissue on my brain, and it looked healthily pink. I then watched my brain split in half down the middle, and each part of my brain went flying off into different directions. I was consumed by whiteness for a few moments longer, and then eventually I was spat back out onto my sofa, with crazily intense visuals filling the room. I was absolutely floored by how real this all was. I still had my sense of self. I knew I'd taken DMT and LSD, but there I was, quite literally watching parts of my body float away in full high-definition vision, as if it was the most ordinary thing ever, the same as going to the shop to buy some milk. I felt pleasant throughout the whole experience, and I was never scared or afraid when I was in the white room. Once I calmed down a bit from the DMT haze, I became very reflective and intensely in awe of the experience I just had. I've seen lots of things in my head before, but never had I seen clear as day such a blatant disregard for reality. It made no sense to me that I could view myself having my limbs torn off and my brain split open. But it did just happen. I saw it with my own 2 eyes, and it was clear as anything else I had ever seen in my life. I sat for approximately 2 hours trying to make sense of this all, while still tripping on LSD, and I considered it an extremely profound experience, and one that was unknown to me. I finally managed to distract myself from the experience for a couple of hours, got myself some food, and watched some TV. About 4 hours after the initial experience with DMT, and about 6 hours after I took the LSD, I felt fully recovered and recharged from my DMT trip. I still felt in a very positive mind state. I was very intrigued to know more about what I had just experienced. Was that a breakthrough? And I decided that I would take another round of DMT. Second DMT experience. I meditated for a while beforehand, and then loaded up 100 milligrams of changa into the bong and managed to take it all in 1 hit. This is where it all went very wrong. As I was doing a long, slow inhale, I was watching the cherry of the changa in the bowl of the bong glow red. I recall this red glow getting brighter and brighter and consuming more of my field of vision as I inhaled. This was already a more intense visual effect than what I was usually used to when smoking changa, and I had a good idea that I was in for a heavy ride, placing the bong down. The next memory I have is finding myself in a completely white room again. There was just intense whiteness all over, with intricate patterns that looked vaguely like clocks floating through the air like ticker tape. I immediately felt an intense panic and fear. Fear like I've never felt before. I had no idea who I was, where I was, or what was happening whatsoever. Information was coming at me from all angles. The visuals were intense, although I cannot remember the exact nature of them. My mind was totally overwhelmed, and I just wanted it all to stop. But I was too confused to even know that I'd even taken DMT in the first place. I just did not remember taking it. I could not form any thought or do anything other than be completely subject to the experience unfolding in front of me. The fear was absolutely overwhelming. It was the most intense emotion I've ever experienced, and I was utterly terrified. I kept looking around, trying to find a way out of this white room, and at one point a door appeared, but then was snatched away from me when I got nearer to it. I turned around, looking for another door, which then would disappear again, and this kept on happening over and over again. As soon as I got close to a door, it would just vanish. Something was mocking me. I felt trapped. Someone had captured me. Had I actually gone insane? I eventually became familiar with the thought that I had taken DMT and I'd broken through, but this just induced even more panic. I'd already been trapped in this white room for far, far longer than a typical DMT experience lasts. I could have sworn that I'd been trapped for many hours. I began to accept that I was trapped here forever. There was no way out. I'd sent myself into psychosis. I was never going to come down. I even started to accept that I would never see life again. I'd never see anyone I knew again, and that this was just it. I was going to die here, in this horrible white room. The sheer horror of all of this was quite unimaginable. I can still feel the panic now as I write this. I've never experienced anything like it or even close to it. It was deeply traumatic. Eventually I became aware of my own body again, but was not allowed to move it, and I watched my perspective rapidly flip around my body in 360 degrees of vision, with images of myself folding over on top of each other. My visual perspective was changing so fast that I could barely even register the changes. It was deeply disorientating, like spinning round very fast in a merry-go-round. First, I'd be seeing out of my eyes, then I would be looking down on myself. Then I would see several copies of myself side by side, as if I'd grown several more pairs of eyes and could see through them all concurrently. At one point my perspective flew down into my hand, and then back up out of my torso, stuck in a loop, spinning between different parts of my body like a washing machine. At some point, I was back in my body, but still confused. I did not know who me was yet, and I was subjected to a series of painful hallucinations of my teeth snapping in half. I quite literally felt them break off in my mouth, and I placed my fingers into my mouth and could feel that there were teeth missing. Of course, my teeth were fine when I sobered up. Still in the white room, but now in my body, I sat down on the floor, admitting defeat. I would sit here until I died, however long that may be. I hope it's soon. I'd honestly just had enough. Eventually I started to feel like I was in a vaguely familiar place. Details slowly shifted in from the white light, and I realised I was somewhere I knew and recognised. It took another minute or two before I realised who I was, and that I was sat in my living room floor. Curiously, I had started the experience sitting on my sofa, and I have no idea how I came to be sat on my floor. Presumably I had moved around during the experience, but of course, I have no memory of this at all. I sat there for almost 30 minutes without moving. The residual DMT effects felt like they took forever to wear off. I just wanted to be sober again. I felt like every visual was mocking me. I'd been utterly humiliated by this substance. I wanted it gone. I wanted it out of my body, right this instant. I wanted what had just happened to have never happened. In that very moment, I was totally broken. Writing this now, several hours later, I feel okay-ish, but still deeply confused and quite shocked by what has happened to me. I really did honestly think that I knew what I was doing. I thought I could handle it. Obviously I was woefully unprepared. How can one even prepare for such a thing? I have been training for years to achieve ego death, and yet when I did, it was an awful experience for me. The worst I have ever had. I was absolutely floored by the power of the DMT experience. I had done, in my mind, absolutely everything I could to be ready for it, but was not even close to enough. The horror. The horror. A mushroom trip report by Jamshed, posted to EARBUDS.org December 1st, 2004. I initially woke up with the thought of taking a psychedelic on that very day. All of the days which I woke up like this ended up with a spectacular trip. I was planning on taking a psychedelic to celebrate the successful completion of a 7-week spiritual working. For those who know, I was working with the Olympic spirits from the EARBUDS. I had abstained from all substances for more than a month, save for a couple of bowls and a beer spread out across the period. The day started out as very gloomy and rainy. Don't get me wrong, I love rain, but this day was dark and cold, and the rain did not help much. My plan was to take the psychedelic outdoors in some park, away from people. I was originally torn between 2CT7 and mushrooms, both of which I had never tried before. In the evening the sky cleared, but it remained too cold to allow for an outdoors trip. So, I chose the mushrooms, for their shorter duration, and for the fact that I can easily procure more if this trip was bad, whereas the dose of 2CT7 that I had could very well be the last 25mg of 2CT7 that I will ever see. Therefore, I decided to save the T7 for the perfect occasion. The problem is that I underestimated the mushrooms for 2 reasons. The first being that I imagined, due to my spiritual background and my experiences, all beautiful, with the sacred DPT, that it would be hard for me to even have a bad trip, since DPT is a mammoth of a psychedelic which I do handle very well, and the people I know who took mushrooms seem to imply that it was a rather easy trip. The second reason was that I didn't think that 3.5 grams of mushrooms would do much to me at all, since I've had a high natural tolerance to all tryptamines I've tried. Some background. I live with my parents, who would not appreciate their son doing drugs. They are aware of my spiritual practices and are tolerant of them, so I had that on my side. I'd always been able to take psychedelics with or without their presence, and get away with it without them suspecting that I am under the influence. This happened in that the psychedelic is either short-acting, like DPT, or long-acting, but does not cause much impairment or confusion, like 2CE, or a combination of both, like 2CD. Almost 2 years before this experience, I took 500 morning glory seeds on one occasion, and went into a severe vomiting fit that scared me, turning my trip very, very bad. I eventually had to turn to my parents for emotional help, and I was lucky they were understanding when I explained that it was a part of my spiritual progress, and it was. The moral here, though, is that you should not underestimate the importance of a trip sitter. I've found parents are not very good with this role. In my morning glory seed experience, I managed to somehow convince them that I was not poisoned. As you will see in this report, I put my parents in a very stressful situation, and I feel it was very selfish of me to do so. Read on. The 3.5 grams were made up of 4 stems, 1 cap, and 1 unopened cap attached to one of the stems, a terminal which I have been told contains more psilocybin than opened ones. They all had blue stains on them. They were all eaten between 5 PM and 5:10 PM. They didn't smell bad at all. In fact, they smelt somewhat exotic. The taste wasn't very encouraging, but it was bearable. I actually felt an alert as I was finishing eating the last stem. I walked around and was beginning to notice that movement was becoming typically more fluid. I then had a meal which took me 45 minutes into the trip. I was now definitely feeling off baseline. From then, I began to develop some anxiety. As time progressed, I became a little uncoordinated and the anxiety grew. I really did not know why I was having so much anxiety. The psychedelic effects were not new to me at all, yet I was actually scared. A big thing my mind fixed on was that my mother would be able to tell that I'm on drugs because of my lack of coordination, and as my thoughts were beginning to get jumbled, I imagined I won't be able to interact clearly with her. I decided to take 0.5mg of alprazolam, because I was now sure that I was bound for a bad trip. I didn't care if it diminishes the psychedelic effects, I was just desperate to get out of this discomfort. I go to lie down and find myself shivering. I didn't know if it was the cold or my anxiety, but I get under the covers and still shivered severely. The problem is that I was not exactly intensely tripping, I was simply very confused and had irrational anxiety, and I did not like it. I was also feeling an uncomfortable body load that reminded me a lot of 5-MeO-DMT, and I did not like this whatsoever. With that, and despite the alprazolam, the anxiety grew and grew and grew. I figure I was now at the 2-hour mark. I was experiencing nothing but pure terror. I was literally afraid of everything, including myself. Actually, the one thing that frightened me most was fear itself. I had no real reason to be afraid, and yet I was. It certainly was not ego death that scared me. I had my ego dissolved in the divine ocean of milk on DPT, while the world shattered many times before, and I have taken on other alien personalities on ketamine at one point. Therefore, I knew my fear was not out of some kind of identity crisis. Yet I was afraid of being afraid, and also afraid of the fact that the alprazolam did absolutely nothing. Later I learned that 0.5 milligrams might not be enough, even though I didn't have much tolerance to the drug. I decided to seek help by talking to friends. I went on MSN. I waited for it to sign on, looked at the window, and saw a matrix of multicoloured dots. It was an interesting visual that persisted for a while. All the dots were mathematically perfect in size and arrangement. I also had a hard time typing because letters on the screen all had this red electricity buzzing around them, and I had very bad coordination. I found only 2 of my friends online, and both were geographically far, far away. One of them told me not to self-medicate with alprazolam, since it could be a potentially dangerous combination. Now, I know that the most commonly used as a safe cure for bad trips is benzodiazepines. But at this moment, since I was so afraid of everything, I took his word for it. This experience of fear reminded me of how pathetic I was. I told this to the second friend. He simply told me what a good person he thought I was and that I didn't deserve all the crap that I went through this year. I found his comment extremely nice and began to cry. I go to lie down and cry even more. It was a catharsis of sorts for a very bad year I had. Mind you, I had been doing better for the last couple of months compared to the rest of the year, which was a very difficult one indeed. However, I have a tendency to suppress, but not repress, negative emotions. I'm guessing that what this trip did was simply release these suppressions and breaking the dam. I experienced a year's worth of anxiety and despair in 6 hours. Now that it was about the 4th hour, I was lying down, occasionally crying. The time between hour 3 and hour 5 seems to be a blur. I lost track of it and do not remember all that happened, but much of it was spent lying down. I did not listen to music, since I was afraid to listen to music. I didn't get up, since I was afraid of getting up. I just remember crying a lot, feeling sorry for myself, which is something I don't normally do. The trip took a distinct sine wave form. I got periods of extreme euphoria and an opiate-like body feeling, followed by the aforementioned fear with a lot of shivering and tension. The positive points, though fewer than the negative ones, were very significant. I remember the first peak. I was lying down, my body twisted, my eyes and mouth wide open, staring at the ceiling with a feeling of immense wonder. The ceiling was no longer a ceiling. I honestly don't know what it was. Perhaps a white sky with multicoloured stars and streams that kept moving. I remember staring at the light. I distinctly remember seeing a lot of green eye murals. Think of Alex Gray's artwork. They were flying out of the light, swirling around it, all in geometrical perfection. Since I was afraid of closing my eyes, the few closed-eye visuals that I saw were faint and chaotic. After that euphoric peak came another fit of terror, and that was followed by a sense of, well, this is it. My body felt like it was dying, and I truly believed that I was somehow dying. In fact, I think this is what the big problem was. My ego did not die for some reason. I maintained my ego as I lost control amongst a lot of confusion and anxiety, and I do not know why. Perhaps I did not want to let go because I knew I still had a long trip ahead of me and did not want my mother to see me in that state and freak out. I also needed someone to be with me, but I had no one to contact. My only friend nearby was busy that day. Plus, as I thought of all the people I know, I became afraid of all of them and found I had no one to trust. I felt like I could trust nobody at all. And because my ego remained, I went into a rather psychotic state. I started crying and masturbating at the same time for some reason. Of course, the masturbation didn't do much due to the state I was in. I know for a fact that at this point I was just overflowing with love towards everyone, which is paradoxical with the fear. I felt like nothing mattered, but unlike the exhaled form of the same feeling I get with DPT after ego annihilation, here my ego was there and I knew that I was going insane. And for the first time ever on a psychedelic, I actually forgot that I took a drug. Actually, I didn't forget, it just somehow ceased to be relevant. I was convinced that I was going to be eternally insane. This insanity extended between 2 lows of terror and 1 peak of euphoria. During this 1 peak, I felt God intoxicated like I do with DPT. I felt like I had superhuman powers in the moment. I had many twisted thoughts, including the idea of walking outside naked in public. Now, it was back to raining, almost a storm. Well, I felt this because nothing mattered, and now I've become God and will die very soon. However, in spite of this insanity, I did have a grain of reasoning left in myself. I told myself to stay still and as silent as possible, and that this would be my best way out. As these thoughts persisted, the terror remained, and instead of God, I was now possessed by paranoia. I stumbled into the bathroom because I needed to pee. My vision was blurry, and I seemed to have had some nystagmus. As I was in the bathroom, I felt the same painful terror I felt throughout the trip. I was debating whether or not to go tell my mother. I figured since the original source of anxiety was my fear of my mother seeing me in that state, perhaps confronting her about it will resolve the anxiety. And so, I stumbled down the stairs and into the living room where she was sitting. I barely made it to the couch where I fell on it. I was completely paralysed. I remember hearing my mother freaking out, calling my name and asking what was wrong. I then remember seeing nothing. Not black nor white, nothing. I saw nothingness. I was stuck in a moment where the divine and I were one. I saw nothing, heard nothing, and felt nothing. I then had a whiteout. This has happened to me before on 2 previous occasions. I saw whiteness everywhere, whether my eyes are open or closed. Eventually, I came back. I saw my mother holding my limp body and crying. I told her I was alright, and she said she thought I'd died. The whiteness dissipated into many hues of different colours, and again the eye murals that covered everything had quickly disappeared. It took me only a few minutes to recover from that state and reach a level very close to baseline, and I still do not know how this is possible. With most psychedelics, you actually climb, peak, and then slowly recover baseline. Here, I spent 5 hours climbing, peaked at the 6th, and quickly returned to baseline in almost half an hour. I suspect now that it was less from the drug action, and more from the psycho-spiritual reaction. As I came to, I simply told my mother that I was on morning glory seeds again, and it was not hard to explain. I was then able to open up emotionally with my mother. I'd had problems connecting emotionally to my parents for the past few years. I loved them, of course, but could not express it, and felt very guilty about that. I was now able to very openly talk to my mother, and later my father when he came home. And I managed to talk to them about many serious outstanding issues that I had. There were 2 things my parents wanted me to do for my future that I was very afraid of and previously could not do. The day after my trip, I found myself easily starting with them without fear and happy at the fact that I'm finally doing something that I know will make my parents happy after all they have done for me. I would say that I've never felt so much fear in my life as I had during that trip. I really did not enjoy it at all. Yet at the end, it was sort of worth it. The only thing I regret is putting my mother in such a stressful position, but even that has shown me that she really does care for me. I did have suicidal ideas before, but now I would never do this and put my mother in that situation for real. I simply cannot cope with this guilt. Although I said I will never touch mushrooms again during the trip, I now think I might consider taking them in a few years' time. However, it must be said that they definitely deserve much more respect than they are given on the street. 30 hours. A nutmeg trip report by Nutmegger, posted to EARBUDS.org April 14th, 2006. The only drugs I'd done till now were alcohol and weed, about 5 times over the past 6 months, and more recently DXM, very low dosage, a single bottle of Vicks 44. Except for my first weed trip last year, all the others gave me only an enjoyable body buzz. On my first weed trip, I freaked out with severe paranoia and guilt. I'd tried nutmeg 2 times before, once taking in excess of 5 tablespoons gradually over 5 to 6 hours, without feeling anything more than a body buzz, and a very heavy head the next day. On a fine Thursday evening, with nothing much to do, and after reading a couple more nutmeg trip reports on EARBUDS, I went to a local organic food store and grabbed a small nutmeg shaker, a West Indian variety. Since I had read somewhere that taking nutmeg with milk or milkshake reduces the effects, I decided to swallow 4 teaspoons straight down with water. The setting was in my apartment, which I share with 2 sober guys. I had some psychedelic screensavers and tracks ready on my computer, and was eager to try out a new racing game I'd recently acquired. On every trip, my major concern has been hiding the fact that I'm stoned from these people. This time, I decided I would retire to my room after an early dinner, to avoid any paranoia that may arise out of this, as it has earlier. So, this is how my trip went. Times are accurate up to 15 minutes. 8:30 PM. Gag down 3 heaped teaspoons of nutmeg with water. Have a reasonably heavy dinner. 9:30 PM, tea plus 1 hour. Feel nothing coming on, and ingest another teaspoon of nutmeg. 11:30 PM, tea plus 3 hours. Playing Test Drive 5, chatting on the internet, listening to music, reading more nutmeg reports, waiting for the trip to come on. Drinking a lot of water to counter the dry mouth and prevent dehydration. 12:15 AM, tea plus 3:45. Talked with a few friends on the phone, still nothing though, except for a slightly heavy head. Decided to turn in for the night. Disappointed, but happily sleepy. I'm an insomniac. Approximately 2:30 to 6:30 AM, tea plus 6 hours to tea plus 10 hours. Wake up with a start, have to go pee. Feel a sudden head rush coming on as I take a leak. Stagger back to my room, trying to stay very, very quiet so my roommates don't wake up. I know I'm completely stoned. Very similar to the first weed trip I freaked out on. Mind working on overdrive, random thoughts which I can't control. After my first weed trip, which I went on with an experienced friend, he told me that I freaked out that time because I was trying to control my trip. This time, I tried to let go and enjoy it. This is what I took nutmeg for, damn it. I let myself into it, now I've got to enjoy it. I attach headphones to my PC and extend them with some difficulty to my bed, so I can listen to the music lying down. I also put on some visualization I like. I'm beginning to enjoy the music by now, and I'm mesmerised by the beautiful, beautiful patterns that move in sync with my music. I can almost float with the music when I close my eyes. Getting good closed-eye visuals, similar to those I freaked out on seeing on my weed trip. By and by, I start getting tired of the music. Moreover, I keep getting the feeling that my body is out of water, which is why I cannot metabolize the nutmeg properly, and it's why I'm having a slow, long-stretch trip. I keep drinking more and more water, then I get an uncomfortable feeling that my bladder's full, but I can't notice it because I'm numb. So I get up to take a leak once again. I must have trudged to the bathroom about 8 to 10 times. The worst part about this all is that I can't fall asleep. I keep telling myself to turn off the music and try falling asleep, but then I'm afraid I'll stop breathing if I do, and after a few seconds of sleep, I'm fully awake again. Finally I decide I'm bored of the music, and decide to see a light-hearted movie to lift my spirits. I put Shrek on my computer, and settle down into a happy, half-awake state watching the movie. About halfway through the movie, a most unfortunate thing happens. The video freezes, but the sound keeps playing. After some time, the video started. My computer's unstable, but was out of sync with the sound. This freaked me out completely. I mean, completely. On one plane, I realised that there was nothing wrong with me. All I needed to do was restart the movie, but feelings of paranoia crept in. I started thinking I had messed up my brain, and I was receiving sound signals out of sync with my visual signals. With nobody to talk to, I couldn't confirm my doubts, but I was sure that my brain was messed up. I then took to making random noises, playing with my clock, squeaking my bed, to make sure I was receiving sound and visual signals correctly. This is when I was trapped in a terrible thought loop. I think it was about arguing with myself that I was completely fucked up. I kept telling myself if I was completely fucked up, I wouldn't realise I was, so I wasn't, and so on. Finally, I sat awake in bed and realised I had to do something about it. I got up to pee yet again, and then I realised I was talking to myself in the bathroom, and on the way back. My roommate hinted at this the next day. 6:30 AM, T plus 10 hours. Finally, I sit at my computer and realise this is going on way too long. Even my bad trip on weed hadn't lasted this long. I read up more trip reports on a website and convince myself that nutmeg trips usually last longer, and I guess I'm fine. This is normal. 7:30 AM, T plus 11 hours. Bored of reading news and answering mails. Wonder whether to skip school. Nothing important to do, and safer to stay home. I'm getting really tired of the trip now though. I do want it to end. Though, as high as a kite, I decide to try and sleep the rest of the trip off, if that's even possible. This is where the felines, read the term somewhere online, and no other word could describe it anyway, kicked in. I was trying to go to sleep when, for some reason, I started thinking 3 words over and over again. Sound, eyes, echo. Perhaps a remnant of a mind loop. Eventually, the sounds became more and more rhythmic, until I realised it coincided with my heartbeat. From then on, every slight move I made, the words jumped at me. If I decided to sigh, the words would come louder. An arm movement or blink of an eye would be a volley of these words repeated over and over again. It became so unbearable that I tried to stay as still as possible. I wished I couldn't feel my heartbeat, but then I'd die. This made me breathe deeper, and from then on, I heard the words echo with every breath. 10:30 AM, T plus 14 hours. I wake up thinking I finally slept off my trip, but it was not to be. What I'd thought was a heavy head was actually the same heavy body buzz. I go to the bathroom yet again, and notice that my roommates have left for the day. I decide to watch some TV, but find it especially boring. Now I'm getting really tense about the trip. Have I damaged my brain completely? When is this thing going to be over? I have a couple of get-togethers lined up for Friday evening, but I'm sure I'll be fine in another 2 to 3 hours, I hope. I remember how my experienced friend told me that alcohol helps getting down from a weed trip and helped him go to sleep. I decide to finish off the handy 1.5 pint bottle of vodka I have. I'll gulp down the vodka raw with water and feel nauseatic for a few minutes. Realise for the first time during the trip that my short-term memory has taken a holiday. I find myself walking back and forth between the kitchen and my room before I realise it and stop. I watch more TV and try to sleep on the couch, yet sleep still evades me. I listen to some more music, but I just cannot force myself to watch Shrek. I'm afraid of the mind loop getting hold of me again. I go out to smoke a cigarette and look at the people below hurrying to work or school. I remember feeling jealous of them. They have sharp minds capable of so much, while I am in my own fucked up little nutmeg world. I can feel the depression coming up. I just want this trip to stop. I want to work hard like all these other people, and I'm wasting my life away on nutmeg. What a loser I am. 12:30 PM to 2:30 PM. T plus 16 hours to T plus 18 hours. Now I'm really freaking out. My trip should have been over several hours back. What the hell is actually happening to me? How on earth am I going to face all the people I have to meet in the evening? They're all sober beyond an occasional drink or two, and I wouldn't for my life want them to know what I just did. I feel disgusted with myself. I honestly wonder if I'm going to even survive this shit at all. I read about nutmeg OD causing liver failure and death. I briefly considered dialing 911 after this thought. Maybe it would be a better idea to go to hospital with a chance to survive than die. I gradually overcome the panic attack, thank God, and promise myself over and over again that if I survive this experience, I'm going sober for good. I value my mind and body too much for this shit. Even decide to give up smoking and drinking to make up for the damage I've caused to my body. 2:30 PM to 6:30 PM. T plus 18 hours to T plus 22. I decide to call my experienced friend, although he's at work, but after hearing me blabber on the phone, he promises to drop in on the way home. Friend drops in, and we talk a while. I'm starting to feel somewhat positive now. My friend convinces me that a bad trip was part of trying out a new substance, and I had to take it in my stride. I convinced him to hang out at my place for some more time while I get control over myself. We watch TV a while, and then walk over to his place, since he wants to smoke a joint. By now, I've resigned my fate, and decided I'll have to go through the rest of the evening in my present fucked up state. 6:30 PM to 10:30 PM, T plus 22 hours to T plus 26. The rest of the evening went by without a hitch. I honestly feel quite confident now that I managed to portray a pretty sober, confident picture of me in front of my guest, completely opposite of my fucked up state of mind. I made it a point to drink a couple of beers and some strong cocktails to help me sleep through the night. I was still feeling as bad as I was in the afternoon, but the alcohol had helped me a little bit. I was used to the alcohol kick, and it was much, much easier to control. Finally, I managed to go to sleep at about 11:30 PM, vowing never to do nutmeg again, and positive I would be fine when I woke up, which I was, except for a slight alcohol hangover. Man, oh man, that was one hell of a trip, and one hell of a long post. Sorry, but I just had to get it all out. I've gained a new respect for my body and mind now after all of this, and I really do hope that I value them more from now on. Existential Horror, a 5-MeO DMT trip report by Barley, posted to EARBUDS.org December 2nd, 2002. I am a 41-year-old, 185-pound male. Though I have once taken about 20 milligrams of 5-MeO DMT by insufflation, the psychoactive results were negligible, so I consider the following to be an account of my very first true encounter with this substance. 8:31 PM. With the aid of my sitter, call him John, I held the glass pipe to my lips and drew a very long, slow drag until I could hold no more. I saw a wisp of alarmingly white smoke rise from the pipe before it was blown away by the large white cloud I exhaled. Just as John secured the pipe out of my hands, I began to feel the onset. I let go of the pipe, let myself fall back into John's inordinately comfortable couch, and then, all within a matter of a few seconds, was launched into the peak experience of the trip. Words now fail, of course, as, to a lesser extent, does my memory of these 4-day-old events. I know that I felt a tremendous surge of energy through my entire body. At first from my heart, or was it my brain? I felt it exploding out through my extremities, then imploding back, electric chair power, it now seems. Yet, as I imploded back, it was as though I disintegrated, got shuffled, and then lost all concept of my physical body and the physical world surrounding it. Again, this is all within the first moments. There was a tremendous sound, that of a tornado or jet engine. The visuals were very jumbled, a swirling, cracked mirror geometry with black and white and yellow and some red, the flag of Maryland in a washing machine. It was seeming to move, to radiate very fast, yet hardly to change, mild as hallucinatory images go. That which was not mild in any way was the emotional, mental, spiritual effect. My entire being, my soul, I suppose, began to scream in anguish, in terror, in horror. This surely was the worst place in the universe for a human soul to be. I cannot, for the life of me, say why or how or what this was. It does not translate to our consensus reality at all. I just know that it took me utterly and horribly. I wanted to get out of there with every fibre of my being. After what was maybe 2 or 3 minutes of this, I came to believe that I was, in fact, in hell. Hell, the real place. No red demons with pitchforks, no fire, no frozen lakes. Just pure, non-stop, overwhelming spiritual torment. And it seemed to be eternal. I believed, not in the way we think normally or have a notion, but rather as an indisputable, immutable truth in the core of my small, small self, that I had made some huge mistake in my life. What, I wonder? Or bartered away my soul. These painful insights were peering through the non-stop rage of the whole thing. Then, the first real-world image came through. John's face, his eyeglasses oddly askew. He had procured and prepared the powder for me. Therefore, I knew at the time that he was the devil. No, he was the devil. The devil exists, and he is John. He tricked me into doing this, and now I'm paying with my soul, damned to everlasting existential torment. If not the devil, then maybe some sort of vampire. I was suddenly vaguely conscious of my body again, that I was lying back on the couch with my neck very exposed. I was beginning to come back, to come down, to leave hell. 8:38 p.m. To a slow syncopation, the rage subsided. I still was frequently overcome by waves of terror, but the spaces in between were familiar and quiet and dark, each one blessedly longer than the last. I noticed that my mouth was open and very dry, my throat being sore. I couldn't muster the strength, or the know-how for that matter, to reach for or ask for my glass of water. This predicament got me to think about my hands and fingers, my feet as well, being very cold. I was not comfortable at all with my body position on the couch, but yet I couldn't move. My heart was pounding, as was my forehead. I was inhaling vast, deep breaths, then pushing the air out with all the force I could muster, as if I were pushing out the drug, the devil, the experience itself, anything that could be pushed out. After a few minutes I knew that I could move my left hand. Its first chore was to rub, deeply, slowly, my clenched and throbbing forehead. The terror continued to pass. My ego came roaring back and tried to strategize its way back to ascendancy, encouraging me to lighten up. Hello, Bedford Falls. Hello, you old building and loan. Or to analyze. And as to intensity, I figured that 5-MeO DMT is to LSD as LSD is to cannabis. Or to become self-conscious, worrying me about what the appropriate first words to John might be, wondering what he saw. I was exhausted by now. I began to feel these familiar, physiological crutches clicking themselves back into place. The crutches of Dali never having made as much sense before. I bent one knee, then the other, getting my feet flat on the floor for a time, and then letting them slide. I remained frightened. I pleaded with blank, the universe, that I might never have to experience that again. I felt mild, occasional tremors run down an arm or leg or side, and the very slightest nausea. I had fasted for 8 hours prior. John had told me before we began that he wouldn't say anything to me until I spoke to him. Perhaps I indulged this. I felt as though I wanted to sleep. Then, John's phone rang. 9:30 p.m. John raced to turn down the answering machine, and I mustered a chuckle. "You alright?" he ventured. "Yeah," I breathed. That was hell. You know, it's been an hour now. I thought it had been somewhat shorter, maybe 40 minutes. He told me that I must metabolize tryptamine such as this at about half the normal rate, that most folks would have been up and conversable within half hour. "Damn, your throat must be sore, I guess," he said as he left to dig up a lozenge. I also accepted his offer for a cup of chamomile tea, which soon appeared in a mug featuring a Mary Engelbreit illustration, and the words "snap out of it." John rejoined me on the couch, and I asked him if he had done or said anything in this world during my trip to that one. He smiled and explained to me that I had screamed at the top of my lungs from the bottom of my guts, non-stop, for about 6 minutes. Mostly no and fuck, and occasionally please, among the wordless screaming. He continued that I was among the 1 in 6 who physically moved during this experience, and that my movement consisted of rocking forward and back, slapping both hands back and forth from the tops of my thighs to my forehead. I noticed that all the other furniture, all breakables, anything with a hard edge, was now on the far side of a 6-foot radius around me. He hadn't interrupted nor attempted to restrain me at the time, he said, because I didn't seem to be hurting myself, which was true. He told me that he had been about 4 or 5 minutes away from calling 911 when I sat up. I looked him straight in the face and screamed with the intention of every shard of my existence that he was the devil and that he should get fucked. Shortly afterwards, sinking silently back into the couch. After a while, he had seen my left hand move and knew that would be alright. He went on to explain that he was not, in fact, the devil, though he had been called the Antichrist by someone several years ago under somewhat similar circumstances. We reasoned together about the circumstances that may have brought about such a dark episode when an experience of absolute bliss, followed by joyous weeping, more typically follows this powder's ingestion. John gently cautioned me off the seductive tracks of fate and design. 10:40 p.m. Feeling about 90% back to base level, I found that I could stand and that standing felt good, and that 2 mugs of chamomile and a glass of water later, it was also good that I could make my way to his bathroom. I told John that I hadn't yet been able to decide whether or not to thank him, but that I did appreciate his vigilance. I wasn't yet entirely convinced of his earthly mortality though. I got in my car and drove home, avoiding freeways by driving right through the centre of town, which, to my delight, had just been festooned with lights for the winter holidays. Arriving home, my wife smiled at me and said, offhandedly, "So, you shattered?" Seeing and hearing from me that I had, in fact, been through hell, she enveloped me with her matchless love and warmth and support, if not entirely understanding. She made me another cup of herbal tea and a slice of peanut butter toast, and we went to bed. With my heart and forehead still pounding, with my palpable fear that, should I give over my consciousness to dreaming, I might actually revisit their terror, and with my bladder in need of frequent emptying of all the tea, I did not sleep until about 4:30 a.m. November 23rd and on. I was only able to sleep for about 3 hours. I woke up shaky, cautious, and beat up. Throughout the day, which included a 2-hour business meeting, I experienced intensified colours and contrasts and the occasional wave of terror. These would start in my gut or groin, roll up into my head, and, I found, were best released with a quiet but open scream. I never knew my jaw could open that wide. I became frightened that these waves might accompany me for the rest of my days, and frightened of eternal damnation, a totally new fear to me. In the late afternoon, I smoked some cannabis, which proved to be a great blessing. Most of my fear left. I relaxed. I took great joy in the simple acts of walking the dog and preparing food. Finally, at about 24 hours after takeoff, I felt to be at 100% baseline consciousness. I was asleep by midnight and racked up a good 9 to 10 hours. I awoke the next day feeling fantastic, bright and cheerful, happy and just thankful to be alive, to have this human body and this life on this beautiful planet of ours, meek in my knowledge of the limitations of human consciousness. I'll continue to wrestle with the ontology of this whole thing for some time though. I suspect, and try not to think too much about my new fear, I look forward to a particularly rich Thanksgiving. Pure horror. A 5-MeO DMT trip report by Hexagon Sun. Posted to EARBUDS.org November 18th, 2009. Before last night, I had taken 5-MeO DMT once before, 10 milligrams through a glass pipe. The experience was remarkable. I was overwhelmed by the intensity of the sensation. But that was the extent of the trip, an unbelievably intense physical feeling. For the 10 minutes it lasted, my mind was clear and I was unafraid. After the come down and a good 15 minutes of speechlessness to gather my thoughts, I felt fine enough to think about the implications of the drug. I decided 1. It was my most intense drug experience to date. I felt ego death, disappeared into the timeless nitrous void during the peak of an MAOI potentiated psilocybin trip, and surfed upon seas of fractals on acid, so that's saying something. 2. It was neither positive nor negative. And 3. I could not recommend it. but would not tell someone to stay away from it either. I watched 5 friends have nearly identical experiences, so I began to get a feel for the drug. Flash forward a few weeks to last night. My friend and fellow psychonaut K is taking a 10mg dose. We procured an empty room with a large bed. He was using a small glass pipe, as we had been for most previous doses. I left him in the room for around 15 minutes before checking in on him. He was sorry to report that his trip was like his others, not particularly intense and somewhat uncomfortable. I decided, in that moment, that I needed to try this a second time. We concluded that a different smoking method was needed, so I borrowed a friend's 24-inch glass bong. I also changed into some comfortable clothes and gathered my sleep mask, closed-ear headphones and iPod. K measured out 18mg on his digital scale. We packed the bowl using some ash from previously smoked weed. I cued stars of the lid on the iPod, put the headphones on, and put the sleep mask on my forehead so I could easily flip it down over my eyes. K and my other friend W, whose room I was in, left me alone at my request. In the past months, as I began probing further into the psychedelic experience, I've been wondering how to prepare myself mentally for a spiritual trip. It has yet to become clear to me. Last night, as I sat on the bed, lighter in hand and bowl ready, I dismissed my lack of mental focus with my normal, "I'll be fine" rationale. I was totally wrong. I've heard the 5-MeO DMT come up compared to being shot out of a cannon. My first trip was like that, a nearly instantaneous and overwhelmingly intense wave of bizarre body feeling. This time, after I slowly worked the flame of the lighter above the bowl to vaporize the crystals, and then ripped it to burn everything else, I felt something quite different. I realized as I inhaled that I was getting a massive hit. My lungs burned as I tried to remember what to do. I could feel it coming. I set down the bong and lighter and reached to pull down the sleep mask as I lay back. But nothing could have ever prepared me for what was about to happen. After my first 5-MeO trip, I said that trying to prepare for the come-up is like trying to prepare to get hit by a bus. It doesn't matter what you do, you're going to be knocked on your ass. I didn't know how right I was. It hit me as I exhaled. I've no idea how much smoke came out of my lungs because I was in another dimension. The only thing I can compare this to is nitrous. I love nitrous. Love the intensity, the euphoria, the endless void of darkness and frequency the world becomes on it. If you know about the first few seconds after you exhale nitrous, the first 3 or so seconds of 5-MeO DMT were comparable. But unlike nitrous, the rapid acceleration of intensity did not stop. I wasn't shot out of a cannon. I was dropped out of an aeroplane. I fell into what I can best describe as pure intensity. There was no self, nothing to separate me from the sensation. It was overwhelming, unstoppable, uncontrollable, and after the first few moments, utterly horrifying. I could only tell time by varying levels in the amount of suffering I was enduring. I had no thought, no intention other than what was happening needed to stop. The fear grew and intensified just as the original feeling had. Have you ever been on a roller coaster, and right as you reached the peak before the giant drop, felt that terror and regret, that "I want off this ride now" sort of feeling? This was akin to that, but I felt it as much as a human being could possibly feel it. All I could feel was fear. I was essentially reduced to an animal in pain. I was operating on pure instinct within this void. I could not see, and I could not hear. I can't say how long it felt like I was falling. Things were too intense for me to grasp what was happening at all. I eventually came down enough to see. My vision was reduced to a very blurry, very simple haze of meaningless objects. It didn't make much difference at that point. I started to try to make sense of what was going on, and instead of the pure feeling I had before, I began to detect other, more specific feelings. I was being stretched and pulled through some kind of fractaline black hole, twisting and contorting into its shape. In a bout of sheer terror, I realized that my lower jaw was twisting in on itself, rolling up like a carpet into my skull. The rest of my body was following suit as well, legs through abdomen into a spiral. I was coherent enough at this point to think, nah, this is not happening to me, is it? I could still detect that my tongue was in my mouth, so I knew it wasn't flowing into my throat like I felt it was. If I had been slightly less conscious of the fact that I was on a drug and that I was hallucinating, I think I would have endured far greater horror at what was happening to me. But let me tell you, it was still torture. Things came down further. Both K and W were sitting on the edges of the bed attempting to speak to me perhaps. Compared to any mushroom or acid trip I had experienced, I was still tripping harder than I ever had in my life. Objects jerked into focus and back again, as if I was watching a flipbook comic book or low FPS film. My hands and head revolved along spiraled grooves of gravity, and I became far more clear-headed. Over the next 3 to 4 hours, I tried my best to calm down and consider my experience. I listened with shock as my friends told me actually what had happened. Shortly after I went into the room, they heard violent and terrified screaming. I was crying for help, screaming in agony for it to stop. I don't recall any of this in the slightest. They watched helplessly for 10 minutes as I convulsed and contorted on the bed, spasming, whimpering and eating food that wasn't there. At one point, a smile crossed my face. I couldn't see or hear them as they tried to help me. As I came down, it took some time for me to recognize them as human even. And then there's my friends. I tripped hard for 2 hours after this initial experience, and was still tripping intensely when I went to bed 4 hours later. I found my hands moving in spiral patterns, and could still feel the jolts of energy moving from arm to arm. As I type this now, I can still sense the bizarre, tactile effect that 5-MeO-DMT has. I dosed over 14 hours ago. I've heard that 5-MeO-DMT has polarizing effects. Some love it and some hate it. I can't say in my experience if this is true. My best explanation for what happened to me could be that my lack of mental and spiritual preparation, compounded with anxiety about a test the next day, resulted in an infinitely magnified feeling of pure panic and fear. I feel like I have to revisit the drug though. But I guess if the earlier statement is true, and some people are just affected negatively by the drug, I suppose I'm doomed to another traumatic episode. I feel this need to conquer it, a need to know what happened. I'm going to need help with the mental problems I have. I honestly do not know where to begin. I want people to be aware of what this drug is capable of. Read trip reports. There are people who have anxiety attacks every time they think of their 5-MeO-DMT trip. People who cannot touch psychedelics for months or even ever again without feeling that fear. Kay read James O'Rourke's Tryptamine Palace. The author spends the majority of the book singing the praises of 5-MeO-DMT, describing the positive spiritual effects of the drug. I mean, I don't doubt his story, but the impression he gives is that 5-MeO is a powerful and uplifting tryptamine overall, and I'm here to give an account of its dark side. I thought that as an experienced psychedelic user, I could honestly handle whatever had come my way. I was wrong. Please think heavily about the implications of using this drug, or any. Struggling with Demons, a Salvia Divinorum trip report by LYTMI, posted to EARBUDS.org, February 4th, 2003. This report was written by my father, 58 years old at the time. He had tried salvia in a concentrated liquid form. The lesson here, I think, is that using salvia really requires a sober sitter. I used the dropper and squeezed out 4 dropperfuls of the green liquid into my shot glass, then followed that with 5 droppers of hot water. The instructions said to use it immediately. I got comfortable on the bed, pillows just so, put on my earphones and turned on my shamanic drumming tape. I glanced at Gateway Affirmation from the Monroe Institute, which asked for help from any being equal or greater to my intelligence for my stated purpose, to explore other dimensions. I poured the shot glass with about 0.5 ounces of green liquid into my mouth under my tongue, and then laid back onto the pillow. I put a bandana over my eyes and got comfortable. I repeated the affirmation in my mind over and over again. The drumming was steady and deep. Then the drumming got deeper and wider and changed in its colour. My first reaction was fear, but I beat that back, saying to myself, I'm a warrior. I'm a warrior. I felt myself being drawn into a vortex of sorts, spinning slowly round and round. I tried to let go, but part of me fought to hold on to my reality. I don't have any memory of a connection with what happened next. I seemed to be in the bedroom. Everything was soft and melting, including me. Then, I was being drawn backwards, violently, through a hole in the universe into what I know was my death. I fought and kicked and thrashed about frantically, but it was a useless, puny effort. Then, nothingness. My next awareness was that I was floating in space in an immense blackness. Everything that had been me was being stripped away like pieces being snapped off of a cookie. It continued moving inwards towards the centre, towards the essence of me. I got smaller and smaller, and I was so utterly terrified. All that was left was a consciousness, an I with no thoughts, no past, nothing, just an awareness. Then I was propelled at a great speed out of a bright light that I knew was my world. I had the awareness that my world was small and inconsequential. I was floating in a vast infinity of tiny lights held in place by a visible force. I became aware that each of these endless lights were an infinity of our universe, each the same and not quite the same, but all connected. My next awareness was being only a consciousness in my proper place, in a living, slowly undulating fabric of such an immense size as to defy description, filled with other consciousnesses like me. It was vast, and it was alive. And it was also home. It was the true reality filled with love, warmth, acceptance, and joy. I had absolutely no memory of ever having lived, of ever having been me. I wanted to just be in that moment, to be here always. Then something happened to the consciousness that was me. I didn't belong. Something was wrong, terribly wrong in fact. I was aware of many voices calling to me, trying to help me, wanting me to stay. But a membrane was between me and this reality. I pushed and clawed. I seemed at this point to have hands because I can clearly see them pushing against the membrane. I was fighting to stay in, to stay where I belonged. The membrane became a vast dimensional wall stretching out in all directions, of which I was half in and half out. I did want to stay, I really did. I tried frantically to stay inside, but I was being pushed out. At one point I can clearly remember my head and shoulders inside, and the rest of me outside in another world. I could stick my head back and forth through this wall. I noticed that one side was full of love, sound, belonging. The other belonged to a much darker place, lonely without love or a sense of belonging entirely. I was pushed completely out. I lay there somewhere. I sensed I was a multifaceted being and I was simplifying down. I felt as though I crystallized down and down and down, ending up being filled with disappointment. Finally, I had been reduced down to just one being, a small and insignificant one. I began to have some awareness of her personality. I recognized my wife. She was looking directly at me from a few feet away. I was trying to speak, but my consciousness hadn't completely formed inside my body. "Pete, can you hear me? Are you alright?" My wife was saying something along these lines. Then, a man with red hair appeared in front of me. He asked me who the president was. My mind was unsteady and unfixed. I had a swirling of ideas and I voiced, "Jimmy," but I couldn't think of his last name. Then he asked me what month it was. I said October,
It seemed right. It was August. Then slowly my consciousness began to return. I was not in the bedroom, but now in the dining room. My shoulder hurt and my mouth was dry. There were people moving around the room. I recognised that there were firemen and a policewoman. I was back now. What a silly scene this was. These people were all concerned about me, but I felt very detached, a bit like watching a movie. The red-haired man said they had taken me to the hospital. My blood pressure was extremely high. I smiled and just said, "Sure thing." Then I was in an ambulance, then at the hospital. It was all just like a dream. My son and wife were there though. Gradually, I came back into this reality. I was cut and bruised. I'd broken my shoulder and was in considerable pain. I had trashed one side of our bedroom. There was broken furniture, turned stuff over, and I made quite a mess indeed. Then I had walked around the house. My wife found me staring vacant-eyed, tongue hanging out of my mouth, unable to respond. She thought I had had a stroke and called 911. But honestly, I have no memory of any of that. What a ride. One hell of a ride. I do wonder what it all meant, and why I was shown it in the first place. Postscript by the son of the writer. So, there was a trip to the hospital in an ambulance. Me in the ambulance with Dad, who was really quite sober by then, and my mother following in a car. He was admitted through ER, and since he had an elevated blood pressure, had showed signs of mental problems, saying that the president in the year 2000 was Jimmy, and was severely bruised and cut and in pain. He was dealt with quickly, blood pressure returned to normal, and there was no stroke. But he had broken his collarbone in the struggle. The moment the doctor and my mother were out of earshot, my father told me, "Wow, I cannot wait to try that again." He planned on trying a fraction of the beginning dose he took that landed him in the emergency room. One day, several months later, he did try a tiny dose, a fraction of his previous dose, and went on a walk in the woods. He told me that even at a fraction of the initial dose, he felt himself being aggressively pulled into the same place he'd travelled to during his initial experience, the one he described above. He had to struggle to stay in the reality of walking in the woods without being pulled away again. This second experience of his convinced him that salvia was not the tool he should be using for his spiritual pursuits, and he ended up giving the remainder of the bottle of concentrated liquid away to a friend of his. A Trip Through Hell. An Amanita Muscaria trip report by Atracitic, posted to EARBUDS.org, March 2nd, 2011. I'm writing this the day after my experience, so it's still very fresh in my mind. I'm going to give as much detail as humanly possible. For those who don't wish to read that much, the short version is never take Amanita Muscaria without a sitter, no matter how experienced you think you are. I had an entire Sunday with nothing to do, so I decided to finish off what was left of my Amanita Muscaria caps. This would be my 5th time taking Amanita. I thought I was prepared, and was proven very wrong. I had ordered Washington State grade A++ dried caps from a reputable online retailer a few months prior, and my first 2 experiences were with this. 2 medium caps for a nice buzz, lasting about 6 hours, 4 medium caps for a stronger high, lasting 10. They were quite pleasant, aside from the occasional muscle twitch with the stronger dose. So, I decided to try the Latvian grade A+ caps from the same seller. The Latvian caps were not nearly as potent as the Washingtons, and I was quite disappointed. 2 medium caps did nothing. 4 medium caps gave me a light buzz for about 2 hours. I decided that I would finish the Latvian caps and the Washington caps all at the same time. 4 small medium Latvians, and 4 small medium Washingtons. So I was expecting about the same high I experienced with the 4 medium Washington caps previously. I'd estimate that this was about half an ounce altogether, maybe 20 grams at most. Note that for all of my 5 experiences that I had, I ate similar food in similar quantities, a light lunch consisting mostly of grains like pasta and bread, and I did this about 30 minutes before consuming the caps. I experienced no nausea whatsoever, as some others have reported doing so. About 1 to 2 hours after consumption, the caps began to set in, as usual. Started with a feeling of my body getting lighter, then my vision started to be affected, and it was difficult to focus on details. The effects increased, as they had previously, for about 4 hours. At this point, my vision was clicking on and off, as if someone was flipping a light switch every second or so. I'd experienced this before with the stronger dose of Washingtons, but this time it was a bit more intense. It was difficult to focus on the TV, so I decided I'd have to take a nap until my vision returned. There wasn't much else I could do at that point, to be honest. As I stood up to go to bed, the effects suddenly became much more intense. Instead of a light switch flipping on and off every second, it had become a very rapid strobe. I could barely see where I was walking. Then, the effect changed. Now I was getting a still image smaller than what it should be, as if I was looking through binoculars backwards and it was rapidly zooming towards me. This repeated over and over again with the same image, because I was standing still staring off into space, and it increased in speed with each repetition. Then it felt like I was repeating the same moment over and over and over again, as if time had begun to repeat itself, rather than just the image zooming at me. It was by this point that I'd completely lost my mind. I came to the sudden realization that I was in hell. But hell was realizing that your entire life up until that point is nothing but a false memory, and that you will continue to experience that moment forever, and it would always be fresh. Nothing that I thought I did in life mattered, and it made no difference which choices I made, because ultimately, at some arbitrary and anticlimactic moment, I would realize I was in hell, and that I would repeat my life over again from the beginning without this knowledge I had suddenly acquired. Oh God. Oh my God, I'm in hell. I'm in hell, aren't I? I screamed out. I'm an atheist, so I don't believe in a God or hell or eternity. The horror faded briefly, but it was quickly replaced by something that, to me, was somehow more believable and even more terrifying. The next part is very difficult for me to describe without a diagram, but I will do my best. I felt like my consciousness floated out of myself, and looking down, I could see what I interpreted to be the universe. It was a vertical loop, like a roller coaster track, and I was above it observing the whole thing. It was segmented into pieces, with the largest at the bottom, and they got progressively smaller as they came to the top, then larger on the other side, until they met the bottom again. The very bottom point was my birth, and the largest segment was my life as I thought I'd experienced it up until now. Each segment was my life again, starting at my birth and ending with the moment I realized I was in hell. The size of each segment corresponded to the speed at which I lived it, such that as I came around the loop, my life sped up each time I experienced it until I reached the top. Then it began to slow down again with each lifetime. I had already repeated my life several times over, and now I was at the top where I could observe everything. The universe was nothing but my consciousness in this infinite loop. I was the only thing that truly existed right now, and I was doomed to live out a pointless imaginary life over and over again for all of eternity, peaking at a moment of truth, loneliness and sheer terror, then returning to ignorance to repeat the cycle again. I began screaming uncontrollably. It goes on like this forever. Fuck. It actually never stops, does it? It's actually going to go on forever. This was worse than any nightmare I'd ever had. I have no idea how long I continued to scream, but my throat was sore the next day. Well, as if that wasn't enough. For some reason I thought I could control what was happening in this moment as it repeated. I could make things better for myself, I felt, by choosing to repeat a happy moment over and over again, instead of realizing I was doomed for eternity. So I tried to imagine I was doing something fun, but it didn't work. It wasn't enough to imagine it. I had to actually do it. Since I believed nothing mattered now, and that the outcome would always be the same no matter what I did, I had no fear of death. I was sort of already dead. I had no concern for the well-being of others, they were just figments of my imagination. And on top of this, no cares about consequences. There is no such thing as prison or police in this state. So I tried to go outside in an attempt to change things. It took me a while to get the door of my apartment open, but eventually I did. Not before I got so frustrated that I threw a bookshelf across the room, however. I felt like I was in a dream now. The single moment was no longer repeating, but I still had no grasp of reality. I ran outside, down the stairs, and into the street. Luckily, the speed limit around my apartment complex is only 5 miles per hour, and there were lots of speed bumps, so I guess I was in no danger of being hit and killed. Cars were driving by me, and at least one of them honked. "It doesn't matter. Nothing matters," I was yelling at the drivers. I distinctly remember looking one woman straight in the eyes as she slowed down to drive past me. I yelled at her, and she had a look of fear and confusion on her face that I will never forget. I kept running, and for a second I actually thought I could fly. I leapt into the air, but quickly came back down. I decided that this was because I had not mastered the ability to alter the laws of physics yet, but that eventually I would be able to. I wandered around for quite some time, lost in the maze of apartment buildings and parking lots, but at some point I walked through a pond that was waist deep. I was talking loudly to myself, stumbling about, soaking wet, and yelling nonsense at the few people I saw. I distinctly remember having the urge to strangle someone just because I could, thinking that it wouldn't matter. Thankfully, I did not. I climbed on top of someone's car in the parking lot at some point, and while I was up there, I began to think, oh, maybe I'm not in hell. Maybe I should just go home. I eventually found my way back to my apartment and immediately called my friend. "Am I in hell?" I asked. "What are you on about?" "Am I in hell?" "Where are you?" "In my house. In hell." "What are you on, and how much did you take?" I don't know. All of it, I think. Whatever was left." "I'm coming over. I'll be there in a few minutes." I was fine from that point on. Talking to someone I knew was enough to bring me back to reality, thankfully. I calmed down and gradually returned to the normal again over the course of the next 4 hours or so. The core effects lasted about 12 hours, but I still feel like curling up into the fetal position when I remember the sound of my own screaming. Remembering all this right now, I'm surprised the police never showed up. I was extremely lucky that I was not arrested, killed, or seriously injured. I'm very glad I didn't hurt anyone else either, because I'd never be able to live with myself if I had. I really am not sure if I will ever take Amanita again, but at the very least, it will be in smaller doses and never without a sitter, just in case. Now, I truly know how dangerous it can be. Let me remind you once more. Never take Amanita muscaria without a sitter. Psychedelic Nightmare. An LSD, MDMA and cannabis trip report by Anonymous. Posted to earbud.org April 19th, 2019. I'm 18 years old, and I have experienced and taken many different kinds of substances in my life, and have had some wonderful experiences overall. I've smoked pot for a few years, taken all kinds of pills, mushrooms, ecstasy, nitrous oxide, snorted coke, and honestly, nothing could actually prepare me for the nightmare that I was about to experience on this night. I'd wanted to try acid for a long time. I'd heard all sorts of enlightening experiences from my friends. I'd heard stories about seeing crazy visions, colours, beautiful things, and so on. I figured I'd give it a try sometime or another, just to see what all the fuss was about. My parents decided to go away on a trip for 2 days, so they left me by myself to watch our pets. I called around and was finally able to find some acid the night before they were coming home. After waiting for hours, I got a call from my friend, I'll call him Jay, saying he was going to pick it up from the dealer for me. When he finally arrived, he and his friend, who I'll call D, came in with not only 3 hits of acid, but also some crushed powder ecstasy that came wrapped in a small bag. The acid came on 3 very small pieces of thin paper, with the faces of the band Gorillaz on them, and was also wrapped in aluminium foil for protection. I took my first hit of acid with Jay, and he took his 1 hit too around 1:30 in the morning. Jay wasn't very excited because he'd taken acid many times before and had told me it actually did nothing to him. After waiting around for a while, I started to notice things more, and the first thing I noticed was how detailed the carpet was. The designs seemed to go on forever, and the patterns became much sharper and more detailed than ever before. While Jay and D were talking, I lay down on my sofa and stared up at the ceiling fan. I noticed the strangest thing about it. These little diamonds appeared around the fan blades and began to almost melt onto the ceiling in a green liquid type form. I thought this was cool, extremely cool, but Jay and D didn't seem to care. After some time had passed, we went outside to smoke some pot that D had brought with him. I had a pretty good amount of it, and it was fairly good stuff, so I was fairly high when we were done, which didn't really seem to do anything to the acid effects at all. We decided to go upstairs and relax for a little while in the room where our computer is. We moved our small TV up to that room, put on some movies to help pass the time, and I took my second hit of acid around that time during one of the movies. I continued to wait around, but still did not notice anything different other than the lights on the ceiling and the patterns on the carpet from before in the living room. Feeling let down, Jay gave me the ecstasy powder and told me I'd enjoy that much more. I took the powder, which was very gross, and I just figured the acid was fake and we'd been ripped off. The dealer wasn't very trustworthy anyway, according to many people, so I figured we'd either gotten some very weak acid or it was completely fake. I waited some more time, and then began to feel the familiar effects of ecstasy kick in. By this time, Jay and D were bored and tired and decided to leave. Big mistake. I came upstairs after they left. By now it was close to 4 AM, and decided to just enjoy listening to music at full volume and roll on the ecstasy until it wore off, and I could potentially go to sleep. Then, it happened. The first thing I began to notice was that the mouse on the computer had trails on it. Some people call these tracers. And it was like the mouse was moving in slow motion. The next thing I remember was that I looked over down the upstairs hallway at the smoke detector and saw it melt right off the wall. I looked again, and it was there, as if nothing had happened at all. The acid was definitely real. And to be honest, I at the time was thrilled. I looked at the knobs on the computer speakers and they started to throb and pulse, like a heart beating almost. I looked over at some of the posters we have in the room near the computer. One of them was a picture of a street in Germany with a castle tower and vines growing in the corner of the picture. I remember seeing the vines crawling out of the picture towards me. The tower looked three-dimensional, as if I could reach out and grab it, and also the people in the picture began to walk but were standing still at the same time. I looked at the clouds in the sky of the picture, and a face formed in the cloud and smiled at me. I felt very strange all over at the same time. Part of me was enjoying how nice everything was to the touch, the computer chair, the desk, the pillow I was holding, etc. But there was this overall sense of weirdness. I looked over at another picture and saw similar effects. This time, it was a photo of a castle somewhere in Europe. The snow on the towers of the castle seemed to move and form around the towers as if it was snowing that very second. The lights on the inside of the castle seemed to brighten as well. I picked up an old poster my sister used to have on her wall that said, "Believe your dreams," and I most definitely was at that point, because the unicorn in the picture started moving, and the girly-looking rainbow started glowing along with the letters. I sat in that room for what felt like ages, when really it was only about 10 minutes. I played some of the weirdest techno and electronic music, which really enhanced my overall mood and caused me to imagine some bizarre things that made no sense. I really can't remember what they actually were. It was at least 5 AM by now, and at this point the sun was beginning to come up. I remember looking out the window and seeing the tree by the window changing as if it was rapidly aging. It looked very animated, as if it was in a cartoon. It started to wilt and melt as if it was liquid, and very fragile at the same time. I even noticed that the lines on the leaves were much sharper and drawn out. So this was about the time the bad stuff really started happening. I went into the bathroom and looked at myself in the mirror. I completely flipped out at this point, because I noticed that my skin seemed to be changing colours somehow, and I saw another image of myself standing right behind me. My eyes were so dilated that they looked completely black, and I even looked like I was vibrating. This scared me, so I decided to lie down and listen to some more music. This didn't help, and only managed to scare me even worse. I called Jay on the phone and told him to wake up, asking him for help. I talked to him for what seemed like hours about stupid things that made no sense at all. He tried to calm me down and sounded pretty pissed off that I'd woke him up. I calmed down a little bit, but I was still freaking out at everything in my room. All my posters were changing and coming to life. The people in one of them started moving and shaking their heads at me. In another one of them, the faces started changing colours and shades. The last one was a drawing of London at night, and I noticed that the hands on Big Ben seemed to be moving. This may not sound that bad, but I remember my parents were coming home not too long from then, and I could not fall asleep no matter how hard I tried. I even took a hot shower, but was so numb from the ecstasy that I couldn't even feel the warmth of the water in my body. It was very unpleasant despite what many people had said about taking showers while rolling. The dealer's friend said the acid only lasted 6 hours at the longest. Everybody who had taken that before had only had 6-hour trips, so I was freaking out already because I noticed it was at least 9 AM, and my parents would be home soon. By this point, I was tripping very, very hard. I became extremely scared and started hearing scary vibrations and echoes throughout my house. Every time I moved my hands, I had a series of trails and traces following it. I decided to call the dealer's friend on the phone, and after much confusion in finding his number and trying extremely hard to dial it, I managed to somehow. We talked for a while, and he sounded alarmed that I was all by myself. He tried to calm me down, and after a while of talking to him, I was finally able to calm down again. We got off the phone, and then of course things started to get worse. By now I was desperately thirsty and was drinking lots of water and sweating like crazy in fear. I don't even know what I was so scared of. I was just extremely terrified. Maybe it was the sounds in my house, or that my hands and arms were vibrating every time I looked down at them. My arm hairs started to grow and wrap around my arms. I tried calling several of my friends, but nobody answered. I finally called some of my old friends who lived far away who had just helped one of their friends out of a bad acid trip and told them what was happening and what I'd taken. By now I was screaming for help. I was in tears because I was so scared. I even thought I was dying. I felt like my whole body was shutting down. I went into spells of feeling extremely cold, then extremely hot. My friend talked to me for a while, and she helped calm me down somehow. By now though, I was very, very scared. My heart was beating so fast, it sounded like a machine gun in my ears. I was shaking all over, wrapped up in blankets, crying. I felt so pathetic and so helpless in that state, and most of all, terrified. I've truly never been so scared in my entire life, and honestly thought it was the end. She kept telling me that I was going to be alright, and I was just imagining it. But I wasn't imagining the physical things like the horrible, horrible pains in my stomach and the terrible pain in my back. I felt sick to my stomach and wanted to throw up so bad, but could not. I knew I had too much. I could feel it in my body. The ecstasy and acid combined was way too much for my body to handle right now. I even prayed to God in that moment. I said a long, long prayer, asking him for help and forgiveness for what I'd done. I did not want to die. Not like this. I remember looking at the time, continuing to freak out because only a minute or two had passed, when it actually seemed like hours had gone by. Things progressively got even worse now. I looked up at another poster of mine of the computer game Doom 3, and the demon in the picture turned into some kind of spider, crawling out of the picture, lashing his jaws at me. I was petrified, and my friend and her dad were trying so hard to help calm me down, but it really was of no use. So, as if things couldn't get any worse, my parents walked in the door downstairs. I started yelling at them for help. My mum started freaking out, hung the phone up on my friend and her dad, and began to call 911. My dad yelled at her for doing it, and then yelled at me for being so stupid. I was hysterically crying, begging them not to call the cops and have me arrested. I really did know, that I needed to get to hospital or I was going to die. I was so thirsty, I felt like I was in the desert, because my mouth felt as dry as sandpaper. My heart was beating so fast, it felt like it was about to jump out of my chest, and it was so bright outside I couldn't even keep my eyes open. My parents drove me to the ER, and all I remember is begging them to forgive me and that I would never do drugs ever again if I survived this. A few times during the ride, I felt my chest tighten up and thought I was having a heart attack, but thankfully it stopped. The next few hours I spent in the ER, I don't remember anything of what happened, except everything was just extremely blurry and there were lots of noises all around me and people running around frantically. When I came to, I was still hallucinating but felt a lot better. The one thing that did still scare me was my mum's face, because every time I tried to look at her, her whole face would begin to melt and her facial expressions would twist into awful, ogre-like impressions. I also remember looking at some of the charts in the ER room, watching them change and become animated, seeing bugs crawling all over the ceiling that my mum told me weren't really there. Finally, we left, and I felt so very, very ashamed. I was also freaked out at how the lines on the road seemed to blend together and that every car had trails following it down the road. I was still scared in that moment, but at least I hadn't died. The doctors in the ER told me I was severely dehydrated. After all this, I can honestly say that I'll never again do any drugs. Acid changed my life. I'm very thankful that I survived that nightmare. A tale of nudity, arrest, and insanity. A Datura trip report by Crystalline Sheen, posted to EARBUDS.org September 24th, 2002. So, here's a life-changing experience for you all. I was just rereading the stories in the Datura Vault, and I decided that my experience would be one that folks would like to read. Let's go back a ways, to August 22nd, 1998. A date that will live in infamy for me. At the time, I had just finished my first year in college and had been working with relatives in Mississippi that summer to save money and go out to work as a roofer in New Mexico with a college buddy. My father thought I was wasting my time, dropping out of college to go and roam about the country. But to be honest, I was ready to get out of my home state of Louisiana and finally take to the road. The road led to Dallas, Texas, where my buddy, we'll call him Lucifer, was staying with another friend, let's call her E, for a time. The plan was for me to leave Mississippi, go home to Louisiana, and storm out to Dallas. To be free from the clutches of home for the first time in my life. The day I left Louisiana for Texas, I felt a tremendous surge of freedom, almost orgasmic in its implications. I felt like I'd been released from a kind of prison, and was ready to hit Dallas and party for a week before heading on to New Mexico with my friend Lucifer. So here, the stage is set. I arrive in the sprawling metropolis and experience the debilitating effects of the worst heat wave in the city in years. Temps were up over 110 with the heat index. It was god-awfully hot. I make my way through the scramble to E's apartment. She shared this with her mother, who was a cool hippie type. and there I reunited with my good friends. We chill, we get stoned, and catch up on each other's summer adventures up to that point. Eventually, we feel like going out. So, Lucifer, he goes off to visit a girlfriend, and E and I go to a boyfriend's apartment complex to go swimming in the pool. I put on my shorts and place my wallet and keys into my luggage, an action I was very glad I did later on, and we went off to take a nice cool dip. We arrive, I meet E's boyfriend for the first time, and we splash around for a while. As it starts to get dark, an impromptu party erupts around the pool. A keg gets brought out, and everyone proceeds to get really messed up, Texas style. The complex seemed to house many college-aged party kids, so there was just partiers coming out of the woodwork. All different kinds of folks, from ghetto gangsters to rave kids to cowboys crowded around, having a mellow time. But this benevolent vibe did not last for very long. A couple of people pull knives and I hear someone say, "He's got a gun!" So everyone just immediately scatters. We all run into E's boyfriend's apartment to escape the carnage. Inside, everyone chills out, and soon the bong's going round and the beer is flowing again. I check out the motley collection of people around me. I didn't know a soul, but everyone seemed to be fairly cool and ready to seriously get down. I had no idea that one of the party attendees was about to unveil something for which there is no words, no explanations, just a magic plant that takes you to the edge of death and pushes you right over. That's right, kids. Enter Jimson weed onto the stage. Now, I was familiar with Jimson weed, having read Carlos Castaneda's experiences with this plant ally, but I had no idea what actually awaited me. This guy pulls out a gallon-sized Ziploc baggie, about halfway filled with some kind of seed. This, everyone, is Jimson weed, and it'll make you trip for like 2 days, usually. I often charge $40 for a dose, indicating that a handful was a dose, but I'll dose anyone who wants it right now for free. Good God. When someone starts handing out drugs, I'm usually first in line. But the earlier violence outside, and the fact that I knew no one there kept me from swallowing the seeds that the dealer had handed to me. I decided to wait for my friend Lucifer to return from his girl's house to see if he wanted to trip on this stuff as well. A couple of other fellows immediately swallowed the handfuls. In retrospect, after reading hundreds of trip reports on this substance, this guy's recommended dose was way too much. I don't even think calling this a heroic dose is doing it justice. I sit and watch to see what the seeds will do to these guys. Then, after about 10 minutes, I'm like, ugh, fuck it then, and down the seeds with a swig of beer. 5 minutes later, I know I'm fucked. One of the guys starts to stare at the wall, unblinking, unresponsive. His behaviour is weird because earlier he had been very lively, but now he was just catatonic. I mean, this guy was truly out of it. People started to get worried. When the guy suddenly comes to, he leaps up and dashes out the door. Later on, the guy said that he realised he was in for the trip of his life, so he just went to his apartment, locked himself inside, and spent the next 2 days destroying his place and locked into the worst form of insanity. The other guy stood up like the other dude, but started to run into walls as hard as he could. Everyone tried to restrain him, but it was like he was on PCP or something. Oh, shit. I'm about to become very fucking deranged. It was a horrible feeling. And a few minutes later, I started to get the worst stomach cramps of my entire life. My body told me, oh, you've just poisoned yourself badly, and you might not make it, you know. I got very scared and ran into the bathroom where my stomach proceeded to turn itself inside out. I think this action probably saved my life. After I was finished, I had this feeling like I drank a couple of cases of beer and my legs were so wobbly I could hardly walk. Every muscle in my body felt flabby and loose. I returned to the living room where I felt concern from people. "Are you alright?" he was repeatedly asking me. I tried to tell her I wasn't, but my tongue would not work properly at all. At about this time, I started to feel like there were insects crawling around under my skin, an extremely uncomfortable sensation. It was so bad that I began to claw at my flesh in order to rip them out. The last thing I remembered was leaping up off the couch, running out the door, and then blackness. I don't know what happened. It was like being in a dream. Entities swirled around me. I had the vague sensation of being around people, but my memories of this time are kind of like recalling a hazy dream. Nothing was substantial. Finally, I woke up. It was morning and I was in an apartment, lying on the floor, curled up in a fetal position, naked. How had I arrived at this particular point in space and time? Well, it was all just a mystery to me. My eyes were as dry as a desert, and my contacts were sticking to my eyelids, making everything look really fuzzy. The odd thing was, it was like I had woken up into a dream. But I was aware that the dream was consensus reality, but a dream nonetheless. I felt incredibly happy though, and full of elation. Suddenly, I was aware of human presences entering the room. Intrigued, I studied them to become aware of their intent. One of the people seemed to be an average middle-aged man, but to my surprise, the other two were wearing uniforms and were armed. Why, it's the police, I thought. But why are they here? What is actually going on? The police came over to me and started asking me questions. I couldn't tell if they were real or not, but I jabbered my jaws in a manner resembling speech, and they seemed satisfied with my answers. One of the officers gets a bedsheet from somewhere, wraps it round me, toga style. I thought I'd changed into someone from ancient Greece, and couldn't figure out why my hands were being cuffed. Surely the Greeks need their hands free. I was led out into the bright sunshine when I realised just how thirsty and sensitive to light my eyes truly were. But to be honest, I was just having the greatest time getting arrested. It was like I was aware of this happening to me, but I was so far away. I was like, it's a dream. I'll wake up back in my bed in Louisiana in no time. So I went along with the officers to see where they would take me. Along the way, I tried to make jolly conversation from the back seat, realising that I'm being arrested. So, tell me gentlemen, what exactly am I being arrested for? They wouldn't respond. Oh well, I thought, and continued my conversation with the other people in the back seat with me. It was weird. I was talking to this guy in the back seat and he promptly disappeared, but I really wasn't disturbed by this. The cops continued to ply me with questions like, which day is this? Do you know what the year is? Do you know who the president is? And other such inanities. I answered all of them with gusto and personality because I wanted them to like me. So what drugs do you like to do then? In response to their question, I responded, well, I just got really drunk at the kegger last night, officer, and I just don't know what happened after that. Now that I look back on that, I'm glad I instinctively knew not to admit the fact that I was blasted on Jimson weed, thereby saving me 3 days in the psycho ward. We pull into the giant structure located in the heart of Dallas, which is the Dallas County Jail. I was led into the heart of processing, and I was convinced that I was in an airport for some reason, with all of the hubbub around me. My toga kept falling off, revealing my nakedness to hundreds of people, but I was so far out there, I didn't even notice until cops kept putting my sheet back on. After the volley of fingerprinting and paperwork, I was led into a single cell and given an orange jumpsuit to wear. Man, getting locked into a cell while mad on Jimson weed is really something to behold. I immediately realised my situation and got serious in a dissociated sort of way. It was the first time I had ever been in jail, but the emotional impact of this was lost on me, as I was totally oblivious to everything. It was like the feeling you get when you wake up out of a deep sleep. You know, that out of it feeling? It was like that, except about 100 times stronger. I tried to get my faculties in order, but I was just tripping so very hard still. I honestly couldn't do anything but wait. I think I was put in my cell about 8 in the morning, and stayed in there until about 10 o'clock at night. It was like I turned on my survival mode, and even ate the shitty prison food because I knew I needed to keep up my strength somehow. As the day wore on, I started to come back to reality, and I started to worry about exactly what I had done to get here. Had I killed somebody? Even attacked someone? I had no idea of the seriousness of the transgression that had landed me here, and no one would tell me anything. Finally, at long last, a jailer came and let me out, handcuffing me to a group of about 10 other people. Okay people, it's time to go see the judge. Alright, I thought. Now I get to find out what I'd actually done. After arriving in the courtroom, the judge scrolled down the list, and finally, when she got to my name, I feared the worst. The charge. Disorderly conduct. Doesn't sound so serious, I thought. I was actually elated in a way. The next thing I know, I'm going through another set of corridors to stand in another line. The friendly jailer keeps us all there, joking about what we were all going to do when we got out. I bet you all go and get drunk, won't you? He grinned, looking at me. What in the hell did you do? I don't know, but I got seriously wasted last night and got into some shit. Everyone laughed, as obviously I was on very powerful drugs and probably looked like shit. The jailer gives me some street clothes and shoes. I'd been wandering around the jail all day shoeless as well. And miraculously, after this, lets us go. I was elated, until I realised I had no money, and had no idea where I was, and was still tripping very fucking hard. In jail, I'd been surrounded by a lot of people, and I kept feeling like they were all still around me. I was at a loss of what to do, so I just sat out walking. Spirits kept revolving around me, kind of like the way electrons surround an atom. As I walked, my trip seemed to grow in intensity. I recall myself just having great conversations with all of my friends, and then just realising, oh wait, they're not actually here. And then, I'd see another one of my friends walking beside me and renewing the conversation. I even remember seeing Lucifer, running up to him to tell him about my experience so far. Hey man, you should have actually kept me for those cops. Like, what the fuck were you even thinking, dude? And he'd just smile and disappear. Eventually, I found myself rapidly walking out of town in some weird area. The kind of place I'd normally be paranoid driving through at night sober, not to mention on foot, out of my head on Jimson weed. Amazingly though, I actually felt no fear, as the spirits surrounding me revealed themselves to be my guardian angels. They were spirits of my ancestors, and of people I had never met. I somehow knew they were going to help me survive this experience, and keep me from harm. I decided to walk back into the city, and a new problem manifested itself. As I stated previously, Dallas was in the middle of a heat wave, and I was desperately hot and thirsty. Earlier that summer, I had suffered heat exhaustion, and I felt my body slipping back into that state. My survival instinct kicked in, and I managed to keep myself hydrated by drinking out of water sprinklers and gutters. I knew if I didn't keep myself hydrated that I would die. I imagined that a lot of the thirst was directly caused by the Jimson weed. Man, that stuff just sucks it all out of you. I finally reached a point after walking around the city for several hours that my body needed rest, so I found a spot under an overpass with a spectacular view of the city. I went to sleep and woke up at dawn. Immediately upon waking, I resumed my walking. My delirium seemed to be increasing as the day progressed and the temperature climbed. It seemed like I just couldn't keep enough fluids in me, and I was slowly dying. Suddenly, I had a flash of memory. I remembered the name of the street that E's apartment was on. Encouraged by this recall, I asked everyone I ran into until I was pointed in the right direction. "Oh, it's about 6 miles that way," said some denizen of the city. Great, another 6 miles in this heat, along the side of one of the main expressways in the city. It was like the Bataan Death March to me. I knew that I was in a struggle for my life and there was no more water to be found. I knew I was getting very close, but the heat exhaustion just claimed me, and I knew my situation was finally getting to a critical point. I called on my guardian spirits to help me, but they were nowhere to be found. Out of the blue, I hear a cry. "Hey, come over here, I've got some water. You really don't look so good." I looked to where the voice was coming from, and I spied a city work crew. A black man was waving me over to the water cooler. At first, I thought these were imaginary people like all of the rest, but then took a swig of water and realised that the spirits had saved me once again. I looked at the man, and I realised that his spirit was one of the ones that had accompanied me since I'd gotten out of jail. He was like a redeeming angel. I gushed thanks to him, and asked him if I was close to the street I was looking for. "Yeah, it's right over there, about a couple of blocks up." Eureka! I was going to survive this after all. I staggered the rest of the way to the street, and then follow it to the apartment building where E lived. I went to a door, knocked, and Lucifer opens the door and totally flips out on me. But we were very glad to see one another, as they all thought I was dead. I don't remember anything except falling out on the floor in a dead faint after this, aware that I had made it out of the most trying event of my whole life. The aftermath. It took me about 4 days to get back to normal. I had to use a cane to walk for about a week after, as my body had been smashed like I'd been in a motorcycle accident. Evidently, I had fallen repeatedly during my blackout phase. I pieced together what had happened to me with the help of people who had been at the party. It seems I had jumped out of the apartment, took off all my clothes, and spent the rest of the evening jumping in and out of the pool, accounting for all of the abrasions and lacerations suffered from banging into concrete repeatedly. What got the cops called, though, was that I started to go up to people's apartments, stark naked of course, and saying, "I am the Terminator," then laughing gleefully and just running away. So, I guess I didn't do anything too bad. The worst thing that came out of the entire ordeal was that E's boyfriend got kicked out of his apartment because of my behaviour. Turns out, the guy who had been with the cops when I came to was the apartment manager, and that my arrest was enough to get E's boyfriend and roommates kicked out for good. Pretty weak reasoning, but shit happens, I guess. Surprisingly, the boyfriend and roommates weren't really mad at me, saying, it could have happened to any one of us, dude. I was decent and helped them move the shit out. All the while I was doing this, I had all of these people who lived in the complex making comments like, "Fucked up, weren't you?" and "Nice ass," and just shit sort of like that, I guess. Hey, I would have laughed at me too if I were them. Now, let me just say, I will never, ever do Jimson weed again. But in a twisted sort of sense, I'm glad for the experience. If any of you, for some godforsaken reason, decide to do this, be out somewhere far away from civilization with plenty of good trip-sitters, and prepare to have one foot in the land of the dead and one in the land of the living for about 3 days. This experience changed me as much as my first acid trip did. But this plant will make you realise what death is all about. It was said that Jim Morrison, known for his seemingly superhuman ability to consume substances without any ill effect, was permanently changed by this weed, as was I. Be careful, everyone, and stay away from this stuff, because it truly is a trip into death. Love and light. Unfathomable Intensity, a DMT, cannabis and alcohol trip report, posted by Embrace It Now to EARBUDS.org, February 7th, 2021. I've had many really intense experiences of consciousness in this lifetime, both with and without drugs. Probably the most interesting of these are the 100 or so out-of-body experiences which I've encountered. That is, experiences where one loses awareness of the body, yet conscious awareness persists. Many years ago, after a number of such experiences induced primarily with entheogens, such as DMT and ayahuasca, I became motivated to pursue out-of-body experiences induced from a sober state. After about a year of concentrated research and practice, I became able to do them regularly. I became able to consciously disconnect awareness from a body from a sober state, and yet continue to move without a physical body. To think, to be. Out-of-body experiences induced from a sober state tend, for me, to be commonly rooted in what we know as normal reality. I still see things in my environment, like my room or my house. I still maintain my sense of self and ability to think. Yet I'm also able to do things like fly, teleport and move through walls. I no longer have a body, only a roving consciousness. Conversely, chemically assisted out-of-body experiences have largely taken place on other mental planes. Such experiences can vary dramatically from one to the next, but generally my consciousness is propelled somewhere completely different. I maintain my ability to think and remember who I am, but have no sense of familiarity with my environment. In some cases, these environments are akin to normal waking reality, just in different and unusual places such as an unknown factory or a strange theatre. Most times though, these experiences occur in worlds that are completely foreign to me. Endless fields of morphing, geometric shapes give way to alien worlds that sometimes contain highly intelligent, conscious entities. The most intense of these experiences resulted in what we call an ego death. No more sense of self, or even an ability to remember. Sometimes I've pursued these experiences for purely spiritual and/or therapeutic purposes, but other times were less noble, more recreational, intoxicating. All of these experiences, however, share some common characteristics. They are incredibly vivid, oftentimes feeling much more real than reality itself. They nearly always begin the same way, with a massive energy surge in my chest. The energy expands and accelerates until it explodes out of my head and devours my entire body. Personally, I attribute this to the chakras, energy centers in the body. They burst open and flood me with pure, unbridled energy. It feels incredibly pleasant. It feels like warmth, love, conscious, intelligent, vibrating energy. Entheogens such as mescaline, psilocybin, LSD, and to some degree even MDMA have also facilitated for me these same feelings. Though, I must say, I've never lost awareness of my body while interacting with only one of them. This brief background is meant to only provide context for the experience described below, one whose sheer intensity far exceeded anything in my conscious memory before or since. What follows is by far the most powerful, bizarre, ineffable, and significant experience of my entire life. I'd gone out drinking after work for a co-worker's last day. I'd perhaps had 9 drinks and was most certainly feeling it. Afterwards, I came home and was hanging out with 2 friends. We continued drinking, started smoking bowls, and did a few lines. We began passing around the DMT pipe. After a few rotations around the circle over the course of an hour or so, I loaded a particularly large bowl of DMT, one of my largest ever. Friend number 1 smoked first, but only put a minor dent in the huge bowl. As I proceeded to take my hit and sit down the pipe, I remember friend 1 saying that he wished he could take hits so massive as I just did, indicating that my hit was exceptionally large, which I'm certain it truly was. I use a freebase pipe which facilitates incredibly dense hits. My usual routine is to hold the flame under the bowl for a few seconds until it erupts in smoke. I then take a massive rip, then carefully and quickly place the pipe down beside me before laying back on the bed and closing my eyes. After that, I simply let go and open myself as completely as possible, the ability to do so being the result of much experience. As memory serves, I had a typical yet incredibly powerful DMT trip. As per usual in these very powerful experiences, letting go is utterly essential, absolutely required. Letting go of everything, I mean. Accepting death, truly no fear. The only alternative to this really is to panic, as you struggle, often in vain, to resist the coming experience. For me personally, one of the less desirable aspects of this ultimate letting go is the frequent requirement to let go even of the ability to remember. The conscious intensity of these experiences is inherently ineffable. Such was the case in this instance as well. I quickly find myself becoming immersed in 360-degree morphing geometric fractals, which give way to indescribably alien environments which, to be honest, are something totally different than what I've experienced before and am able to fully comprehend. I lost awareness of my body for a few minutes, and then returned with virtually no memory of the bulk of the experience, only fleeting memories as if from a strange dream, and lingering feelings of an oddly pleasant, mysteriously familiar energy. Typical. I don't mean to downplay the significance of these types of experiences, but compared to what followed, it just doesn't feel noteworthy. Some time later, minutes I think, I was sitting on the bed, listening to music, talking about something or other. I'd not taken another hit, not done anything. Suddenly, out of nowhere, an overwhelming energy, all of the sudden, no choice. It felt like the G-force of taking off in a rocket ship at the speed of light, literally blasting off into orbit. It happened so suddenly, out of nowhere, and came on immediately, with such utter intensity. Not a moment's warning, no question, not even any time to react. It's as if someone just pops into existence in front of you, out of thin air, and unfeelingly, matter-of-factly, without any warning, states, "Well, now this is happening." In an instant, you are swirling down an impossibly powerful whirlpool, drowning in an ocean of incomprehensible immensity. Crushing pressure raining down from all directions, sound rapidly gaining loudness, light rapidly becoming brighter and brighter and brighter, paralleled by a loud ringing which drowns out anything I dared to think I might know. This same energy had been felt so many times before during meditation and drug usage, but this time was multiplied by 1,000,000. This is far beyond anything I've ever known. I'm momentarily overcome with fear and found my adrenaline surging. My friends recognized it. It was something totally unexpected, totally unforeseen. For a moment, I resisted in a desperate attempt to communicate with those around me. I believed that they perceived what was happening to me and were as freaked out as I was. They somehow recognized the intensity of it but didn't know what to do. And, to be honest, neither did I. I desperately tried to reach out to them, but all I could get out were millisecond-long syllables of during fleeting periods of some semblance of self. I have a vague memory of friend number 2 repeating to me, "Yo, are you good?" I tried hard to say, "No." Words were impossible. I could not possibly resist this thing. I had no comprehension of what this completely alien, insanely intense thing that was currently happening, and I'd done massive amounts of DMT literally hundreds of times, but nothing ever like this has ever happened. I fought and fought for as long as I could, which couldn't have been more than a couple of seconds. I knew I had to let go of everything, of my sense of self, and fearlessly just embrace it. I had to trust it with everything, whatever it was. This mysterious thing that was happening to me was something incredibly powerful, incredibly meaningful, and something so profound that it would fundamentally alter the way humanity viewed reality. My only option was to embrace it. There was nothing else. I just need to relax and completely give in to this unknown destroyer of worlds. Accept this and know that there is no coming back. There is no way that could ever be possible. I remember red and white Mayan-type patterns fractaling and expanding, overtaking my entire awareness. I had no control. Before I knew it, I was non-existent. I recall opening myself, my chest, my jaw, to this unlimited, amazing energy. My head flooded open. Awareness of the body faded as any sense of me exploded into nothingness. Reality melted away, and all that was left was an extraordinary vivacity. There was no longer distinction between my mind and the external world, no longer any sense of self, just an indescribably vibrant, pulsating, overpowering intensity of being. This unfathomably powerful, conscious, intelligent, alien thing had completely overwhelmed me, or the idea of me. The intensity came in quick waves several times per second. For a short time, I regained brief moments of some kind of awareness. Who am I, and what the fuck is actually happening? My movements were jerky, coinciding with the energy pulses. My eyes were wide open, my mind truly blown. All sense of who I was, or what this world was, or anything, everything, was gone. I have accepted my death now. There's no going back after this. I understand this on a very deep level, that there's just no way. But what the fuck is this thing? Why here, why now, and why me? What is this? What does it mean? Now, there is no ability to even think. No knowledge of who or what I am. No questioning, what actually is this? It was all just gone. Completely, utterly gone. Nothing but intense pulsing energy. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god, this is actually beyond death, isn't it? Beyond the death experience. And I still believe that even now, 100%. This is something completely different. The energy was overwhelming, so intense, so real. In this reality, everything which had happened in my life was insignificant, a farce, a meaningless dream from which I had now awoken. Everything I'd ever known was all leading up to this specific moment, this one intense instant. There's never been anything more real. Nothing before that moment honestly mattered and never would mattered. No thoughts of the past. I mean, what past? It was so insignificant, all just preparation for this moment. In this infinite moment, I really experienced the love, pure consciousness, which overcame quickly any perception of reality. Overwhelming love, pulsating, electric, intelligent, paralyzing, strangely alien love. It seemed to last a lifetime. The next hour or so after this was a complete blur. The memory largely eludes me even till now. My friends have been too freaked out to ever talk much about what happened, despite my repeated and persistent attempts. They did say that I was in a trance, somewhere else. I apparently spoke to them at times, speaking words they didn't understand. I danced, and apparently even pissed myself, though it was dry before I could realise it. Mostly though, during the experience, apparently I just lay on my bed, wriggling around, arching my back, moving my head in circles, as this intensely powerful, intensely pleasurable energy coursed through my body. The words, "embrace it," repeated over and over again, as I guided the energy around my body, and felt amazingly fulfilled, unfathomably orgasmic. Embrace it, feel it, love it. Sometime less than an hour later, I first began to regain some sense of self. The first thing I remember clearly is friend number 2 trying to hand me a glass of water. I stared at him blankly, not understanding what was happening at all. I realised that I had just said, no. But it wasn't me. But just like that, I was back. So happy to be back, in fact. But things were not the same. Imaginary, fake, somehow alien. Something is different, even now. The very first thing I did was call for my dog to come to me, which he did. At the time, this action was steeped in meaning. When coming back to life, the first thing, the most important thing, was love itself. Manifesting that love for my dog, and him manifesting it back. I hugged him, kissed him, as I smiled with pure bliss. It was all about love, and I felt that this moment would be remembered and talked about for centuries to come. I felt a sense of guilt for putting my friends through all that, but not that I had any choice. I tried my best to apologise and to somehow explain the experience which I'd just been through. They didn't understand, but how could they? I'd been in their shoes, on the other side of this situation, and know well the feelings of powerlessness, distress, and responsibility. Several times in my past, I'd had close friends lose all grasp on reality for extended periods, both with and without drugs. In most cases, these states last hours, though I have seen them last months or even lifetimes. Still, I do not believe that any of them ever encountered anything quite like this. It's hard for me to believe that. Hard for me to believe that anyone else could possibly survive something like this and ever come back and ever be normal again. But then again, I did. Or seemed to have. In the weeks and months since the event, experiences in my daily life have sparked memories of what happened. I see or hear something, and like from a dream, it triggers a memory from this experience which causes me to feel and re-experience it with brilliant lucidity. Even just reading this document really takes me back. I have jotted down fragmented memories and feelings over time, finally compiling them into this cohesive narrative. I've had many so-called crazy experiences in this lifetime. I've communicated with alien entities, visited alternate realities so incredibly divergent from our own, and experienced colours and feelings exponentially more real than what most others will ever know, and experienced technology and worlds far beyond my feeble understanding. On top of this, I've even levitated my consciousness out of my body, flown through the ceiling, viewed my house and my city with a full awareness detached from my body. But this... my God, nothing like this. No other experience has shown me how little we truly understand about consciousness and reality such as this one. Reality now is a mere shadow, a discarded and forgotten dream compared to what I'd experienced. I've not actually touched DMT in the 9 months since this experience, and frankly I'm scared as hell of ever touching it again. Even seemingly innocuous experiences like getting a vaccination have resulted in fairly intense mini flashbacks of this very experience. I now believe my psyche is fundamentally changed. How do I honestly integrate this experience into my life? How do I make any kind of sense out of what just happened? How do I know that it's actually even over? To be honest, this question lingers in my mind to this very day.
The End of All Existence, a Salvia Divinorum trip report by Yikes, posted to EARBUDS.org December 23rd, 2012. The reason I am submitting this experience is that I want more people to be aware of the potential magnitude of Salvia Divinorum. It has been over 6 months since this happened, but this was the most unexpected and chaotic thing that has ever happened to me. I'll do a brief overview so the reader can understand what kind of set I had for the trip, but for those of you that just want to read about it, I smoked half a gram of 40x salvia out of a bubbler in pitch dark. I did this by myself, lying in my bed with my eyes closed. At the time of the trip, I had just gotten back from a year-long stint in a lockdown residential treatment centre in Utah. My parents sent me there for smoking pot all throughout my freshman year of high school. My only previous experience of hallucinogens was right before I was sent away. I took 1.5 grams of OK mushrooms, and while looking back I wouldn't call it a strong trip now. At the time, it was one of the best days of my life in terms of revelations, epiphanies, etc. Anyways, a year later, I returned home hoping to repeat my psilocybin experience. I took the subway to my local head shop and bought 1 gram of 40x salvia. I waited until 1 in the morning before I brought my stash from under my bed. In my house, the attic was converted into 2 bedrooms, so I'm a floor above my parents, so smell from the smoke is not an issue. As I looked at the bowl, I encouraged myself, well, it's been a year since the mushrooms. You've changed as a person and matured since then, all accomplished while sober. It's alright to trip balls now. Packed 0.5 gram of salvia into my bubbler with a screen to protect it from falling into the water. My plan was to take the hit, lie down, close my eyes, and turn on my iPod when I started to trip. It was completely dark in my room, and I had to use my phone for light as I packed the bowl. When it was all ready, I tried to get myself into a mind state that helped me personally have a good mushroom experience. I thought briefly about my entire life and how I could make room for change in the ways I handled situations and conducted myself. I put my lighter to the bowl and inhaled. Even though I took in quite a large hit, the bubbler made sure the smoke was not harsh. With the smoke still in my lungs, I put the bubbler underneath my couch along with all my other materials. The couch is right next to the bed, so I accomplished this while lying down. When that was done, I laid the back of my head on the pillow and concentrated on just holding the smoke in. During my stay in Utah, I became interested in Buddhism, meditation, and all that, so I decided to close my eyes in hopes of having a more spiritual or mystical experience. After about 20 seconds, I started to feel extremely lightheaded, kind of like after I stand up suddenly after reclining for extended periods of time. With my eyes still closed, I began to exhale. It is hard to describe how I arrived at my destination. All I can remember is that the reality that I had previously known had ceased to exist. I was face to face with what looked like an entity composed of hundreds of my faces. All of them began leering at me in the sort of way that made me feel like they were happy in the knowledge that I'd finally gone insane.
I immediately winced in my mind and tried to tell myself everything was going to be alright, but at the same time, I was terrified and had no idea why I was seeing what I saw. It was as if my subconscious was answering my fears. A voice from behind me said, "This is a bad trip, my name. You are going to have to deal with it." I tried screaming out, "How?" But as the monster made up of all my faces moved closer, my body seemed to crumble into multiple interlocking puzzle pieces, which made it impossible to run or defend myself. Eventually, these puzzle pieces became so distorted and strung out, I could no longer identify them as my body. I could vaguely remember something called salvia, but I made no connection from the drug to where I was. All my hope of ever returning to reality was beginning to fade. Soon, I became aware of other entities besides the one made up of my faces. Instead of being something I could see, they were more of a group of intelligent but malicious and cruel beings that had come to speak to me. We communicated through thoughts, because, well, I couldn't see them, but at this point in the salvia dimension, I had no eyes to perceive them with at all. I would think of a mix of words and emotions about those words, and the salvia creatures would respond in the same way. The initial message I got from them was that my entire life had just been my imagination. It was similar to the point when you wake up from a dream and realize that all the events that happened to you in it did not exist, even though at the time you thought it to be reality. What I was going through and where I was exceeded my expectations 1,000,000 times over about what I thought dying would be like. What was happening was so unearth-like, yet so real. I found the message the salvia creatures were telling me to be very convincing. I was now sure that I had always been in this dimension for eternity, and that I would always be there. There was no reality except for this one that I now found myself in. Suddenly, from the back of my mind, there was a burst of thought. "Salvia!" I exclaimed in my mind to the creatures. Since they could see my every thought, I did not form many words in my mind. My rational mind was trying to use this drug called salvia as a bridge to reality from where I was. The emotion I was feeling was sudden hope in the face of sheer terror. The only thing I can really compare it to is when death row inmates are about to be executed. They often feel the delusion that they are going to be saved, that at the last moment they will halt the procedure. The salvia creatures, instead of being angry that I was going to escape, simply communicated to me the general vibe that that's what everyone tells themselves when they finally wake up. They seemed amused that I was filling out the stereotype of someone who has just woken up in an apparently insane dimension of reality that they had really been in all along. I don't know how I got to the next part of the trip from here. When I tried to remember it, I can limit it down to 3 guesses as to why I arrived there. Either the salvia creatures were punishing me for trying to convince myself it was not real, they were trying to help me by showing me just how real the reality of the salvia was, or the third option was that once they'd completed their obligatory role of explaining reality to the newcomer, they lost interest and left me to myself. Anyways, lost all awareness of existence, and everything I'd ever known in my entire life had vanished. All my memories, experiences, insights, emotions, all of them had vanished. All my knowledge of what the universe was, what time was, vanished, and I ceased to understand that existence in itself even existed. I cannot determine how long I spent in this phase, because there was no concept of time. For an eternity, everything about me did not exist, except for the fact that I was directly experiencing this phenomena. I was a direct witness to this, yet had no idea that I was the witness, nor that the nothing I was witnessing was separate from the witness. All was one, and one was all. Eventually, I was basically born again. In the middle of eternity, suddenly there was a spark of awareness. Up until this point, I'd lost my body, so I felt no physical sensations, but I did become aware of one thing. I was extremely uncomfortable, and to the point where that was all I knew. I had no thoughts except for this primordial discomfort. Soon after I became uncomfortable, I became aware of 2 surfaces. Once again, my entire identity was composed of these 2 surfaces. As I began to manifest more and more though, my discomfort and dismal hopelessness increased. The 2 surfaces appeared out of nowhere. It was like out of the vacuum of space. The emptiness was torn in half and folded to support these 2 surfaces. Looking back on the trip now, this was the first point when I became aware of matter. As my direct experience of reality turned to 3-dimensional from nothing, it was extremely unpleasant. Before these two surfaces, my perception was just part of the nothingness, but when the two surfaces became the only thing I knew, my perception attached itself to the two surfaces. The reason this was also uncomfortable was that I felt like my perception was being crushed by the two surfaces, and the entire weight of existence, the entire weight of this universe that my senses told me was real, was crushing down these two surfaces together. Eventually, it got worse, and a point arose out of the two surfaces. Instead of two planes of existence, there was a pyramid puncturing the plane alongside it. It did not go through it, it was just resting on the plane with infinite weight. As the progression of space occurred, it seemed that time was beginning to slide back into existence from nothingness. Once again, my perception, or mind, was trapped between these two planes, but the pyramid or spike made it even more unbearable as the weight of reality constricted it to a single point at the top of the triangle. This was the first cosmic goal I had after being reduced to nothing. I became aware that I was suffering and that existence did not have to play out like this. My entire existence seemed to be for the sole purpose of escaping this entrapment, or at least making it less uncomfortable. As time became more and more real, years passed as the pyramid slowly grew. I had neither identity nor hopes during those years, only a subconscious desire to unstick myself from this weight of reality. Eventually, the plane of existence behind the pyramid became a cube. I realized that the three-sided pyramid that had been the bane of my existence was one side of a four-sided three-dimensional cube. At this point, there was no plane of existence, only the cube comprising the entire universe. After spending so many years feeling the weight of the upper cube of existence, I began to identify with the lower plane as being me or my mind. It was this that caused the lower plane to crumple up and become a globe or blob that was stuck to the edge of this cube. The cube was the universe that was slowly and painfully creeping back into the awareness of my mind, which was, in a sense, the lower plane that became the blob. I'd regressed so infinitely that the only way the universe could make itself aware to me was through direct contact. Time seemed to speed up, and I felt like I spent only a couple of months with my mind attached to the cube. The turning point of my trip, when I started to begin my slow progress out of it, which did not occur in one instant, was not an aha moment with newfound hope. I just eventually had the realization wash over me that I was not doomed to existence smeared between universal shapes. It was like being submerged into cold water. However, at this point, I assumed the reality I would return to would be the salvia one. Slowly, I started to grow a body out of the blob stuck to the cube. This ordeal only took a couple of days. As soon as I became aware of the salvia reality around me, space seemed to extend infinitely around the cube. It was no longer the universe in its entirety. Eventually, I had a fully grown body attached to the cube by my head. The texture of the cube was extremely dense and hard, but when my eyes grew back on my face, I could see the surface of the cube had a pattern similar to what a brain looks like after it has been removed from a cadaver. The very best thought that was going through my head was relief that one day I would die and was no longer doomed to spend eternity in this state. With the return to Salvia Land came the realization that it had all been a drug-induced voyage. This was not exactly good news to me though, because I did not make all the years I spent there cease to exist, nor did make the experience any less dramatic. It was like all my memories, knowledge, returned to me while standing in Salvia Land with my head attached to this large cube. As I began to think about eventually leaving this place one day, I began to take an interest in my surroundings. The cube that I was attached to seemed to be 10 feet tall and was in an immensely large cavern. There was a discernible ceiling to it, but where the walls met the ground was so far away I could not even see it. In fact, for all I know, the ceiling could have been some distorted sky. Everything was various shades of red, except for holes in the sky and ceiling, placed randomly that shined with a gross shade of yellow. I turned to try to see how I could remove myself from this cube, when I noticed there were other people attached to the cube with me. One was a good friend of mine, and the other was a man I had never seen before. My friend looked hopeless, and I assumed that somehow he had made the mistake of venturing into Salvia space too. I asked him what would happen now that you have tripped this hard. I was still trying to figure out how I would eventually make my way back to reality now that I'd figured out it was a trip. And his reply was, well, most people usually commit suicide or become addicted to heroin. I'm not going to do either of those things, I remember thinking, even if I have to see a therapist every single day for the rest of my life. I don't remember what caused it, but at some point I opened my eyes and was able to crawl. If I stayed in the same spot for more than a second, then I would get sucked back and would still be attached to the cube. I crawled around my bed for a couple of minutes just trying to stay in this dimension. After about 10 minutes, I had a hard time understanding what had occurred. I just thought, oh well, that wasn't so bad. I'm still here. And then, went to sleep. Over the course of the next week, I began to ponder what had even happened and think about it more clearly. Looking back on that experience, I don't regret doing what I did, but at the same time, I wish I'd looked into what I was going to smoke before I did it. It definitely changed my wildest assumptions about where drugs could take you. It was also a factor in me having less anxiety in my life. Whenever I'm feeling anxious, I think back to when I was convinced I would never return to reality. I believed that the reason I freaked out was because I placed too much value upon myself. I assumed I was the centre of the universe. This salvia experience I went through made me think about how insignificant we all are in the entire history of our universe. So whenever I start thinking about it, when anxious, it makes whatever caused my anxiety to seem less bad. The first time I tried LSD, I was fortunate enough to be with two very helpful and nice girls who were experienced with it. I feel that the salvia definitely helped me have a nice first acid trip though. The hour that the effects slowly built up over felt like an eternity compared to the 20 disorienting seconds it takes to reach a salvia peak. Reading the book The Psychedelic Experience by Timothy Leary was pivotal as well, but the salvia made it so my expectations were far from overwhelmed. For anyone who reads this and is making the decision to never do salvia, don't think your experience will automatically be similar to mine. I plan to have a breakthrough on salvia before I die, which will most likely require me to do it several more times. If I have any advice for someone who is going to do salvia for the first time, or do enough to have a level 5 or 1 trip, my advice would be to ponder first how insignificant you are in the grand scheme of things. Also try to be satisfied with life at that point. And yes, I do know that that is a pretty difficult thing to ask, but when you feel like you have lived a good life, then it probably won't feel as horrifying when it all disappears. Good luck. The darkest candy flip, a rupture from reality, an LSD and MDMA trip report by the Epic Mundane, posted to EARBUDS.org February 22nd, 2023. Note: I've chosen to use pseudonyms rather than just initials when it comes to naming the individuals mentioned in this post, because I think names read better, and this trip report involves quite a large cast of characters. This trip report describes what was easily the worst night of my life. A full-blown psychotic episode, a train wreck, a disaster trip. That being said, it was still an invaluable learning experience, and over the following months I was able to use the lessons learned during this experience to reach a better, fuller understanding of myself, as well as my own psyche and my place in the world. In the final analysis, I'm actually glad that I went through this, but I certainly did not feel that way at the time. In early March of this year, a few weeks after my 23rd birthday, I experienced my first truly bad trip, which I would term a drug-induced psychosis. Myself and a group of friends had gone to an outdoor psytrance party, held on a farm just outside of town. My friend Bella had just acquired a vial of liquid LSD, and we were all very excited to trip together at this party. Note: this would be my 4th time tripping on acid. I'm also very experienced with MDMA, methadone, psilocybin, 4-ACO-DMT, 5-MeO-DIPT, and several other psychoactives. When we arrived, at around 11 PM, we immediately went to the bathroom to dose up. I asked Bella for 2 drops, approximately 300 micrograms. I'd had 3 drops, approximately 450 micrograms before, but I had never tripped on acid in such a public space before, and wanted to play it safe.
However, as she was administering the LSD, her hand slipped, and I ended up with way more acid under my tongue than I bargained for, closer to 5 or 6 drops, 750 to 900 micrograms worth. Bella was horrified, and I was understandably apprehensive as well. But there wasn't all that much to be done about it, and I considered retreating to a safer place and waiting out the trip at home, but I'd been looking forward to this night for ages, and I was curious to see how I would handle such an unexpectedly large dose. Not very well, as it happens. About half an hour later, I started to come up hard. Visuals were extremely pronounced. Thousands of tiny little spheres of multicoloured light began to dance across my vision, and people's faces began to warp and stretch. Conversation became increasingly difficult, and I began to feel as if there was no connection between the words in my head and the words coming out of my mouth. I also began to feel an extreme physical discomfort. Tweaky is the word I would use to describe the sensation. I went and danced for a little bit, which helped me distract myself from the comfort, but I was finding the whole experience distinctly unenjoyable. I then ran into my friend Kyle, who was also tripping, and I told him I was having a bit of a rough time. We walked around the party for a bit, chatting in a disjointed fashion, and this made me feel a little bit better. At that point, I suddenly remembered that in my wallet were 2 150mg caps of MDMA. I had them left over from my birthday, and in my acid-addled state, it seemed like a brilliant idea to take them there and then, despite Kyle's objections. Now, here we go. This was yet another big mistake of mine. I went to dance some more and started feeling really, really good. Better than I'd ever felt before. The music was face-meltingly incredible. Every slight movement I made sent ripples of pleasure all through my body. Everyone around me seemed blindingly beautiful. About an hour after I took the MDMA, I decided to take a break, get some water, and went to sit by the bonfire, where I ended up running into my friend Rosie, beautiful soul who I'd had a massive crush on ever since I first met her last year. We started chatting, and I basically blurted out my feelings for her on the spot. She seemed taken aback, but pleased, and we actually ended up kissing for a bit. Things were taking a turn for the better, but then the incoherency that I'd been battling all night came back with a vengeance, and said some very inappropriate and hurtful things to her, completely unintentionally, and she became very hurt, confused, and overall extremely angry with me. Now, it's at this point that the trip took a truly dark turn, and my recollection of things beyond that point is still very scattered and incomplete. I ran away from her, back into the mass of bodies on the dance floor, and became overwhelmed by terrible, uncontrollable feelings of desire. Everything and everyone around me took on a very sexual aspect. I started touching, rubbing up on, and kissing everyone around me. Obviously, this didn't go down very well with anyone. Not that I noticed or cared at the time, though. Kyle and Bella saw what was happening and tried to drag me away, but I ran away from them into the darkness. I ended up backstage and, for whatever reason, decided to climb onto the roof of a large freight container and throw myself off of it. I landed face down in the dirt, breaking my glasses in the process. A couple of witnesses told me afterwards that I lay still there for a very long time. About 10 to 15 minutes they said I was out for, and I think I may have actually sustained a mild concussion from the fall. Eventually, one of the organisers of the party found me and took me to the chill-out tent, and he tried to contain me and calm me down. My memories of this time are very fragmented. I remember lying on an old beat-up couch, pushing my fingers into holes in the couch and being very aroused by this. I even remember people's faces morphing and warping around me. Total strangers turned into childhood friends. Men turned into women. Friends and acquaintances turned into celebrities and pop culture icons. It was as if every time I blinked, I was transported into a totally different reality with totally different rules. At one point, I became convinced that to solve the world's energy crisis, we needed a second sun, and that I had the power to will this sun into existence. At another, I remember being given water to drink and then believing that I was drinking whole oceans dry, swallowing rain clouds, draining seas, sucking the whole world dry to quench my terrible thirst. A second later, I hallucinated that I was surrounded by silverback gorillas. The whole time, apparently I was raving and talking non-stop gibberish. What's important to note, however, is that this whole time during the psychotic part of the trip, I didn't feel fearful or anxious or anything like that. On the contrary, I was consumed by an overpowering, awe-inspiring sense of wonder and joy. It was as if I was so happy that my brain couldn't cope with it, and happiness itself was driving me insane. So eventually, sometime past sunrise, someone managed to feed me an antipsychotic, chlorpromazine, I think, and someone else managed to call my flatmate to come take me home. Once I was finally back in my bedroom, reality began to return to me bit by bit, and I slowly began to realise just how fucked up that night had been. I was sobering up, but still tripping, and that was when I entered into the most hellish and nightmarish part of the entire trip. I lay in bed, sobbing my eyes out, as a multitude of demonic-looking worms and centipedes and other crawling vermin slithered and swarmed all over me, enveloping me in slimy darkness. I puked all over myself, pissed my pants several times, and unable to even drag myself to the bathroom to clean myself up. I remember looking at my hands and seeing the flesh begin to blacken and wither until the skin slid off my body and all that was left was yellowing bone. At that moment, still in the grip of the monstrous candy flip, but sober enough to realise just how badly fucked up things had gone, I had hit rock bottom, and for the first time in my life, found myself contemplating suicide. I finally managed to cry myself to sleep at around 10 AM. The next few weeks were very, very difficult. I fell into a deep depression, obsessed by feelings of stupidity, shame, and remorse over what had happened. Fortunately, my friends were very understanding and supportive of me, and with their help, I was able to get my shit back together and carry on with normal life. I tripped on acid once more in the months that followed that night, mushrooms twice, and had 2 MDMA rolls, but no combos. And everything went pretty smoothly for the most part. I wanted to prove to myself that I was not permanently insane, and that I could still enjoy these substances despite what had happened to me that night. Nevertheless, the memory of that night remained like a scar in my consciousness, and I felt acute anxiety and shame whenever I thought about it or someone brought it up. Over the following few months, with the help of therapy, the support of my friends, and a few more quite revelatory drug experiences, primarily involving MDMA and methadone, I was able to take a lot of positive things from this bad trip, and as I said at the start of the report, it taught me a lot about myself and my place in this world, and I'm honestly grateful for those lessons, even though I wish they hadn't had come to me in such a terrifying manner. I won't go into the details here, because this is a trip report and not a personal psychological evaluation, but the main point I want to get across is that every trip, good or bad, contains within it the possibility for personal growth and development. The Bad Candy Flip, an MDMA and LSD trip report by Scotto, posted to EARBUDS.org, June 21st, 2000. Most people report the candy flip of LSD plus MDMA combination to be a very enjoyable experience. The most rewardingly cosmic aspects of the LSD are combined with the empathogenic love of the MDMA to create this unique and often powerful experience. This is usually the case with me as well, provided I take a low dose of LSD with a regular dose of MDMA, i.e. too much LSD can blow the MDMA out of the water, which is a damn waste of MDMA, let me tell you. However, I feel obliged to report one very negative experience I had during a candy flip many years ago, when I was still living in Cedar Falls, Iowa. This report mainly serves to underscore the importance of set and setting, but also stands as a reminder that, as Alexander Shulgin says, there are no insignificant psychedelic experiences, meaning caution is always a great policy. I was hoping to do a rather deep exploration that night, and had invited my good friend H over to sit for me. His instructions were to sit quietly in the same room as me and intercede only if I really encountered problems. I felt that this was a reasonable precaution, because this was only my second candy flip, and I was still at that time relatively experienced with both LSD and MDMA. I didn't expect trouble, as I was feeling good and confident about myself at the time, but I figured it wouldn't hurt to have H around, someone who knew me very well and could handle me if I got into a bad space at all. At the time, I was writing a book called Melody's Blues, and felt pretty involved with some of the characters,
to the extent that my psychedelic trips often featured interactions with versions of these characters. I laid down on the floor under a nice blanket on top of some cushions underneath a blindfold, and proceeded to go way, way out there, man, and suddenly found myself sharing a psychedelic bubble of space-time with Melody, the main character in the book. This was not in itself cause for alarm, but before long, things got incredibly dark and incredibly weird inside my head. The sensation was of being suddenly and vigorously pursued by vast collections of entities that were very specifically bent on doing us grievous harm. We fled through psychedelic corridors and churning maelstroms of energy, and the terror in me gradually increased over the course of what I'm guessing was only half an hour, but maybe more. The intensity continued to build, and it seemed extremely relentless. I could feel them shrieking as they chased us, these horrible alien monsters. I had never encountered such mayhem before, and was honestly frightened beyond any belief. At some point, it somehow finally occurred to me to rip the blindfold off and sit up. Thankfully, the room was just as I left it, if covered with a few more multicoloured swirls than usual. I immediately turned to H, who was staring intently at me. I said, "What the hell is going on here?" "Well, you ingested LSD and MDMA, and I reckon you've been candy flipping for about an hour and a half or so," he said. And then he fell silent, and suddenly I heard for the first time the sounds coming from the apartment next door. My neighbours had been having a horrendous, extremely loud fight, and the screams were clearly audible through the wall. These sounds had very obviously penetrated my trip, but hadn't given any external signs that I was in trouble, so H had chosen not to intervene. The aggression from next door was as much a part of my set and setting as my preparation and intention, and had pretty much steered my entire trip. We waited a long time, H and I, until the sounds finally died down. I was very shaken by my exposure to such violent energy, and wasn't sure how to proceed. Eventually though, I put on some incredibly soothing music and laid back down, and within minutes was sucked back into a very peaceful and magical place, about which I have written elsewhere. No matter which direction, I was stuck. A Bromo Dragonfly, sold as 2CB Fly Report by Lindsay, posted to EARBUDS.org October 11th, 2009. Course of events. Ordered on Tuesday, September 29th. Sent on Wednesday, September 30th. Received on Saturday, October 3rd. Consumed on Saturday, October 3rd, around 3 PM. John was very close to Brian, and has been very depressed ever since, until he saw an online forum. John had thought that it was all his fault, but he certainly feels less guilty now that he knows it was a bad batch. I trust John completely. He's extremely intelligent and always does his research. But I knew something was wrong when I started to feel the intensity. John would have never given me a starting dose that was that strong. I was expecting it to recede, but it kept getting more intense, and that is when reality completely went away. I was in my room, walking back and forth from the bed to the bathroom. John would check in on me, but I could not handle human contact at all, and he said Brian was having a rough time. So I decided to send him away. Light was way too intense for me, and so was closing my eyes. My cats even scared the hell out of me. I just wanted it to be over now. I almost asked to be taken to the hospital, but I figured that it was just going to pass. It didn't. I soon went over the edge and found myself at the point where I was crawling on the floor in every direction, only to find that I was alone in a psychedelic universe. I was the centre of this universe, and no matter which direction, to whom or what I crawled, I was stuck. This universe was strange. I was the queen, I was everything, but was not allowed knowledge. The voices of the universe told me that I was the centre, and I was not allowed to know everything. It seemed to follow a circular pattern of sorts. Eventually, I landed on my back. I'd given up. I saw visions of my boyfriend's father standing over me trying to help, but the universe made him disappear, only to be replaced by an EMT injecting me with an IV drip. I felt that the universe was pleased by this, and all I could tell it back in repetition was obnoxious. Yet something about it felt good and right, so the words seemed to come out of me seductively. Next thing I know, I wake up in hospital, completely wired up to a health monitoring machine and a catheter. I was still having some visuals, but very minor. I could tell they'd given me some sort of sedative because I felt foggy. I kept falling asleep and waking up, but in one of my waking moments, a nurse had told me that John was being difficult, but she did not mention Brian. Then, I overheard the nurses and a police officer talking. It was about 3 people, and one of them had died. I was hoping to God it was not about me, John and Brian, but it was only hours later that I found out that they were. John and myself were discharged from the hospital around 11 AM on Sunday. We went home and the house felt too cold for me. We have this courtyard thing near the front door, so all afternoon Sunday I took naps in the courtyard. I was hungry, but I found it too hard to go inside the house. It felt bitterly cold, and trust me, I know what cold is. I grew up in New Hampshire. Eventually, the sun went down, and I could not bear the hunger pains anymore, so I went inside. I loved Brian. The relationship that he had with John made me jealous. I wish I was closer to my sister, who is the same age as Brian. I had the easier childhood than John and Brian, but Brian and John's lousy childhood made John's bond to Brian stronger, I think. Even though Brian was only John's half-brother, same mother, their relationship was very strong. Since Brian was at a young age, he was transferred back and forth from his mother to his father. It was a bad situation. While Brian was at the mother's house, John played the role of male role model. John taught him how to read, how to fight, and how to be a man. John felt that he had lost a son, and before he had said that, I had felt it too. This whole thing has been hard on John, until he realised that it was not his fault, thanks to the online forum giving us the information that it was not pure 2CB fly. Brian's death will not be in vain. He will live on in the people that see the posts about him, and decide to test their stuff and realise it's not what it appears to be. I'm sorry for the rambling, I haven't slept well at all. Thank you again, many, many times over. Love. P.S. John spoke with their mother this morning, and she said that the toxicologist said that it was a tainted batch. Fun becomes hard and hollow. A Bromo Dragonfly and Cannabis Trip report by Luna, posted to earbud.org January 2nd, 2010. One day, I got a call from a friend of mine. He told me that a patch of super acid is available, and the cost is an average 10 per blotter. Well, what the hell, I thought. It's been quite long since my last trip, and this really sounded quite spectacular. So I picked a duty-free day for tripping. The day arrived, and I remembered the sunshine. I soaked the blotter in some juice, and drank it while smoking tobacco. After 30 minutes, the doorbell ringed, and I opened it for a blummer to come and fix some pipes in our kitchen. After the blummer had left, I analysed my feelings. Nothing spectacular yet. Absolutely different feeling than those in acid, much more mellow, much more stable. Little did I know, understanding this psychedelic is something nobody should do. Now, my friend arrived, and I gave his blotter for him. We fixed a full bowl of nice flower indica. It gave a nice buzz on the top of this slowly evolving psychedelic trip. I started to mess around with my studio equipment, making some utter psychedelic trance. Time stopped, and I can remember the feeling of huge euphoria, but still nothing really mind-blowing and psychedelic in sight. After making music for several hours and smoking one more bowl of marijuana, I gave up. I was sure that there was nothing more to expect, and all I was going to get was this ecstasy-like euphoria. But little did I know, after my friend left and I got to be alone, things started to take some very weird turns. At one point, I could not lie down or focus on anything particular. The surrounding world took on the shape of a wallpaper of sorts. There was no depth, and everything I saw was flat, like flat paper texture. This freaked me out a lot, since I couldn't control it at all. I decided to go outside at this point. It was magical to wander around a tiny forest. I felt so, well, lost in a way. There were absolutely nothing that made sense in that state of mind. Any action I took was based only on instincts. I didn't scare at this sensation. I actually felt, well, I felt like the feeling of losing control was quite nice. Time has passed on, and the darker side of this substance started to kick in. It was the strongest mindfuck I've ever felt in my life. While acid gives clarity and feeling of crystal pure thoughts, this substance just wiped its arse with my mind. It was quite odd that I did sleep. In fact, I couldn't recall any dreams, nothing at all. Still, after waking up, I could tell everything is not like it's supposed to be. This following day was so heavy and hollow. It was like I'd lost my interest for just being here, there, or anywhere, like I'd lost purpose of anything at all. That evening, I visited my friend and told him that I'm really, really messed up. Nothing gave me any kind of inspiration. I can recall that I still knew that this is only a result of substances draining my serotonin receptors. At first, this was fun, and in the end, it was quite a hard and hollow, even a little scary experiment. It took me a solid 3 days to fully recover from that twisted state. Bromo Spasm Fly, a Bromo Dragonfly trip report by Just a Guy, posted to earbud.org, October 31st, 2008. So I bought 2 hits of Bromo Dragonfly from a very reliable source. I always trust this guy. Each hit consists of 3 drops of solution in a sugar cube and is estimated to be 250 micrograms. My friend and I eat 1 sugar cube each at 6 PM and prepare for the long come up. I lie in bed listening to Spongle and reading Huxley's Doors of Perception. 1 hour in and I can't concentrate on reading any more, and a slightly irritating feeling comes up and creeps in for the next hour. It feels much the same as many other come-ups but extended. 2 hours in and I can definitely feel something. My sense of touch is feeling pretty nifty, and looking at art online is enjoyable and emotive, although not anywhere close to the way this felt on a 2CE, 2CB combination I once tried. Over the next hour, ego begins to soften and I enjoy some throat sweets while listening to music and chilling in bed. To be honest, so far I actually like this. At this point, I'd like to address the comparison that has been made between this and LSD. Some say the Bromo feels like a milder but extended acid trip. Though I only have 1 experience of each to compare, I would say that the similarity between the two is very small. Though my thoughts did become quite trippy at times, the feeling is closer to 2C in my opinion. Through this trip, visuals were almost non-existent, whereas on LSD visuals were very obvious. I would also say that the Bromo has a distinctly chemical feeling to the high comparable to 2Cs and LSD, but somehow different. In my opinion, the feeling of a plant-based high is by far preferable. Mushrooms, I'd say, are by far my favourite drug. My friend right now is also feeling distinctly high, and joins with some conversation which is frequently funnier than it ought to be. It's by now I'm beginning to get twitches in my left leg, although I managed to put up with it. After about an hour or so, we move upstairs for the duration of the trip. More silly conversations ensue, and I begin to twitch harder and more frequently. Another friend joins us, and a joint is smoked. The twitching still continues to increase in its intensity. My friend says she has some pretty good visuals. Meanwhile, I only have this twitching going on. So we decide this means that she's winning at the Bromo Dragonfly game. At about 1 AM, my friend and I are alone again. I still can't stop twitching, and my friend now has a pounding headache. This was the worst section of the trip, and totaled around an hour of extreme discomfort for both of us. Cold flannels and one of the worst joints I have ever rolled failed to alleviate the pain. Eventually, Nurofen, or ibuprofen, solves the problem, but we had steered clear of it for a while, since we weren't sure whether there would be any bad interactions. The next section of time is spent watching some Mr. Ben, which is frequently hilarious. It's essentially a barely animated children's cartoon about a middle-class man who visits a costume shop owned by a man who looks like a Moroccan hash dealer and is transported into other worlds by putting on the costumes in the shop. Next, we watch a modernised version of Romeo and Juliet, which is very good. I'm starting to twitch less, but it is still pretty bad. We both feel so very tired after the film. Must be about 4 AM by now. An attempt at sleep is made, but predictably fails. My mind is kicking out all sorts of nonsense, which is pretty typical when trying sleep in this kind of state. And I'm still twitching like a motherfucker. The period of around 5 AM to 10:30 AM is one of the best during the trip. Feeling very mellow, and the twitching has dropped to a new low thankfully. It's almost funny now. This now brings us to about 12 PM. I had a shower, put on some daytime clothes, and wrote this report. As far as I can tell, the twitching has completely stopped. Not that I feel like trying now, but I would expect that I won't be able to get any sleep for at least 4 hours. I feel hungry, yet do not want to eat. So, my overall view on Bromo Dragonfly is the peak section feels very good, but by no means better than Shrooms or Cactus. The most pronounced effects for the majority of the trip were a mild to severe twitching and an inability to sleep. The visuals I got were wholly uninspiring. My friend reports fairly decent ones though, but again, nothing too special. There was a definite mood lift, but nothing particularly amazing past the 5-hour mark. Bear in mind that the come-up accounts for around 2 to 3 hours of this. 24 hours is a long time for a drug to act for. A night's sleep will be lost. Overall, I enjoyed it, however I had to enjoy it in spite of the horrible twitching. For me, this drug doesn't bring enough to the table to make it worth taking over Cactus, which is easily available, though hellish to ingest. And, of course, my favourite, Shrooms. If you're at all curious about wanting to try this, to be honest, I wouldn't recommend it over other less rare drugs. My opinion. A Bromo Dragonfly trip report by Apradavra, posted to earwood.org, October 8, 2010. So yesterday morning, at 8:22 AM, I ingested approximately 1,050 mics of Bromo Dragonfly. This was my third time dosing, with my 2 previous doses being 675 and 975 mics. My close friend, who is 2,000 miles away, also ingested the same dose of the same batch, which was sent to him by USPS. I began to feel the effects within 2 hours, and I would say I was feeling the full out effects at about 3 hours in, with the peak lasting for about 12 to 14, followed by a slow climb back down to sleep, which was helped with a 6-pack of delicious IPAs. This report is more of a summary of how I feel about Bromo Dragonfly, as opposed to a detailing of the effects. For one, I don't really know how I feel about this chemical. It is a very definite and serious psychedelic experience, but it's not very comfortable. It leaves my mouth and body feeling so chemmy throughout the experience, and it is pretty hard to ignore. All 3 times I've dosed, for the first roughly 8 to 10 hours of the experience, I've altered between being unsure if I was having a good time, and maybe thinking I was having a good time. It was never a definite really good time, or a really bad time, it's just a very weird headspace. What also has happened all 3 times I've dosed, is that the experience becomes much more enjoyable at about 10 hours into the trip. It's almost like the amphetamine aspects sort of mellow out into a almost mild MDMA speed headspace, where there is a euphoria but not quite as pushy as a full dose of MDMA, but also being very noticeable. Everything becomes pretty funny at this point in the trip, and this has happened all 3 times, with the higher doses providing a higher euphoria. Something that first put me off on this chemical was the lack of insight or profundity with the experience. Whenever I experience intense visuals off of other psychedelics, there is a headspace that comes along with the visuals. It's not that I am only seeing wonderful things, but my head is altered. LSD provides feeling of connection and insight, mushrooms provide extreme ego loss and so forth. However, Bromo Dragonfly will envelop my world in visuals, but my headspace is like a mild dose of speed, like too mild to be enjoyable, but enough to make my head spin. The visuals are really nice, very 2C-ish. Mayan heads and vines and Persian carpet type patterning. My friend in Chicago, who's a bit bigger than me physically, and who took the same dose from the same batch out of the same vial, was hit somewhat harder than I was, I think. He said he had some bouncing of his eyes, and he said there were periods where everything was sort of blurry. My vision stayed pretty crystal clear. There was some rainbow trash still floating in my vision today, after over 24 hours from dosing. 2 of the times I've dosed, I had puked at about 2 hours in, and then was fine. The same thing had also happened to my friend. The flavour that bromo dragonfly leaves in your mouth, though, could best be described as what toxic waste could taste like. And this stuff, well, it lasts a long time. It hasn't been a 30-hour long trip for any of my times I've dosed, which is 3, but I could definitely see the amount of time you trip for being dose dependent. This trip was definitely significantly more intense than my last 2 experiences, and it was intense for a longer amount of time this time as well. I was going to dose at 1,200 mics, but I'm very, very glad now that I did not. Quotes from my notes which I sort of half-arsed during the experience. Bromo dragonfly makes my dick shrink like I'm running from the police. This is what I would assume toxic tastes like. And on one last note, this substance just tends to produce a very gross sort of toxic chemi feeling throughout my body. And I could definitely see ODing on Bromo dragonfly being one of the shittiest ways to leave this world. So be safe, fellow travellers. The Eye of Horus, a DMT trip report by Anonymous, posted to EARBUDS.org, May 14th, 2020. I've had a small amount of DMT that I've kept around for quite a while now, probably a year. I got it from a very reliable friend who managed to procure it online. I've been interested in having this experience for a long time, and I felt like I had done enough personal research to know, at least somewhat, what I could expect. I've been a long-time fan and listener of the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, and have heard Joe, as well as multiple guests, talk about their positive, mind-altering, perspective-shifting experiences with this obscure, mystical, and intriguing drug. I had also seen the Rick Strassman documentary, The Spirit Molecule, several times in recent years, and had been interested in having a visionary experience of my own. I wanted my first experience to be with ayahuasca, perhaps in the native setting in the Amazon, with a shaman. But I grew impatient, and decided it was time to just take the plunge and try smoking the DMT I already had sitting in my medicine cabinet for so very, very long. I would say that I've had enough psychedelic experiences in my life, both positive and negative, with many different substances, including multiple trips using psilocybin and LSD, that I can say I'm an experienced psychonaut. However, nothing I've ever felt could have prepared me for this. Because of the implications and stories I had heard, as well as my last experience with LSD, I was afraid of it for a long time, hence why I had it sitting around for so long. Probably spurred by my most recent LSD trip, which to say the least was not a positive experience, but that's for a whole other story. The important thing is, during that ill-fated trip, I went to a place where I never, ever wanted to go again. My friend had told me I needed to vaporize it with a torch and an oil pipe way back when I first got it from him, and being that I never have used meth or smoked crack, I had to go out and get one. So on a Tuesday evening, after a long day at work, I went to a local gas station where I knew they would sell oil pipes, and got myself the pipe and a small disposable torch lighter, which was embarrassing to say the least. And then I went home to prepare. At this point, I should mention that I have a prescription for Adderall, which I take intermittently for work, and had taken 30 milligrams earlier that day, probably about 6 hours before the experience. This may have had an effect on the experience, but I can't be sure. Suffice to say, I did not think about it being an issue. I'd heard many stories, and almost all of the good ones were people who said they had a good friend or friends around them to help them through the experience. I wish so badly in retrospect that I had heeded the advice of the countless travellers who had come before me. The problem was I couldn't ask my roommate, because he's not into this sort of thing, and every friend who I had broached the subject with seemed uncomfortable with the idea. So, being the fearless, adventurous type that I am, I read a few accounts online for a bit about people trying it by themselves, and after a little while, I decided I'd be okay to try it by myself. Which really was my biggest mistake. My friend also told me that the yellow crystalline powder he had wrapped up in a tiny square of tinfoil was about enough for 4 doses. So, I went by that estimation and sectioned about 1/4 of the amount I had, scooped it into the pipe using a small nail file, and I made my bed and propped up some pillows. I put on a YouTube video of some binaural beats, accompanied by ambient music and visualization graphics, which I thought would be cool and trippy to go along with the DMT. These binaural beats use differing frequencies played under soft music, and are meant to induce deep relaxation and meditation by forcing your brain into oscillating theta waves. I was feeling calm and relaxed, albeit I could have possibly still been a little stressed from the long day at work. I turned down the lights and set a small candle unlit that had a glass container where I was planning on putting the pipe as soon as I exhaled, as I'd heard the effects were so fast that often you forget the thing you're holding is a hot piece of glass. Session 1, 10:05 PM, April 28th, 2015. I sat with my back propped up on the pillows I'd arranged along the headboard and put the glass candle in front of me, sparking the torch. I'd never smoked out of an oil pipe before, so it was a bit confusing at first. I fumbled with the torch for a bit, but managed to get a few small rips and held them in for just a second each, and immediately tasted that awful metallic plastic-like vapour as exhaled, and then heard what I can only describe as the sound a transformer makes when morphing states and changing. It was loud and shrill and seemed to be coming from inside my skull, not like in my mind, but literally resonating from the base of my neck and reverberating inside the walls of my skull. My vision changed, got darker, and seemed to condense and contort in a perfectly symmetrical way, like space bending in the centre. And I remember putting down the pipe and just trying to focus on the trippy visualizations on the screen. At this point, I could still tell I was in my room, and was aware of everything around me. My whole room was warped. And then the vibration started. Low at first, but then louder. Vibrating, resonating, oscillation, as if space-time were sound waves coming out of a subwoofer, but the speaker was me. It was coming out of my very centre. Not my body, but my consciousness. By now, I was still awake and aware of my surroundings, so I decided before it was all gone and wasted, that I should try to take another, fuller hit. I'd heard from many testimonials that the true experience feels like you break through and you just go elsewhere. Still being in a warped daze, I hurriedly unfolded the foil and dosed out about 1/3 of what was left in it, wrapped it back up and set it aside. Then I sparked the torch and ripped it again, hard as fuck this time, and then held in the vapour as long as I could. Before I could even exhale, I felt and heard a deafening loud pop and sizzle, like one of those old photographic flashbulbs, followed immediately by a mechanical whoosh sound. In an instant, my vision warped into what can only describe as a tunnel of fractal light and sound, as my entire consciousness and physical form imploded and was sucked into a black hole the size of a pin. I could feel my form exploding and being ripped away atom by atom, as was rocketed backwards across the universe, across infinite space as brightly lit as the sun. It was like that feeling you get at the top of a sky-high roller coaster as you teeter off the edge and plunge into the abyss. Only it was backwards, faster than light, curving and undulating into infinite Escher-like loops of this one singular infinite moment. I immediately felt pure terror, and realised that I had taken too much, and that there was no stopping it now. I was rocketing toward the empty dark void I somehow knew was fast approaching behind me. I think at this point I must have started screaming, but my voice was absorbed into the whirring, mechanical banging of the deafening sound all around me, coursing through me. It sounded like in the movie The Matrix, when Neo gets his whole body consumed by the metallic liquid and his screen turns into warbled nothingness. I could see things, images in the blur, as I continued to fall deeper and deeper. And I remember yelling, "What the fuck is going on?" But my voice was still cut down by the broken, warbled sound as it stuttered off, disappearing into the void. The images and forms were distorted, escaping description, but still infinitely amazing. But because I was facing backwards, I could only see what had already passed. There were snippets from my life, visions of things I had done, people I've hurt, and regretful decisions I've made. But it was all simultaneous, like a feeling of pure dark energy, concentrated like darkness. It was a morphing cloud-like entity that seemed to be aware of me, and part of me at the same time. I can only describe it as being made up of all the worst parts of myself, the worst experiences I've ever felt, the darkest emotions. However, this thing was aware, and it spoke to me. Not in English, but I could understand its meaning. This entity of sorts showed me over and over again all the mistakes I have ever made, and I was convinced of its intent. It wanted to keep me there, locked in this infinite dark loop of time, forever being ripped apart and reassembled and falling endlessly. All the while, being shown my own sins on a never-ending feedback loop of static torment. This darkened, morphing, infinite construct was a prison of my own making. I could hear, or maybe more like feel, 1,000 different, distinct voices all around me screaming. Not saying, but screaming my name over and over again all around me, through me. And I knew that I'd put myself into this place for the rest of time. This was my punishment for coming to this place unprepared, for trying to understand what I had no hope of comprehending until the universe had decided it was my time to die. Then, the voices all around me shifted from 1,000 into 100, then 20. Then just one voice yelling my name. The shrill mechanical banging turned into a knock at the door. I stumbled upon and felt a sharp pain in my face and all over my side, my arms, and felt hot blood pouring down the bridge of my nose. My room was in shambles. I found the light switch and finally opened the door to my roommate who had been outside the door shouting my name, banging as hard as he could, afraid to come in. I remember telling him I was okay after I opened the door, and I just needed a second. "Did you take some shit tonight?" he said, and I nodded as I reached for the bathroom light and steadied myself, observing the damage in the mirror. My face was utterly fucked. I'd hit it on the edge of the bed or the desk, probably scraped it along the carpet quite a bit, because I saw there was a wicked purple and red rug burn across my face. The bridge of my nose looked like it had been smashed against the sides of something sharp. My body was sore all over, countless scrapes across my arms and shins and a huge bruise on my hip. My head, which I must have banged several times, felt like a mass of throbbing lumps and still vibrated with the mechanical oscillation. I felt as if my body was a hologram and the image was still static, not yet fully manifested. As I staggered out into the kitchen, he followed me wide-eyed and frantic, asking me what was going on, shouting. I ran to the kitchen sink and started splashing cold water on my face and realised my roommate was holding a small kitchen knife, frightened. I asked him, in an obviously scared and confused voice, why he had a weapon in the first place, and if he could please just put it down. He said that he heard me screaming, "What the fuck? What the fuck?" over and over and over and over again, loud banging and crashing noises coming from my room all at the same time. He threw the knife into a drawer and offered me some water before I started to try and explain. After a few minutes of frantic explanation of what had just happened, he finally told me why he'd been holding the knife. He said he was scared because my screaming was replaced by a deep, demonic voice that he swore did not belong to me. And his exact words were that it sounded like the devil. I feel as if I know now what lies on the other side. Although the experience still frightens me to this day, I am happy I had it, even though it was singularly the most utterly terrifying thing I've ever felt. I feel now as though I've been given a second chance at this reality here, this consciousness and these series of moments that we call life. Now that I do know, the next time I go back to that place, I will be prepared. Anonymous. 4/29/15. Written 18 hours after the experience. Euphorically Insane. A 25i N-bomb report by GeoDaddy, posted to EARBUDS.org, August 30th, 2017. On the day that my sheet of 25i came in the mail, despite not being home alone, I had privacy for the next few hours, and I decided to place one tab, rated at 1000 micrograms, between my upper lip and gums. T plus 0 hours. I made some further edits to my Google Music playlist, my PC environment, and made sure my room was clean and I wouldn't trip over anything. I then went to take a shower. I turned the water on, and it was taking a while to become hot. So I used this opportunity to go get another tab and place it between my lower lip and gums again. Around 5 to 10 minutes into my shower, I could feel a static energy building in my body. The steam seemed to become crisp. I chewed the tabs and swallowed after having the bits across my gums for around 15 minutes. T plus 20 minutes. I'm back in my room, sitting in front of my computer. The energy is already quite powerful now. I'm sitting straight up listening to Boards of Canada GeoDaddy for the first time, and the song sounds like the universe is starting up, which is exactly how my body felt. The energy felt like an 8 out of 10 at the start of the song, and by 30 seconds in, the energy was at an 11. Before this minute-long introductory song is over, visuals appear on my desk. I haven't touched Nature Valley bars since this day, but it appeared as though my desk was covered with crumbs. When attempting to swipe them away, they didn't go away at all. This bothered me, so I went to another part of the house to get my blanket. Standing in front of a closet for so long, my mother finds me confusedly looking for my favourite blue blanket. "Oh, it's right there," she says. She hands it to me. The blanket did not appear blue though. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm okay. Don't worry about it." T plus 30 minutes. Upon returning to my room and sitting at my desk, my PC is on my desk, I accidentally disconnect my headphones. My mind is extremely heavy by now, and I struggled for about 4 minutes trying to get Google Music working again. Once I connected the headphones, my attention was now on my keyboard and mouse, and my ability to use my computer was pretty much shattered. Despite closing out unnecessary windows before the trip, navigation was still impossible. At this point, I'd given up on trying to do things, and my mind had now begun to form and follow through on thoughts. It started off with me looking at the objects in my room, the things such as my hoodie that made my life better. The thoughts soon evolved. I was thinking about my Google Music and its importance, and then all the information on my Google account and what it said about me. Thinking began about what can be learned from information databases that Google has access to, the NSA, the US government. My sanity was quickly slipping away from me now. I still had control over my body, but upon examining my thoughts, I knew I was losing my mind. It's truly hard to remember specifics, but if I thought about something and wondered why something was a certain way, my mind would immediately accept my first explanation as fact. I stepped away from the computer and sat in a chair under sunlight. Powerful visuals formed within 2 minutes. Open-eyed visuals obscuring my vision almost completely. From then on, everything looked like an oil painting. The visuals were bothering me, and almost as if by will, they went away. But my mind was still racing with psychotic thoughts. Everything still looked like an oil painting the rest of the day, though. Went to talk to my brother because I was concerned I would have lost my mind beyond repair if I didn't create some sort of connection to this reality right here. T plus 45 minutes. So I went inside, removing my privacy. The euphoria was 8 out of 10 at this point, and I was sitting on the floor grinning stupidly at my mum and brother, talking about how we can totally make money on the internet somehow. The entire time, I was trying to refrain from revealing the secret that my mind was completely lost. My mother told me I should go to sleep, something which isn't physically possible right now, but I reassured her I was okay. T plus 1 hour. Now, I'd completely forgotten I'd taken any drugs at all, and would not be aware that I'd taken drugs for another roughly 20 hours. I had crawled over to our huge carpet in the living room to play with my dog. I crawl often playing with him, but my crawling was because I couldn't walk. In fact, my motion would be extremely limited for the next few hours. T plus 1 hour to 4 hours. I had now entered a sort of trance state. My concerns and slight bad vibes about losing my mind were gone though. Because, well, I'd lost it already. My mum and brother attempted talking to me, but their words had no impact, aside from making minor influences in my daytime dream. I found myself vividly re-experiencing things from elementary school. Things I haven't thought about since experiencing the first time, yet the re-experience was so extremely vivid. In real life, when I did come back to my living room, I was in such a profound state of euphoria. Rating MDMA at an 8, my experience here was a 22. I think very few humans ever experience this, and to be honest, I never will again. Soon after this, my ego had died, and everything turned to black. If I thought about something, I visually saw it, and whatever I wanted to hear, I heard it. I began to think about the 2 girls I cared about most in my life, and the supreme being, me, could manifest them right there. But I could only see one at a time. If I said one's name, I saw her. If I said the other name, she morphed in place of the other. My biggest regret is attempting to fuck her in my dream, all while my family is watching me on the carpet say their names. What the hell I did there was never mentioned, and hopefully my motions existed only in my head. Because of these perceived powers, I felt like I unlocked a higher plane of consciousness, and I made contact with someone much like the architect of the Matrix. There was no face or voice, simply words existing. I don't think my lack of motion was because my physical ability was lost. I was simply happy to sit there and explore my head. I think about the origin of things and that this guy created them. So, looking at my dog, a white dog tinted by the afternoon sun, he looked like the yellow Doge dog. I thought the architect was asking me, which did he think of creating first? The phrase lol, laugh out loud, or Doge? The third option was God. I chose lol, and well, I was right. And he rewarded me with more questions. Soon, the questions became so important, and I realized it. My entire life, my childhood visions, they are all a manifested experience. This guy is simply one of many aliens scattered around the galaxy. Earth is simply an experiment constructed for me. Earth is his experiment for this test, for this moment, for me. And if I answer the questions correctly, I'm going to win a place among the aliens. I had reached victory. There was a sort of number starting at 8,000, and soon it became 1 as I answered questions. And when I answered the question after 1, the alien congratulated me and requested I come claim my spot. My vision was still black. All I saw was images of the questions, and now there was no image. The alien's light was walking away. I couldn't go claim it. I was being held down by some massive pressure. In reality, my family was holding me down to the carpet. This made me lose my shit completely. I burst out of their grasp with all my force, running into a wall. The elevator scene in Captain America: The Winter Soldier recreated the experience perfectly. Some time after, I remember running again. This time, I had claimed the prize, and I had manifested suits and earpieces on my family members. They were in on the experiment, and they were happy I won. If I didn't, the alien would just destroy Earth, and they sighed in relief. Them holding me back was the final test. This time I looked down and there was a red puddle below me, bleeding from the knee, scarred today. The next memory, my mum put me in the shower for some reason. I felt trapped, so I got up and charged at the shower wall. I'm a winner. Why am I so confined? The next memory is in a bedroom, still being held by my family, so once again I ran, this time, into a glass window. T plus 6 hours to 9 hours, assumedly. They probably got me in bed by then, but I still haven't responded to anything they have said for 4 hours. So they put me in the car and, well, we were off to the hospital by now. I was trapped once again, this time by a seatbelt, which I couldn't figure out how to take off while lying down. I remember being wheeled into the hospital and liking how it smelled. In that moment, I thought we were at a swimming pool building, and of course, I manifested the smell of a swimming pool. Once in a room, I was strapped down once again, and my neck, well, it fucking hurt. The worst part of the experience by far, but still euphoric in a weird sort of way. I was asked dozens of times what I took, but finally hearing a guy list off a bunch of drugs, I thought he was asking what I liked the most and he was going to bring the saviour of Earth some. So when I heard MDMA, I of course mumbled MDMA back to him. Here are some of the visuals I experienced while sitting down in the bed. I imagined the nurse giving me a blunt. I tasted it and saw the smoke. There was a line of events happening. Nurses at the side of the bed, a police officer looking guy, and the event seemed to repeat. Some things were actually happening, others were not. I was fidgeting my body in accord with these events and thought it was also part of the game. If I did the correct things, my life would be extended. If I did the wrong thing though, I'd immediately die. In retrospect now, I think perhaps it was because my vision began fading when I was motionless, and movement brought in light. I think they gave me something to counteract the MDMA, or perhaps nothing at all. But soon the visuals took an entirely different turn. A nurse walked in, and her face morphed into something of a humanoid insect, and the blue curtain began to appear like a grey, translucent, webby material, and the objects in the room and on the wall took steampunk forms. The rooms in the hallway appeared to be shaped like eggs, made from the same translucent material as well, and the rooms were shuffling and sorting themselves for efficient use. I was in my alien ship, of course. I finally fell asleep, with the potential to see more if I forced myself to stay awake, but I haven't been more drained than that very moment. T plus 2 AM? I didn't see any windows, so I don't remember the time of day. I woke up entirely sober, easily removing the straps. Walked into the hospital area, wondering where my aliens went, then went back to bed. Let me be honest, it's taken months for me to piece this together in my mind, but there is a lot that is still too next level for me to understand at all. Perhaps experiencing it again would help. Well, it's funny. Surprisingly enough, I did take more from the same sheet, but experienced nothing like the first time, and I honestly don't think I ever will. I think there were interactions between chemicals developing in my body for my entire life, and the 25i, and this cannot be easily recreated. Perhaps the vivid childhood memories are an indication of this, I think. Overall, despite losing awareness of what I was doing to my body, the trip was an extremely positive one all the way. In the hospital bed, I was stabbed with needles in my foot, or perhaps poked by Velcro. I'm really not sure. I felt poking in the same spot randomly for a few weeks, but I didn't observe any other effects. The hours of active euphoria have served to be a reminder of what the human brain is capable of experiencing. I used to be struggling with depression and lethargy in the past, but it really has gone after this experience, and I've a firm grasp on my emotions as well, while still being able to let go and be scared by a horror movie, or be saddened by a sad story. On top of this, I now appreciate slow moments without the need for constant stimulation. Sometimes I have to sit down and really think about something to remember it, but I don't think I've completely lost anything. I guess more relevant here is that I have no urge to experiment with new drugs anymore, and perhaps far in the future I may take MDMA, LSD and CBDs occasionally, Plus I cannot drink hard liquor without throwing up, previously being able to drink straight Everclear. And let me tell you, I have no desire for sativa. I can certainly see how 25i can be a horrible experience. I had a precursor of experiences to prepare myself for this though. Induced sleep deprivation for 72 plus hours, meditation, clearing of responsibilities, etc. I took a break from college and had spent the last few months cutting off my friends and preparing for, well, let me just put it bluntly, suicide. The most important thing though, is that at the time, I didn't care about dying, and this drug is undoubtedly death.
A Journey Through the Realms of Madness, a 20 to 30 gram mushroom trip report, posted to the Vivek Discord. I'm not the most seasoned of trippers, but I've had my fair share of interesting and thought-provoking trips. In the summer of 2022, I was on a camping trip with my friends. Some of them were planning on tripping with me, but backed out last second. It was most likely due to the fact that I had 160 grams total split between the Pensacola and Baby Burma strains I had saved up weeks prior. Me and another buddy, who hadn't planned on tripping, had a simple 1 to 2 gram dose, but it put me in a comatose state for a couple of hours. All I remember was I was sitting in front of a fire wrapped in a sleeping bag, and the sun was just starting to set when I started tripping. The next time I opened my eyes, it was pitch black outside. The visuals I got were blissful and reminiscent of events that were happening in my life at the time. I described it to my friend as if I was peering into heaven's pearly gates. We enjoyed our stay and headed back to town, not too long after we arrived there. I chewed through my 80 grams of Pensacola fairly quickly in the passing week, and I would have to assume I had around 20 to 30 grams left just sitting around. One night, I thought naively to myself, why not get rid of this stuff I've got left? Little did I know I would be in for a hellish experience. After I gagged and pounded back the container, crumbs included, I sat in bed listening to some monkish praying, because that's what put me to bed at the time. About 20 minutes in, I could feel the telltale signs of a panic attack settling in. I said out loud to myself, oh, not now. My hands started to tingle as my heart started racing and my breathing became more ragged and laboured. My stomach started to ache and throb, and so I rushed quietly outside for a puff of my joint, and that is when it started to dawn on me that I was not going to remember this night fondly. It was getting close to midnight, and my parents were already half asleep. Little did they know I was having a full-on emotional breakdown. As the visuals came rushing in, dark streaming patterns flooded my vision as I took the first hit of my first joint. My heart racing, I could barely speak as I muttered, "Holy fucking shit," to myself. The beautiful kaleidoscopic patterns I usually get were replaced by horrifying visages of demonic creatures I never thought I would see. I finished my first joint in what seemed like a minute, and with my panic attack not getting any better, I started on the second one. With every breath I could see more but feel less, as if my very soul was being ripped out of my body. As the night went on, I spotted a figure in the distance. I moved my head to peek around the corner, but it's as if this figure emerged out of reality itself. I closed my eyes thinking it was a trick of my mind, but I was sorely mistaken. It didn't matter if my eyes were open or closed. The figure stood there glaring at me, and when the mess of visuals finally came to a clearing, what I could only describe was Cthulhu himself standing before me. I could see the tentacles from his mouth and his glowing eyes staring at my very soul. He looked as if he was leaning over to me, like he was intrigued or studying me. His many eyes were shaped in an upside-down cross. I was in a staring contest with the devil himself. As I stared, it's almost as if he cast a curse upon me, The more I stared, the more I wanted to look away. But the more I looked away, the more I feared what he would do if I continued to do so. My vision darkened and my awareness of my surroundings all but faded away as I started the third joint. I thought of my family and friends. What if I overdosed and died? What would they think of me? And in an instant I knew that if I were to die now, I would bring shame upon everyone I knew. So fuck it, I thought. It was me and certain death staring each other down in a game of chicken. Who would look away first, I thought to myself, knowing damn well the god of madness would never let his eyes off me. I got halfway through my fourth joint and had to call it quits. It was 2 a.m. at that point. I couldn't believe the amount of time that had passed in what seemed like a blink of an eye. I headed back inside as quietly as I could, but it was no use. I stumbled around, bumping into the construction site that is my home, but thankfully my parents did not wake up. Thank God they had the door closed, because the next thing I did was grabbing the ice maker out of the freezer to chew on some ice, in a bid to calm my nerves. I hurried back downstairs into my room and into the bathroom. At this point I didn't care how much noise I made, I just wanted to get this fucking shit over and done with. I shoveled ice into my mouth for a solid hour, and as that time passed I saw a kaleidoscopic pattern of black shapes surrounding my vision, almost as if I was in a prison cell of darkness. Anytime I'd close my eyes, I saw glimpses of that horrific thing. So I tried my best to keep my eyes open, but it was no use. With it being as late as it was, and with my heart still pounding, I was weak. I wasn't ready to handle what would come next. When I looked in the mirror, I saw myself. I looked into my eyes, shifting and swirling. I looked down and up again, and as if in an instant the trip started to quickly die down. Within a matter of minutes, the visuals had started to calm down to a point of ceasing entirely. I was relieved, if anything, to know that it was going to end, and when it was calm enough, I headed straight to bed. If I were to deal with that any longer, I was sure I was going to die. And as I laid there in bed, I overheard my parents talking to each other outside my door, and I prayed to God that they wouldn't come in. As I heard their voices recede, I pondered why I even did this in the very first place. And the simple answer was, I got cocky. I thought I could dominate something I had absolutely no control over, and with the amount I consumed that night, and with the small hiatus I had from shrooms, I was destined for failure, and fail I did. I didn't have any dreams that night. I woke up to my mum knocking on my door, and she asked me where the ice dispenser went. I don't know, I lied and said with a shrug. I was still in shock about what had happened last night. I walked back upstairs at 1 PM into the kitchen where my mum was cooking and got a bite to eat. I chugged my first glass of water, and as I started talking to my mum, she brought up the ice maker yet again. I just made up some stupid story on the spot of how some ice thief came in the night and stole the ice dispenser from the freezer. She chuckled, almost as if she knew what happened last night. I swallowed my pride and told her a partial truth about how I had a nightmare about having a panic attack. I went back to my room and pretended to be surprised about how I found the ice maker in the sink. As the days passed and turned into weeks, I realised a very valuable lesson about psychedelics. Never ever go into these unprepared. Even if you think you are, you never truly will be. Every trip is different, and every time you try it, you will get a different experience from it. I've had problems smoking weed ever since that day, and if I do smoke, I shake as if I'm cold even though I'm not, and my heart rate shoots up. Recently, I've been having panic attacks when I do smoke, and I was taken to emergency care for one of them. Maybe it was the expired weed edibles my buddy had in his fridge, but now when I smoke I do not feel comfortable in my own skin. It will never be the same for me. I fear I have some form of PTSD from that shroom trip 2 years ago. I try not to think about it, but when I do, I start to shake. It's gotten better with time, mind you, but still, it's never going to leave my mind. I advise anyone planning to do a big dose like that to strongly reconsider. Anytime you think of doing a big dose, take this as a warning to never ever do it. Take it slow for Christ's sake, because if you don't, shrooms will knock you on your ass and tell you no. It will teach you a lesson, and you will never forget. And I broke what trust I had not only with myself, but with the shrooms as well. I just sincerely hope that the next trip I have goes well. Because, well, if it doesn't, I wouldn't blame myself from going sober from shrooms altogether. I've partially quit from weed at the moment of writing this as well. THC and me do not mix well, but CBD at least helps with my anxiety, I guess. I'm truly blessed to have survived that encounter. It's both a traumatic experience but also a life lesson, and I think that's something everyone can take out of an experience like this. Just learn from what you do. Take what good you can from the experiences you get, because those good times come in very short supply. Love who you can when you can, because not everyone is going to be around forever. You can make lasting change in your life if you try. But drugs, they do not get more fun as time goes on. Do not fuck your life up like I did. My Datura experience. A trip report by The Alchemist, posted to the DMT Nexus 20th of March, 2019. Before I delve into this experience, I want to say that I'm not condoning Datura use at all. It is a very, very powerful plant, and it has a bad rap, and well earned, because of its physical dangers, reported fatalities, and generally, the young do it to have a cheap and legal way to get high, and these actions bring harsh consequences. This plant requires utmost respect and preparation. I used it a few times in psychoactive doses, and let me tell you, it's not cool, it's not fun, and it is most certainly dangerous. I have microdoses of it with all my entheogens, but I do not know if I'll ever step foot in psychoactive doses ever again. This was what I can remember from my last experience, which lasted at least 16 hours. Remember, I am by no means recommending Datura. The dangerous trip is so real that you actually forget you're tripping. You get fully immersed in the experience, and you have to remind yourself that you ingested a plant and snap out of the lucidity every now and then. The best comparison is when you're in a dream and you don't know that you're dreaming, but when you do, you realise there is no waking up from it. I fasted for 24 hours before my trip. I had 2 trip sitters that took non-psychoactive doses of the Datura to be on my frequency. I meditated deeply all morning, seeking protection for myself and asking to manifest a guardian for my trip sitters. Make a note of this. We smudged the house, and we all proceeded to drink the tea I made. Each sitter had about 10% of the brew, and I drank 80%. Off of my memory, we used 9 flowers, but this was many years ago, and I cannot quite recall it in full detail. As my trip began, I was struck by an intense lethargy. I lay in my bed, stretched a little, and noticed that things were looking a bit distorted, although I didn't think into it too much. I decided to take a walk downstairs. I first went to walk into the lounge room, and where the door frame should have been was a naked, very freakishly thin lady smoking a cigarette with bluish skin. Her waist was approximately 20 centimeters in diameter, and she had a long, straight black hair down to her breasts. Her hair circled her head completely, covering her face. I stood there, looking at her in total awe. When I went to walk into the lounge, her hand holding the cigarette went towards the non-existent doorknob. Her hand then morphed into the doorknob, and she was holding the door shut and wouldn't let me in. She told me I could not pass. I had a conversation with her of sorts, but I don't remember it. When I looked around me, I realised these strange women were guarding every door in the house. I was still calm at this point, not freaking out. So I walked into the kitchen. The lady had let me pass. Now, here in the kitchen, I can never forget what I saw. There were 10 to 15 fairies flying around, about 10 centimeters in height, with beautiful wings, all different colours, leaving this fairy dust behind them as they moved. They appeared to be laughing, moving kitchen appliances around, opening cupboards, smashing plates, throwing things to each other, all around being very cheeky. This is incredible. I have to tell my housemate, I thought. He was one of my trip sitters. His room was down a hallway from the kitchen. As I walked down the hallway, I saw something black in the corner, so I went to inspect. As I approached, I heard sobbing. The black thing was actually a hunched over figure. The figure stood up and turned towards me. It was an elf-like creature with green skin, wearing black robes with a black witch's hat. I gathered she was an elven witch. She was in tears and said, "Help me." With my current mentality, I would engage with her, but being young and naive, I freaked out at the time and just ran to my housemate's room. I started shouting and frantically banging on the door, but I realised there was one of the doorframe ladies barring my entrance. I started arguing with her, pleading in a panic, and eventually she let me in. I threw the door open, but my housemate was not there. In his place was a gigantic black figure lumped on his bed. I quickly shut the door in shock. I looked out towards the kitchen, saw the pleading elf and the fairies, and very much freaked out. So, I opened the door once again. The figure stood up on the bed. It was some kind of gigantic hellhound. I shut the door again, looked towards the kitchen, freaked out, opened my housemate's door again. This time, the hound stepped down from the bed, opened its eyes, and they were a piercing blue and misty colour. It growled at me. I then remembered I asked to manifest a guardian to protect my housemate and his girlfriend, my trip sitters, and this thought calmed me down just a little. I decided to run down the hallway through the kitchen, where the lounge room was connected by the dining room, without any doors. When I walked into the lounge room, I was taken by a feeling of calmness. We had 2 single couches and 1 triple couch, all of which had floral designs. Sitting on the couches were 5, what I perceived as demons. They had pale skin, were bony, no hairs, no eyes, no nose, but huge mouths wide open full of razor-sharp teeth and a snake tongue, and these extremely long, thick and sharp fingernails that resembled claws. The demons were stuck to the couches, with a sort of glad-wrap cling film covering their face and hands, the same floral design on the glad wrap as the couch, but transparent. I couldn't stop staring. I realised what I was looking at, skitzed out completely, and ran to the front door thinking maybe some fresh air will chill me out. Big mistake. Big mistake. When I opened the door, my street was gone. Outside was nothing but a mystical forest, full of the sounds of magical creatures. Instead of embracing it, I thought, no, this isn't happening, is it? I immediately closed the door, turned around and froze in fear. In front of me was some form of strong entity, almost like a ruler of sorts. She made me buckle. She looked as if she had died, being hung, drowned, and set on fire all at the same time. She was really, really fucking scary, and I went to run up the stairs to get away from her, and halfway up I got this intense vertigo feeling, to which I fell to my knees and started frantically crawling. I turned my head to look behind me, and she was at the bottom of the stairs, staring directly at me. Unable to stand, I frantically started crawling up the stairs, and felt her presence moving towards me. This is it. I'm doomed, aren't I thought. But as her presence came over me, I was filled with a bliss and peace that I cannot honestly put into words. It was lovely. I began to look into her, and realised that she is the same entity that is encountered by others on Datura. Some even build a relationship with her. It's speculated that she represents Atropos, the Greek goddess of death, and after all, the tropane alkaloid atropine is named after her. I walked to the top of the stairs and looked in the big mirror we had. My reflection walked out of the mirror, walked into the bathroom, and I followed him. I can't remember what transgressed though. I went back to my room to lie down in my bed. I looked at the ceiling and saw that it was covered in hundreds of strange bugs making an intricate web. These web strands turned into many tiny stars. The stars grew in size and exploded into colourful fractals. I look over at my desk and see that my housemate and his girlfriend were there. I thought, phew, the trip really is wearing off now, and I started to converse with them. Then, I looked over at my wardrobe and thought that something doesn't quite feel right. Then, I looked back at my housemate and see that he has vanished along with his girlfriend. And I then realised it had only been a few hours. This trip was only just beginning. All I remember from that point is getting naked and just scattered glimpses of the rest of the trip. I don't really remember much at all. My housemate in the end said he was with me the whole time, even though I couldn't see him. Apparently I was naked talking to beings that weren't there, talking to inanimate objects. I was talking in tongues, not English whatsoever, but it was as if I was speaking another language, not quite gibberish. I had blurry vision for at least a week after this event. If I ever decide to do a psychoactive dose of Datura again, I will be a lot more open and involved with the creatures, and see what they really have to offer. But as you can see here, this is not recreational and should never be done in public, and at least requires 1 trip, sir. If you honestly dare to try it, then do it very responsibly, with preparation and proper respect for the plant. This really isn't for the faint of heart. It's not cool, and it's not fun. It can land you in hospital, or a psychiatric ward. Never combine too many drugs. A Datura, DXM, hydrocodone, methylphenidate, nutmeg, alcohol and cannabis trip report by Datura Goddess. Posted to earwood.org, November 16th, 2000. On the night of the 27th of October, 2000, I was desperate to get high because I'd been sober for 2 months. My friend L was blabbing about combining drugs, and he ended up betting me 1/4 ounce of marijuana that I wouldn't do all of these drugs at once. I agreed on the bet, and we gathered up the drugs. I paid for the bud, DXM, alcohol, nutmeg, while he got the Datura, Vicodin and Ritalin. And in case you're wondering, before this experience I had smoked weed, tripped off of DXM, only once using 8 pills, while also tripping off of Datura, called Moonflower where I live. I'd taken it twice, both times eating all the seeds in one pod, and gotten drunk before. I'd never tried Vicodin, Ritalin or nutmeg before this though. There were 3 people involved, including me. I will call my 2 friends L and M. To prepare for this experience, we got all of the drugs I was going to take. It was a Friday, so I was able to stay away from my parents, cops, teachers, etc. for a few days. I went to L's house, along with M. L's father was home at first, but only people at L's house from 12:45 PM Friday to 4 PM Saturday were me, M, and L. We also got some ice cubes, Jolly Ranchers, and orange juice. We had everything ready and planned out by about 1 PM. All names and phone numbers have been changed in this story. The first thing I did was eat the nutmeg. I had a full 1.1 ounce bottle of it. I ate mouthfuls of nutmeg at a time, swallowed as fast as I could, then drank the orange juice. I ended up eating that whole bottle of nutmeg, a very hard thing to do without puking. I got very close to puking, but stopped myself. I waited until 1:32 PM, then I swallowed the DXM pills. Caricodin, cough plus cold, 16 pills, 480 milligrams of DXM. At 1:45, I ate the moonflower seeds, 2 pods of about 2¼ in diameter, about 140 seeds, uncooked, not dried. Then, I snorted a little Vess and half of the Vicodin pill, and 1/2 of the Ritalin pill. I started feeling dizzy and lightheaded by 1:53. It was around 2:40 when I started feeling the Ritalin. I think it was the Ritalin. I was hyper and dizzy. I also think that the Moonflower trip had started too, and I was definitely feeling the DXM. I wanted to get high from the weed, so I smoked about a dime. I had a quarter for me to smoke, while L&M had 8 for the nose for them to share. L&M smoked a couple bowls between them, and we just sat around and talked till about 3:10, when M was telling me I'd better drink the alcohol and smoke the rest of the weed, because I would be tripping too hard. I smoked the rest of the weed, but it really hurt my throat. I had a bad dry mouth from the Moonflower as well. I was sucking on ice cubes while I was smoking, and that helped a little, although the Jolly Ranchers didn't work quite as good. The last thing to do was drink the alcohol, so I drank a screwdriver that Elle made, with about 4 shots of vodka, and drank about a cup of Captain Morgan's Parrot Bay coconut rum. Elle's dad bought it and the vodka, then he left for work. He didn't know anything about the other drugs though. Tell you what, I felt really fucked up. The only things I remember after this was watching parts of the first 5 or 10 minutes of Scream 3, which M rented, and I was talking some during it. The rest of the story is what L and M told me, as I don't remember any of it, except for parts of my dreams. When we were watching the rest of the movie, I kept leaving the room. M followed me, and I guess I just wandered around his house. He would tell me to come back to the room, and I would respond by just blabbing on like, "Oh, he doesn't have the pipe, but I bet the gym will." Or, "Seriously, I thought you weren't." M would just then lead me back into his room. I said something like, "I saw the dogs burn my throat," and pointed to my mouth. Then, I tried to run to the bathroom, but I kept falling and stumbling, so I crawled to his trash can and puked in it twice in a row. My eyes were very bloodshot by now. My pupils were dilated, and my eyes were wide open. I even peed my pants at about 4, and at 4:45 I could hardly even breathe. I tried to talk, but when no sound came out, I just pointed to my mouth and started crying. I was drinking a lot of orange juice and eating ice cubes and Jolly Ranchers to try and get rid of the dry mouth. It wasn't until about 6:25 PM that I finally passed out on the floor of M's room. In my sleep, I was twitching quite a lot, and I was saying everything out loud. My friend stayed awake to make sure I didn't break anything, and sometimes I woke up and rearranged things for no reason, like putting a stack of paper in the freezer and moving the TV around the room. From 6:30 PM to 3:20 AM, I was talking, but I slept until 6:15. These are some of the things my friends remember me saying. "Seriously?" To which I said at least 8 times. "Is B there? Isn't this 5550934? B is one of my friends. Is R there? It's already 8. What's taking you so long?" R is my weed dealer. It was about 11 PM when I said that. "Why? Get in here!" "Why is my brother?" I yelled this very, very loud. "Man, where'd the bowl go? It was right here." I said this a lot, sometimes saying joint instead of bowl, and I would open my eyes most of the times I said it. "You can't do that already." And that was it. I remember everything after I woke up though. When I woke up, I was still tripping off the Moonflower, but everything else had worn off. I was hearing things and felt kinda drunk. As for visual hallucinations, I only remember 2. Some moving green blob on my door and colour differences. "Why are we talking so much, man? Last night was so trippy to see you like that," M told me. I had no idea what he was actually talking about. Then M and L told me about how I was talking for such a very, very long time. The only things I remember dreaming about were calling B on the phone and walking around my school. I stayed at M's house, but L went home at 8 AM. I went home at 3 PM. M said I was talking to people that weren't there, but I stopped around 2:15 PM. Let me tell you, I was sick for about 3 days after that, and L gave me that well-deserved 1/4 ounce. So, in conclusion, I would recommend never combining too many drugs ever. What I did was very stupid and almost caused me to die. A mind-blowing trip. A 25i NBOME trip report by Schmez, posted to earwid.org, October 19th, 2023. I was quite new to psychedelics when this trip occurred. I tried a nice dose of LSD, only to the point where we laughed a lot and freaked out over trees, etc. I'd also tried MDMA occasionally on weekends and mushrooms. Prior to this trip, I'd been in hospital for a surgery on my sinuses. I was in hospital for 4 days to recover. During the 4 days, a really close friend at the time, Jess, thought it'd surprise me when I got out of hospital with some LSD. The day I got back from hospital, Jess rocked up at my door that afternoon around 1 PM. He handed me 2 tabs and we agreed to take only one that night and save another for a few months later. Jess is the type of guy that would rather trip alone, and he had more experience than me when it came to psychedelics, so I trusted him. He advised me that I should try a trip alone, so I thought, why not? Around 2:30 PM, only an hour and a half later that day, I was chilling in my room, playing games on my PC. I decided, why not just drop a tab now? I'll order out for dinner so I don't have to face my parents too much during the trip, which they were completely unaware of. I put the tab under my tongue and immediately it was so bitter and gross. I called up Jess, tab still in my mouth. Bro, this tab tastes like shit, right? He hadn't taken it yet, so he says to me, I had dirty hands from work when I touched the tabs. That's probably why it tasted like that. He works on a farm, so I thought it made sense at the time, and we had no idea what M-bomb even was. About 10 minutes after taking the so-called LSD, I looked at the mirror on my wardrobe, and I felt gross looking at myself. I was quite confident with how I look usually. However, only 10 minutes after taking the tab, I felt disgusted at myself for no reason in particular. I felt dirty. About 20 minutes in, I'd lost perception of time. I still wasn't visually hallucinating. However, I just had some gut feeling that it was almost night time. All I was doing for this 20 minutes was playing games. I ended my round on Call of Duty and decided to drop another one because in my mind, it felt like it had been hours since I swallowed the tab and I wasn't feeling much. This one was also bitter, but I pushed through and kept playing my games. It was probably around 3:30 to 4 PM that day. I started feeling really fast, energized, awake. I lost all motivation to play anymore, so I decided to just listen to drum and bass music and lay in bed for some reason. As I'm listening to this fast-paced music, I start to really loop out. This is so hard to describe the feeling, but I forgot what my room looked like, even though I was in my room. It was like my room was a piece of paper that had been folded in half, and I was living in the middle of it. The more I thought into this, the more my room would fold. My PC, which was on the left of me, would end up somewhere above me, then next to me, then around me. It was a massive loop, and I was starting to lose all logic left in my head. I tried turning off the music as if that was the stimulant which caused this. I tapped and tapped everywhere on my phone to try and turn it off. My phone screen was just this piece of digital thingness. I gave up, and I felt my body start to vibrate. Slow vibrations in my whole body quickly became fast vibration. I felt something squeezing my body all around until everything slowly faded into black. I'm still able to think and look around in this darkness though. This blue 2D thing of energy tries to communicate with me. In comes a pink 2D thing of energy shaped like humans, but definitely not humans at all. At first, I couldn't understand them, but then I gradually start to follow them around in this strange world I find myself in. At the time, all of this somehow felt normal. These things of energy were just as amped up as I was, vibrating really, really fast, as was I. Most of this world I fell into is a blur to me to this day. However, I remember some oddly realistic situations during this trip. I remember having an end goal of some sort. If I reached this goal, I would be basically God or a very high power in a sense.
End up waking out of this darkness and back into my room. What I'd just been through was so intense that my folded up room began to look normal. I thought the trip must have been wearing off. I get off my bed and stand up for the first time in what felt like years. As I stand up, I realise that this was a truly dumb idea. The whole room begins to start buzzing out of my vision, so I quickly lay back down on my bed. The computer screen, my phone screen, my TV all stood out in my vision. I started off not being able to see screens at all, and now it felt like that was the only thing I could see. I panic and call a childhood friend of mine. At this time, he was a crack addict and tried a lot of drugs. I still had no idea what I'd consumed, so I called up to make sure I hadn't taken meth or something by any chance. I couldn't even remember the fact I put a tab on my mouth. All I knew was, I'm tweaking and I need help. He reassures me that I definitely haven't taken meth, but it may be some sort of fake acid. We talk for a while. He tries to get my mind to a more calm state, which was achieved, but I still felt a really quick vibration through my body. I decided to Google what I may have taken. I just typed into Google exactly how I felt in that exact moment. Immediately, the first thing that pops up, M-bomb overdose, teen dies, something along those lines. I start researching M-bomb as I'm tripping on it, and I was sure that 25i was exactly what I had taken. I decide to get into bed and watch some funny videos to keep my mind occupied until I slowly fall asleep. At this point, my memory becomes a bit blurred as to what actually happened. Slowly but surely, it comes to night time. I look at the time, and it reads about 1 AM, but it looks bright as day outside. I've been watching memes for a long time, I thought to myself. I look at the time again, and it's 1 PM the next fucking day. I'm still tripping absolute balls, but I'm gradually getting used to it, I guess. I call Jess up, and he's also still fried out of his head. We were these disgusting creatures who hadn't slept, and were just speeding through life at this point. We have a friend who we would smoke weed with regularly. She also had been sold this M-bomb unknowingly also. We had no idea of this yet, so I asked a friend for a lift to her place to calm down a bit, and told Jess to come with. We were close enough friends to rock up at each other's houses whenever. When I arrived, it was immediately noticeable the way she had handled the trip. She said she felt so dirty and gross, but she never wants to leave this place in her head. I personally was eager to leave this place. I packed a small bong and got dropped back off home. Another night of no sleep, but I was getting super tired. The last day of the trip, everything was very peaceful in fact. The buzz had gone, I was still hallucinating, but it felt like there wasn't a thought left in my head. I felt so empty but peaceful. I kinda went through this whole day, reliving the past 2 days, and still being a bit bugged out. I knew I'd fall asleep soon though. I wasn't sure if I'd wake up. All I knew is that I'd be asleep for a while. It eventually came to the time where I could do nothing but sleep. I slept all day, woke up at night, easily went back to bed, then woke up midday the next day around 3 PM feeling empty, completely empty and devoid of anything left in my soul. For months after this trip, I was quite delusional. I started not being aware of anything around me really, as I would constantly lose track of what I'm doing and bump into random things. I became horrible at speaking, slurring words every time I said a sentence. I had this trip on my mind for months after. To be honest, after thinking back and reading up on research chemicals, I'm not even 100% sure what I had taken was 25i at all. I'm still not sure if anyone else has ever had a 3-day trip from an N-bomb. Buried Alive. A Salvia Divinorum trip report by Praying Mantis. Posted to earbud.org January 20th, 2020. Nothing quite prepared me for Salvia. No previous psychedelic experience, no brave thoughts, no earthly wisdom. One must go into it with no expectation whatsoever, no matter what you've read about it. I'm moderately experienced with psychedelic drugs, having taken LSD several times.
However, LSD in all of its intensity never takes me this far. I'd been reading many trip reports, and despite the warnings, I decided to see what salvia had to offer. I'm not sure as to what could have caused my bad trip. My setting was nearly ideal. I had a trip sitter, my boyfriend, who has had several experiences with salvia himself. The extract might have been too strong, I guess, but I was really eager to break through. Perhaps it came on too fast. Left me no choice as to whether to enter that threshold or not. I might have been too tense or nervous. Although, to be honest, I really don't think it mattered what I thought before I took the drug, because all of those thoughts were gone out of the window anyway, seconds after I took the hit. Regardless of my intentions, salvia chewed upon my consciousness like a toy and threw me back into reality just as violently. I took the hit while laying on a bed in a very dimly lit room. My boyfriend held the bong for me and lit it. Light classical music was playing in the background. The sticky smoke filled my lungs and I laid back, trying to relax and counting to 20. I was anxious, trembling even. The feeling of my heartbeat resonated through my body. The point of no return had passed, and I could sense something intense was just about to happen. I got to 16 and exhaled. The thick cloud of smoke was the last thing I would see as my vision started to tunnel, and then my reality disappeared. I do not remember what I experienced in the first few moments of the trip. It was like entering a deep sleep. I no longer remembered what I had done just moments before, that I had smoked salvia, or where I actually was right now in the actual space-time continuum. I was in a primal, oblivious state. There was no trace of previous thoughts or anxiety. When my hallucinations started, I did not find them to be conspicuous. It was rather like I was playing a game. I peeled off what seemed like a long red rubbery strip that was actually a part of my arm. It had a distinct shape, with rounded edges and seemed to be endlessly long. I vividly remember that it fit into my body like a piece of a puzzle, like this. I did not think this was weird. When I peeled it off, I threw the end of it towards the next person. It was like playing a game of catch. I felt at ease, and I think I was actually laughing. With each new moment, a new dimension of this hallucination would reveal itself. For a split moment, I had the feeling of being in the backyard of my childhood home, where we had a little plant garden. This was just a fleeting, serene moment. When I had peeled off my strip, I had the sense that it triggered a pattern somewhere far away where another strip was peeling. Slowly I realised that I was part of a pattern, and that I had been contributing to it by playing the game. I had a vision of a gigantic zigzag pattern that was formed by colourful strips, and all the people were a part of it. Everything was a basic colour like red, white, purple, green or yellow, and everyone was wearing these modern sporty clothes. I was at the edge of the pattern, and I saw my strip as if from a bird's eye view. As it peeled away, just as my strip rearranged itself, it was another turn to peel at the opposite side of the pattern. It was perfectly balanced mathematically and aesthetically, and it looked somewhat like this. I do not remember the transition between this first hallucination and the second. Perhaps the change was caused by the fact that I was starting to become aware of sensation again. While the first hallucination was more like a floating dream, more conceptual than physical in nature, this felt entirely different. I remember distinctly being aware of the taste of salvia, but not of the idea that I'd smoked it or that it was even a concept. I became aware of a scraping sensation, thick layers being scraped away row by row. It was very physical and very real. I became aware of layers of what seemed like dirt or soil, with strips of thin, plasticky, rubbery material layered evenly inside the soil. My perception of it was 2D, but also in several different dimensions at once. It was tightly packed, and with each strip that was uncovered, there would be more to come. There was this feeling of it being pretend, like it was art or a game or a show. This space was entirely self-contained with no reference as to what lay outside this layered dirt. In fact, I realised that I was part of this scene. I was inside those thin strips in between the soil. Each time a layer of dirt was dug up, it would uncover a tiny portion of me, a tiny slice. I became anxious. It wasn't funny anymore and getting repetitive. I wanted to move, yet the pattern just kept on repeating. I realised with horror that I could not get out of the layers. that whoever was scraping away the dirt was only uncovering a tiny portion of me every time, and it would be eternity before all of my pieces were uncovered. This was no longer a game, it was a cruel prank, and it came at the cost of my life. I had been murdered, sliced into pieces and buried, doomed forever to be dug up piece by someone who didn't even know I was there. I felt as if I was guillotined, the cold wetness of blood and sharp edge of steel imprinted on my nerves. I couldn't breathe, move, or speak. I could hear the peaceful, classical music in the background, completely incongruent with my torture. It was disgusting, yet humorous, like an ironic soundtrack to a violent movie A Clockwork Orange. I was shaking and screaming. I screamed and screamed, hoping that something out there would hear me, would rescue me. But no one could hear me. I had no voice and was screaming inside my own head. They just kept digging away, repeating endlessly. My horror was amplifying. I felt like I'd been played, and there was infinite regret and longing for my previous life, which I knew would never ever return. I felt like someone was watching, someone who had set me up to this, and they were laughing at me. It was like a horrific setup, and I was the punchline. I had a feeling it must have been the work of a cruel man in a bowler hat who liked bad practical jokes. But as soon as I had resigned myself to my doom, it was as if this man had had his fill of his amusement and suddenly decided to let me go. It was as if I was coming out of a dark nothingness which was pulling me back with great physical force. I fought it desperately, trying to regain control over my body. Gravity was heavy and I lolled back and forth. I might have spoken something, but my voice felt odd, monotone and robotic. Everything I tried to say felt pre-programmed, like I was reading lines written by a bad writer. It felt strange and alien to hear my voice come out of my throat. "It's okay, it's okay," I heard somebody say, and felt them pushing me back onto the bed. In actuality, this was because I was about to fall off. I felt like a child that was about to undergo some traumatic medical procedure, and the adults were lying about how it was all going to be okay. However, at the same time, I realised that this was all under control, that reality was still there in some little way. My vision was swimming and everything had a threshold dreamlike quality, like when I'm half dreaming and half awake. I desperately tried to hold on. The room started layering onto itself, pieces of time and space coming together in a giant multi-dimensional pattern. I remembered that I'd undergone some experiment, that I had done salvia. I'd realised where I was and what I had done in that moment. I grabbed onto my boyfriend, called out his name. Slowly the layering came to a halt, like the ending of a giant book. Everything was suddenly normal, inconspicuous, which was such a stark contrast to what had just happened that I could not honestly believe it. I even had a twinge of paranoia that my boyfriend had turned into an agent of salvia, but that feeling passed quickly. I was shaken. I could not believe that something like that, something so sinister, so real, so perfectly orchestrated, could be a product of my own mind. Suddenly, the whole ordeal seemed almost hilarious. I didn't know whether to laugh or to cry, but I laughed. My laughter had an undercurrent of madness though. I actually started rocking back and forth. All I could say was, "The fuck? What the fuck?" I started to explain the trip to him, but the words gushing from my mouth seemed stupid and inadequate to me. My boyfriend and a friend had also planned the trip, but I could not bear this and kept yelling at them not to take it, because I was too horrified at the idea. In about half an hour, the haziness and paranoia had subsided. I felt normal, grounded, and eventually I was sure that reality was here to stay. I found out that during my bad trip, I'd been screaming like I was being murdered and looking straight at my boyfriend. I ended up scaring him quite a bit. He said he had never seen me look that way before. It was pure, primal terror. Afterwards, the memory of it was like a hazy dream. I'd blocked the memory out, but now, whenever I smoke weed, I'm able to recall the feeling far too vividly. It fills me with anxiety and sadness. That innocent curiosity led me to go through such a violent experience. I am also feeling left unfulfilled, wondering whether I could have sinned more if only I just hadn't freaked out. I'm not confident that I'll be able to handle it better if I do it again, to be honest though. I did not have the feeling that the things I experienced were a higher reality of sorts. Rather, I feel as if it was some sort of bad prank played on me by the drug itself. It really was the scariest thing that I've ever experienced. And the only plus to take away from it all was that it was over a lot quicker than expected. It was perfectly crafted and timed, like a piece of performance art made with the very medium of consciousness. For now, I'm just hoping that over time the shock will subside, but I guess some part of it will probably always linger with me. Into the calamity of my deepest insecurities. A 15-gram SV10 mushrooms trip report posted on the Vivek Discord. One thing to note before I say anything is that this was my first time ever having raw mushrooms, so I don't quite know what to expect. This is not meant to be an encouraging story, more of a cautionary tale. This trip sent me down a curious path of psychedelic journeys throughout my life. I've now done quite a few megadoses of traditional psychedelics such as psilocybin or LSD, sometimes even both at once. Even though this was a nightmarish trip at times, I still understood the reasoning why it was so bad. I also took a lot from this trip, implemented it into my life, but I'm lucky I can take these experiences properly and not ruin my life with them. One person could take this experience and another person, well, probably the majority of people, will not be able to handle this experience in the short or maybe even the long run. I was fooling around at the time with gummies that had half of whatever weak strain of mushrooms in them and half of 4-ACO-DMT. I thought I knew it all after eating 2 packs of those gummies, but I was dead wrong. And I will try to be very expressive in this trip report because this was an extremely powerful experience. It started when I got the connection to a dealer who sells some potent mushroom strains when he can find them, so they end up going quite quickly. I got a drop with a 10 strip of some Morak tabs, which was fine because it was going to be the first time dropping LSD. And I also got a bag of SV10 mushrooms, which were a cross between the strains Albino, Chodewave and Yeti. The mushrooms reeked, but I was very excited to try them. When I got it, I had a sandwich bag filled about halfway when I held it in my hand. They looked awesome. Pale caps and very blue all around the stems and a little on the caps. When I held them, I needed 2 hands to hold them all. A nice big bowl of shrooms, I thought. I told my friend, who had much more experience than me at the time, that I had what I thought to be 7 grams. I was going to eat them all because I had done what I thought was 6 grams of the mushroom gummies and had some ego loss, but not much. I was not ready for this experience, mind you, and didn't know that he had messed up the bag or just felt very generous and gave me the remaining 15 grams of SV10 he had left. I put the mushrooms on a scale and it weighs out as 15 grams, but naively I don't believe it, and told myself it was 7 because, well, I didn't know what any dose of shrooms looked like really. I also thought a ½ ounce of shrooms would be a massive mountain that you would need a grocery store bag to fit them all in at the time. So, later that night, I tore the mushrooms into big thick chunks. I put a lot of the mushrooms mixed with Doritos. I heard of someone doing this, so I tried it out. My stoned mind at the time thought it would be good somehow. Unfortunately, they didn't all fit, but I started to eat them anyways. I didn't like the taste and texture of it, so I dumped the chips on my counter and picked all of the mushroom chunks out. So, I went downstairs to look for another option. I decided on the classic method. I made 3 peanut butter jelly sandwiches and went back upstairs and noticed the time was about 7:45 PM. I placed the chunks of SV10 on all the bread slices and they covered every piece of the sandwich in thick mushroom chunks. I consumed everything within 30 minutes besides a few small mushroom chunks as I started to feel nauseous. I ate a few small mushroom chunks off the little bit left, and then washed it down with water, almost throwing up as my stomach was loaded with psilocybin. I made a mess out of the chips in my bathroom because I spilt Doritos everywhere. I decided I did not like the chip method whatsoever. Now, after this, I was coming up very swiftly already, so I went to the toilet to clear my stomachache. I started to get a bad gut feeling about this trip. I thought I really knew what I was doing, which was absolutely hilarious. Things were getting frantic, and I was having traces already. This was much different than the normal 45-minute to an hour come-up that is usual. It was like I finished eating, and then I was tripping the next second. My eyes were dilating, and things were waving. I started to pick up the mess I made, feeling fairly disoriented and starting to panic for no reason out of fear from leaving a mess. I started tripping hard enough to the point it was, well, hard for me to focus on the chips at all, and I had to clean even though I couldn't see them. The malaise was starting to become more and more prevalent. I kept missing spots, so I lazily wiped them onto the floor. What is going on, is all I could think. Then the bad trip starts. I cleaned up the best I could in the bathroom. I went into my room and turned on the lights. I sat in my bed with my eyes on my knees, scared and feeling worried about something. My mum came in to talk to me about my homework, but I shooed her away and told her I did not feel good and I was just going to go to bed. I felt extremely bad for doing this because she was respectfully telling me to keep up on my work, but I was irritated that she was on my ass about it a few minutes after eating an ungodly amount of mushrooms. I turned off the lights and texted my friend. Bad trip, we'll be gone for a while, frantically. I started to enter an ego death state for the first time in my life. I was petrified for what is to come. This was an entirely different ballgame. I was used to the happy and fun giggle trips with eye candy and felt like a super dopamine rush. I did not want to believe mushrooms could possibly be this strong. No way. I turned the lights on to see geometrical, rigid motion-like reflections taking place. The room was mirroring while I looked at my tall fan. I turned off the lights again, and I began to see the sunrise through my window. The outside world is continuing on while I was in for a rough time. And this hit me hard for some reason. I realised how beautiful life is in such a scary and eye-opening way. I thought of being outside in the June summer evening, with a girl and then with my friends, and how badly I want to be out in the world right at that moment. Everything was so sad to me. I just wanted to stop tripping so badly at that point. I turned the lights back on to be met with a frightening sight at the time. Everything was fake. My ever so precious reality was BS at that point. It took on a fake, plasticky, synthetic experience. I looked at my wall, and within the patterns, I see hundreds of clowns and jester faces popping out and glitching like a Windows XP error repeating over and over and over again. In a vivid, three-dimensional live image, I could feel the jester's anger with me. My room took on a circus-like appearance. I shut the lights off, scared of the hallucinations. I scrambled for the melatonin that was for some reason in my pocket so I can try to sleep this off. Later on, after the experience had ended, I thought it was quite funny looking back on this, but in the moment I realised how real things were getting. I go up to use the bathroom again, but I could not stay up straight to save my life. I was talking to myself incoherently as the waves were throwing me off balance. Everything was way louder than usual, and my audio hallucinations are lagging in and out and echoing. It sounded like I was tapping into whatever is beyond the Matrix. Almost like a ticking noise repeating and echoing and washing over my brain, going at a fast tempo of womp, 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 womp. It was a deeply mesmerising sound. I get to the toilet in slow motion and I pull out my pants to see, well, I have no genitals whatsoever. I was pissing a stream out of nothing. The toilet was warped to an odd shape and it was shrinking and growing while my stream was twisting into infinity. This terrified me. So I pulled up my pants simultaneously as I finished using the bathroom and ran back to my room, slamming my door extremely hard from my loose shroom arms. I was mortified that my mother or father would try to ask me what the hell is going on, because it was very, very loud. Time was slowing and slowing and slowing as I went more and more and more mad. I came to the realization that I was dying. My time perception was non-existent, and I seemed to be looping random thoughts in my brain. It's hard to tell when you don't have another person to confirm if you were or not, because when you loop, you do not realise it.
I just realised that this is the end. I've died. I was rolling around in my bed, wishing my agony would end. The next thing I remember was me trying to get up to use the bathroom again. I started to feel great pain and aches all throughout my body. The mushrooms did not want me to move, but it felt like I was falling apart. I laid back down, and the pain went away. I started feeling numb and transparent. I rolled around more and more and trying to get up again, but even weaker now, I ended up crashing my skull into my headboard behind my bed. I slammed it oh so very hard, but did not even feel it. I touched my body to feel that it is numb, completely numb now. It wasn't like a normal numb feeling, it was just nothingness. I speak out loudly. Why? Why is this happening? My voice was foreign to my ears and was very altered from the audio hallucinations. I started to have to use the bathroom again, but I couldn't get out of bed at all. I ended up wetting the bed and my pants, as I literally could not hold it in any longer, and I was scared to go into the light because the hallucinations were so powerfully terrifying. This would be annoying later on, as you could expect. As I started to break the veil in this reality to the unforgiving mushroom land, I started to scratch my chest and eyes. I was trying to pull myself back to reality, ever so desperately fighting against the breakthrough. I'd heard of breakthroughs, but this was not what I expected, and I did not realise I was breaking through, because I was so naive to the power of psilocybin. Finally, I forcefully blasted off into the unknown. I eventually found myself in a black void. No, blacker than black, in fact. I was in this void for what felt like years. My connection to the real world was completely shot during this time. And then, of course, the trip advanced, and in this void I noticed jester entities. They see me, get right in my face, and dance all around me, taunting me, making fun of me. It felt like they were laughing at my ego, humiliating me. I kept thinking that every one of my friends would make fun of me for having a bad trip after being so confident in taking this dose. I was tormented by these celestial beings taking on a circus theme for what seemed to be years and years and years. I eventually came to the realization that they were teaching me a very big lesson. I needed to stop being so damn insecure of what other people think of me. Why should I give a damn of what some other dumbass thinks of me? At the end of the day, I'm not going to die if someone tries to put me down. People will always be jealous or think they are better than everyone else. I used to get insecure and angry at people teasing me. A lot of the time, I would always let it get to me very deeply. Other people thinking that I was a joke was my biggest fear. People not taking me seriously. I could even hear them say things behind my back. They mocked me. But at the end of the day, I guess it doesn't matter. I used to do dumb things, and people would react how they would react. It's never going to change, so why let it get to me at all? I remember briefly being in a savannah-like plane. It felt like the afterlife. After this massive wake-up call, I started to exit the breakthrough, but I was still tripping exceptionally hard. I felt like I was no longer human, that I was turning into multiple foreign creatures straight from Tripland at once. My ego dissolution started to weaken, and I turned the lights back on as I was out of the peak, and I calmed way, way down. When I turned on the lights, the room looked very wide horizontally and vertically, as I typically get after a massive mushroom trip. The entire room goes black and white, and then if I had to describe it, an almost industrial hue of deep colours. There were patterns everywhere, and I could see clown faces appearing in the plaster marks on the walls around me. They swayed back and forth with this wide grin on their face. I turned the lights off, then wobbled and stumbled my way to my door. I was leaning against the wall, terrified. I was still so messed up, I started to piss on my goddamn floor. Quickly, I began to realise what I was doing and stopped. I looked at a heating pad on the floor and it turned into a face and was changing shape. It looked like the face of an Easter Island statue. I then looked down at my foot and I could see from the light sweeping into my room between the cracks of my door and the door frame, my foot shrinking and growing intensely. Holy fuck, I said. I'm real, I thought. I fell through my door and fumbled my way back to my bathroom with my phone. I realised it was now 12:50 AM. This shocked me because I thought I aged thousands of years during the peak. I used the bathroom and it was a massive relief to me. It felt as if it was my first time using a bathroom in millennium. I then looked into the mirror to see my intensely dilated pupils. I was frightened at how big they were. I thought my iris could have broken. My face was morphing all about and I couldn't clearly make myself out. I was genuinely unrecognisable. then turned on the song Use You or Foo Foo by Juice WRLD, as it was the first song that showed up on YouTube. It was echoing very loudly. It sounded like the whole song was playing at once, if that makes any sense at all. I turned it off, and I go back to my room and turn the lights on. I get clean clothes on, and then take a few videos somehow and text a friend that I now understand what he meant by being careful with mushrooms. No one was awake though. This took forever, and time felt impeccably slow. I then smoke some weed and go to bed after putting a few towels on it from the piss. The next day, I felt very odd, in a good way. I cleaned my mattress and had to embarrassingly leave it out in the sun, and I went off to hang out with some friends. This trip taught me valuable lessons that I will never ever forget, but such experiences are not for the average tripper. This trip started my long journey, and I see it as an extremely beautiful experience, even though it was a mess. The moral of the story here is, never trust your ego.
A dimension I never want to return to. A Datura trip report by Lawrence, posted at EARBUDS.org, July 15th, 2016. When one of my dealers told me I had to try Datura the summer of my freshman year, I was skeptical. I was working a lifeguarding job, needed to stay sharp. I could be called into action at any moment. He assured me that it wouldn't be a problem. Boy, how wrong he was. He gave me one pod and told me that half would be sufficient. Being an experienced psychonaut, I figured I would take the whole pod. It took about an hour till I felt anything. After about 90 minutes, I began to feel very dizzy and lethargic, a bit like being too drunk. I took a fat dab to try and stabilise, but felt nothing, and just fell asleep. When I awoke, I knew I had made a terrible mistake. Everything was blurry. I was sure I was in an oven. I was really sweaty, and my elbows felt locked. I felt like I really had to relieve myself, but couldn't find the bathroom because I was basically blind. After about 15 minutes or so, my vision started to clear up and I could see. I tried to get off of the couch, but it felt like I left my hands behind and my legs could barely move. With incredible effort, I rolled off of the couch and began to crawl to the bathroom. I pulled myself onto the toilet, tried to defecate. I felt incredible relief until I looked in the bowl and saw that there was nothing there. I tried again. It felt like it was leaking. When I looked in the toilet again, the water had turned to blood. No matter how much I wiped, the toilet paper always came up bloody. As I left the bathroom, I looked in the mirror and saw my father. I knew I shouldn't talk to him, so I just left. The only problem with this sight was that they all had died. Blood was flowing out of all of their orifices. It was horrifying, and I ran back to my room. I tried to go online, but it wouldn't turn on. Frustrated, I went to my desktop, but couldn't remember my password. I just wanted to listen to some music, but all I could do was shake my computer. I ran past the party in my living room and out the front door, looked in the sky, and all I could see was this green gas everywhere. I was sure it was making me insane, so I get into my car and just sit there for what could have been years. The next thing I remember, I was back in my house talking to my friend. She kept asking me if I was okay, but I couldn't speak. It was like no matter how loud I screamed, nothing would come out. Then my vision went blurry again, and I may even have passed out at this point. I awoke in what could only be called hell itself. It was like I'd entered a dimension of pure and utter agony. The floor was covered in vomit 2 feet deep, and blood was gushing from my underwear. I waded to the bathroom to find that my dad had left the mirror. He was yelling at a younger version of myself, telling me that I would never be as successful as my brother, who recently died of giardia. I tried to pull down my pants to clean up the blood, but realised I wasn't wearing anything. The only thing, I had a vagina. I'm a man, I must say. I was ashamed in front of my father, and began to weep,
until I realised I was just crying on the floor of my bathroom at nothing. I decided I needed some water, so I turned on the sink, but no matter what, the water was scalding. I remembered when my brother was really sick, everything, even ice water, felt burning hot to him. It was like I was inhabiting his soul, and it felt good. I left the bathroom, and my friends had turned into piles of rocks. I tried to piece them back together, but I couldn't hold on to anything. Felt like my hands were covered in grease. Needless to say, the rest of the night was something out of a dimension of unimaginable nightmares. Sometime around 5 AM, I started to come down. My vision was fuzzy, and I kept seeing something moving in the corner of my vision. I went to sleep for a few hours, and woke up relatively okay. The road to recovery has been long, but I'm hopeful that with the continued help of antipsychotics, I will in time be able to overcome the trauma that I experienced on Datura. I would not recommend this to even the most experienced of trippers. What I saw can only be described as my own worst nightmare. A reality deep dream mix-up by Anna, posted to EARBUDS.org, September 23rd, 2004. 0 hours. Me and my friend M each ate 1.5 tablespoons of mature yellow-brown seeds. We chewed them up really good, washing them down with water. T plus 1 hour. We're both feeling drunk and heavy, and decide to lay down on the bed. At some time, approximately 15 minutes after this, we both blacked out. T plus 4 hours. I woke up finding M sleeping next to me, and my friend A from school also next to me, leaning on the wall and aiming the fan at us while sleeping. I tried to wake him, but nothing would work, so I looked at M for help. But instead of M, it was A sleeping next to me. I looked at the wall, and no one was there. I wake up M, and asked him to go home so I can sleep. I felt somehow uncomfortable after all this. T plus 5 hours and 30 minutes, approximately. I'm not sure what went wrong, but I couldn't sleep. Well, I'm laying on my bed, feeling the dryness. I must get some water. The bottle was empty. So I was trying to get up, and I see 2 huge, shadow-like guys with 2 different, weird faces that I can hardly remember, but they were like Matrix agents, but different, and one was fatter, with small red and bright lights as eyes blocking the both of my doors, of which I have 2. I somehow got a grip and reminded myself I'm tripping. I got up in front of the shadow dude, and red circles appear on both of their eyes that start to bleed a lot. I covered my head and waited a while. After that, they were gone. T plus 6 hours. My sister was in the kitchen. I was making coffee for 2. She told me to hold something for her, but I was busy with the coffee, so I passed it to my friend M while saying, hold this a sec, bro. My cup of coffee hits the floor, and M says, "What's wrong with you?" "I just woke up, that's all," I say. I went upstairs with 1 coffee. I lost some time here. Plus 9 hours. Still not too sure of the exact time. Laying on the bed, feeling a bit poisoned, some bottles on my table were spinning on the spot. The key in the door split to 2 and started crawling like a worm all over. A crack in the wall was taking over the walls in the room itself. Some grapes I had on the table grew legs and walked around the room. Same with paint dots and black dots on the floor. My floor is hard to describe. I remembered everything was going crazy, but that I was calm. The skull I got was bouncing from one speaker to the other. Wires were moving around like snakes, bloodstains appeared on the walls, and friends were flashing like changing a channel. Some of the friends that appeared didn't want to talk out loud, and instead talked to me within my own head. A bit like telepathy. There were also lots of sparks flying around at some point. I decided to watch a movie on my broken TV and eat out of a bowl of snacks the whole time, approximately 1.5 to 2 hours. At the end of the film, I noticed it was all unreal, and before I was in a total trance. I've no idea what the movie even was, or if it was real. I fell asleep a bit later after this. The next day, I woke up to my mum knocking at the door, asking me for something. I gave her something no way related to what I'd done, and then what she asked for. Then 4 friends of mine were behind her. As she turned, I greeted them, shook hands, etc., and she didn't notice. They sat down, I turned to lock the door and back, and they were gone. I laid back down on my bed. My t-shirt that was on the bed turned into this mini mad cow with spiralling red-orange squares as eyes and horns of a demon. It ran straight to me and I freaked and jumped back. But then, it just became the shirt again. Day 2, T+5 hours. I find myself ending a chat with a tree. The grass started growing really high, so I went back in. After that, I remember sitting in the living room and looking at pictures that had their own little life to them. I spent most of the day talking to people, animals that weren't there, my cat, my MJ plant, the skull on the speaker, and smoked unreal cigarettes while I had 2 packs, which one was real and one wasn't. I remember twice I smoked, the cig was gone, take out a real one, but from the wrong pocket, taking another fake cig that would disappear after 2 minutes. Smoke sometimes came out of real objects, and some shadows are moving with no connection to these objects. I took this whole trip as a once-in-a-lifetime and last trip to a very, very deep place in my mind. The after effects from this were long-lasting and very, very scary, as in a thought of, wow, I've completely messed my whole life up now. But thank God, this was all gone. 3 to 4 days of really messed up eyes, splits, fogged blurry vision, etc. That's all I really had. So, for about a week, I was feeling really weird and unconnected to the world. And I must say, smoking weed sometimes made things fly in the corners of my eyes and stuff. All I can say is beware. Her Soul Lingers On. A Datura and Morning Glory Trip Report by Mandrake. Posted to earwid.org December 16th, 2003. She captured me, sucked me in, drove my mind crazy, and I loved her grasp. So, I see people all the time now who don't exist. Big deal. I wake up in the night and think that people are in my room. I talk to them, then they disappear and I wonder why they ran away. Sometimes I get a spot of colour stuck in a certain place in my vision for days on end. My mind is alright though. I'm as smart as I ever was. But this feeling lingers. I grew her from the ground up. I went to the store, bought the seeds, and put her in the soil. Datura, a lovely little friend of mine, sprang from the ground, and all was good. I would eat her leaves at night, 2 or 3 at a time. At first I would make tea, then I just ate them right off the plant. I loved the disorientation, the people who didn't exist, and not knowing what the fuck was going on. After going crazy about 20 times on the tea in total, I was able to handle myself well under full Datura disorientation. I knew how to handle walking. I knew who was real and who wasn't. One point though, I was taking a stronger dose than I usually did, and I ended up talking to this man. He wasn't real, of course, I just knew it. And I'd figured out that I could stick my hands through anyone who wasn't real. This man put down the pipe that he was smoking on my bed, stood, and said to me, "So you know that I am not real?" And I turned to him, nodded, and then he reached over and stuck his hand right through me. This completely destroyed all sense I had of reality at that point, and I spent the next 2 days sure of that fact that I was the only not real person out there. During these experiences, I would look out my window at night and see different landscapes, completely believing that they were real. At one point I went outside and walked right into my kitchen, started to cook myself up some pancakes, only to find myself naked in my front yard. I'd see the same things a lot. When I looked at my ceiling at night, I would see these glowing worms all over the place. After a while, I got bored of the plain old Datura and started adding morning glories to the teas that I made. I'd put around 100 seed pods in the tea, and this made the experience more visual. The people I saw became less of shadows and started to have whole lives which I would witness whenever I visited their world. They became more playful and talked to me more and more as time went on. My trips would start with me hearing voices, and then they would develop into extremely complex visions and worlds growing in my room, developing into ever more interesting stories. I wish I could gain these visions without that horrible dry mouth though. One day while in Datura, I saw some ammonitas, bright red ones with white spots, or so I thought. I picked a whole patch of them, putting them in my pockets. I ate 3 big ones and prepared myself for the complete mindfuck that comes of eating soma. But the only thing I got out of it was that horrible feeling in my stomach. I heard a voice in my ear whispering something. I couldn't understand it at first. Then it came to me. Throw up. Throw up. It started shouting at me. It was this horrible, womanly type voice. Death. Death. So I did just that. I puked my brains out and felt much better afterwards. Later, when I was back in reality, I stuck my hand in my pocket and pulled out what was clearly a death cap. I don't know why I'm not dead. I think my mind must have had some intuition as to the fact that they were not soma, and so it was my body's attempt to stay alive. But I still have this weird feeling that Datura was with me that day, and actually saved my life. Oh crap, that's a load of shit. I believe in science, I think. Oh yeah, and don't actually do Datura unless you actually like to lose your mind, having no grasp on reality, or if you hate not being able to read for a while afterwards. But don't worry, it always goes away. But sometimes, the people don't. A Different World. A Datura trip report by Peaceful Tripper 05, posted to earwid.org, June 27th, 2004. The last few years of my life have been full of highs, trips, and life-changing experiences. First it was weed, then shrooms, on past peyote and acid, and finally, to Datura. The elusive Datura is, as it turns out, not so elusive in the city of Austin, Texas. A year back, some of my friends, looking for a new kind of trip, discovered Datura growing in the yard of a neighbour. They made tea from it and had what they said to be a strange, scary, yet awesome experience. At the time, I was still striving to sample LSD and decided to stay away from Datura for now. But as time went on, I too desired a different trip. It was April 2004. 2 days after the conclusion of the local Bob Marley Fest, the day after a bud-filled 420, a friend and I went to the house where the Datura was said to be found. Having researched the plant and its appearance, we easily identified it and dug up 3 plants, taking the root bulbs, the leaves, the seed pods, and the flowers. We then took our prize back to my house. My parents were asleep at the time, so we commenced in brewing up a tea. We chopped up 2 of the root bulbs, 2 seed pods, and about 8 good-sized leaves. We then threw all of that in a pot with 3 cups of water and let it boil on medium heat for about an hour and a half. We then strained it until it came to about 1.5 cups of a dark amber liquid. Both of us drank about 2 to 3 shots of the liquid and sat down to watch the movie Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. About halfway through the film, my friend got up to get a glass of water, commenting that his mouth was incredibly dry. It was only when he said this that I realised my mouth too was extremely dry. We then both went into the kitchen to get ourselves some cold glasses of water and continued this way for a while, constantly drinking. About an hour and 15 minutes after I drank my tea, I began to feel almost drunk. My movements were stiff, and I once again ran into the side of the doorway when walking through it. About the time the movie ended, my friend said he had to go outside to take a piss. After he left though, things began to change. The room around me seemed to be enveloped in a haze. Dave Chappelle's face started to melt on the screen of the TV, and then the whole screen seemed to drip out of the box. Slightly alarmed by this new development, I left the living room and walked down the hallway to my room. Upon arriving in my room, I turned on some music and lit up a joint. As I was sitting in the easy chair, the joint in my hand abruptly vanished, enlightening me to the fact that there had never been a joint in the first place. As I was sitting there, trying to come to terms with the fact that I had been smoking an imaginary joint and wondering what had ever happened to my friend, the room around me began to breathe. Walls moving in and out rhythmically, and a strange high-pitched screaming in the distance. Without warning, tiny 6-inch tall green men began to materialise all around my feet. They appeared to be busy little fellows, seeing as how they were scurrying this way and that. I walked from my room to the front yard, where I saw my friend standing in the street having a conversation with my mum's car of all things. It turns out there was a woman on the car with whom he talked for about an hour. About this time, many people began to appear to me, some of which I recognised, and some which I did not. The night from here on out was only a haze, though I vaguely remember dancing with nude tree spirits and playing chess in the middle of the street with my friend and an assortment of strange beings. Overall, my experience of Datura was relatively peaceful and enchanting. It is a drug both dangerous and magical, and it can change one's life, possibly for the better, possibly for the worse, and also change their perception of the world in which we live.
I did that a million years ago. A DOC trip report by Face Monzard, posted to EARBUDS.org July 16th, 2016. I thought I was taking 4 hits of LSD, a drug I've done quite a few times, and found out pretty quickly it wasn't LSD at all. I was with a first timer who took 2 hits. We ate our sugar cubes and went on a walk to pass the time. Once the DOC started to kick in, I felt sick. Half an hour later, I threw up, which I found extremely odd. We headed back to my house and chilled in my backyard. It hadn't been that long and I was already feeling it pretty hard. I knew this trip would be way different from my other ones. Still feeling nauseous, I focused on the night sky, that now was filled with billions of stars. Once we went inside, we got out paper and oil pastels. I tried to draw, but couldn't focus on it. I went upstairs to my room to get something. I don't remember exactly what, but I came back down to find 3 of our friends were at the door. I quickly and excitedly greeted them. For some reason, I ended up thinking we were in trouble and that they were there to help us. I said goodbye, closed the door, and went back downstairs to my friend. Out of the corner of my eye, I thought I kept seeing my one friend who had just left. I'd keep asking my friend, "Is Kyle here?" She would assure me no one was in the house. I sat down on my couch and the world began to weave. I couldn't make out anything anymore. All I saw was a weave design that kept shifting. The weave made a tunnel. At the end of the tunnel, I saw a flashing red and blue light. I thought, am I dying? Is the ambulance here for me? I asked my friend for help. I really didn't know what was going on. My body felt as if it was constantly shifting. No position was comfortable, so I had to keep moving. I could feel my friend cuddle me as I lay down on the couch. What do I do? If I stay here, will everything be alright? Can I just lie here and do nothing forever? Please do something. Fix this. Help me, I said to her. I knew she couldn't help me, so I asked her to call my boyfriend and have him come over. I eventually saw his face in the weave tunnel and I could make him out saying my name and urgently telling me to do something. What that something was, I couldn't hear. His voice changed into a rhythm that just kept on repeating. The next thing I knew, I was waking up on my bed next to him. The thing about DOC is that it made my common sense disappear completely. I accepted everything as it was and didn't question a thing. I was convinced there were holograms all about my room. I thought they were legitimate. There was everything, from actual people to tropical decorations to rain. Here's where the line between reality and hallucination gets very blurry. My boyfriend was there. He talked to me. He didn't try to have sex with me, which I hallucinated. He didn't talk about having sex with men, and he also didn't masturbate. All of that, the DOC created for me. My room turned into a tropical R&B club. I was convinced my friend Kyle created it. He created the music, the decorations, and he invited the people. I accepted that and continued to lay there. My room now, I was convinced wasn't my room. It was Kyle's. I couldn't leave because his parents were downstairs. I decided to fall asleep and wait until the morning. I woke up and still thought I was in Kyle's room, so I waited. My boyfriend showed up and I was extremely thankful. He lay down on my bed with me and asked if I was okay. I had no idea what he was talking about. I didn't know I wasn't okay. The odd thing was, I couldn't talk in my own voice. I had the accent of an old-time southern black woman. Think of the movie The Help. Upon realising that I was still in my house, I felt foolish. My boyfriend and I went downstairs and I found more holograms. They were all over my house. My friend woke up and I immediately started apologising to her. I totally forgot she was there. Confused as to where the time went the night before, I felt terrible I forgot about her. She told me that it's fine and she understands it could happen to anyone. But I was still confused. She asked if I remembered anything. I said yes, but still very confused. She left and I got ready for work. My boyfriend begged to call me in sick. He even went as far as to text my boss saying I was too sick to go into work. This actually made me angry, and I refused to not go to work. I thought I was completely sober. So I went to work, and yet again saw the holograms outside too. They were attached to my car somehow. They wouldn't leave and I thought it was all my fault. The whole world was changing and it would stay that way. The holograms were beautiful, but they were spreading, and I had no idea what to do. I was destroying nature forever. At work I tried not to think about it, but I was obviously preoccupied and on drugs. I got yelled at and sent home by my manager, and driving home I noticed the holograms got even worse. The strange thing about these hallucinations was that the world looked completely normal except for these holograms. Along with the lack of common sense, DOC made me believe what I saw was reality itself. There was now a second sun in the sky. There were planets, tornadoes, dancing giant fairies, and the world began to wilt and rot. Buildings looked like they'd been deserted centuries ago. I got home and called my boyfriend over. He cuddled me until I fell asleep. I accepted I couldn't fix the mess I'd created, and watched fog pour out of my ceiling as I drifted back to sleep. I woke up 10 hours later, finding that everything was back to normal, somewhat. I was very confused and asked my boyfriend what was going on. He told me something he should have before. The night I took the DOC, I fell into a time loop for 7 hours. I had a few phrases and names I found repeat over and over again. Should I go over there? Over here? I did that a million years ago. I've already done that. Ralph, Andrew, Kevin, Madison, Tara. What should I do? What those phrases and names meant, well, I have no idea, and I can't even remember saying them. When I went back to school, I talked to my dealer, and he told me that what I took was actually DOC. He received LSD and DOC all in the same order. Well, I guess we all played drug roulette, and I lost. Cartoonland Nightmare, a Salvia Divinorum trip report by London, posted to EARBUDS.org July 12, 2003. I've tried Salvia twice. First time was positive, the second negative. I'm not a lover of hallucinogenics generally, but was attracted to Salvia as our research had showed trips generally last under 15 minutes. My first experience of smoking Salvia was while on holiday in Amsterdam. At the time, I was very relaxed and very stoned. I took one very small hit from our pipe, as did my boyfriend at the time, and as we were stoned, and a bit tired anyway, we both fell asleep in our private hostel room. That particular experience was mild. I simply lay with my eyes closed and got the sensation that all the knowledge I had accumulated so far in life lined the inside of my skull very thinly. I remember thinking just how much space was in my head to fill with knowledge, and that I may never fill it completely, no matter how much I learnt about anything. I woke up about an hour later, and I felt uplifted at this new thought I was having, and have since made sure I learn in each and everything I do and experience. This first Salvia trip was, as I say, mild and pleasant. To heavy-duty trippers, this would have been a non-trip, but to me, generally just a smoker, this was an uplifting and intriguing experience. My second was a different matter altogether. Once home from the Netherlands, I tried Salvia properly. Said boyfriend was there and promised to be my sober sitter. I was in his room at the time and had a joint or two that afternoon, but was not too stoned. I took one hit of the Salvia. The smoke was easy, and I thought it actually tasted quite nice. I waited around for 2 to 3 minutes, only experiencing slightly heightened visual perception. This stayed long after the trip itself, a slight shimmering of colours, no more. Second hit. Instantly I get this hot and cold feeling enveloping my skin, feverish, and I remove my jumper. This removed the skin sensation mostly. This was maybe 30 seconds in, and this is when my sight started to go. I was sitting on his bed, his quilt was a flower pattern, and when I heard his voice ask, "Where are you?" I answered, "The garden," although I wasn't sure that I was actually in the garden, but knew I saw some flowers. Although, to my knowledge, I hadn't said any more. Save a brief description of flat colours in the room, I must have looked happy or blissed out, as my boyfriend announced, "Oh, this looks good, I might do some too," or something to that effect. Well, now, this is when it all turned negative. I cannot stress to you enough how important it is to have a sitter you can trust. I thought I could trust him, we'd been together a year, and yet he was voicing inclinations to join me. This unfortunately was enough to panic me so badly my trip immediately got worse. I remember asking him not to, and after what seemed like 10 seconds, he relented and said okay. He wouldn't do it. But unfortunately for me, it was too late. I later found out that those 10 seconds were, in reality, almost 10 minutes of me sitting on his bed, pleading over and over with him not to do it, tears rolling down my face. I had no idea I'd even done this. Now, I'm not blaming this boy directly for what was to come, but I'm positive my trip would not have been as bad were he not to have shaken things up while I was up. Everything in the room lacked texture, which is contrary to some reports I've read about this drug. All colour became flat, no shadows, no texture. A flat painting is what it's called in art, a bit like cartoons are drawn. 2 of the walls started to dominate, and suddenly I found myself in a cartoon world, where I stood in the middle of a long corridor. Only the floor on which I stood was no more than a line. The walls were so close together, I realised I too must be 2-dimensional in order to survive between what seemed like 1 millimetre between the walls. I became claustrophobic and panicky when I realised I didn't know where I was and couldn't get out of wherever I was. I tried to verbalise this to my boyfriend. This was when I realised my hearing had also gone, as I could not hear anything in return. And with the realisation that 2 of my senses had left me, I truly started to panic. My boyfriend must have come within my visual field, but was denoted in my mind as that evil laughing cartoon character with the glossy hair and big red buttons on his coat. At no stage during this did I remember I had taken salvia at all. Apparently, he was trying to remind me. Alas, I couldn't hear him. After about 15 minutes, when I could just make out the door to his room as being a door and not a cartoon door, I felt a strong compulsion to move around. I was led by him through the house as he tried to calm me by pointing out, "Here's the fridge, the TV, the table. See, it's there, it's alright." But as soon as things became clearer to the eye, they would slip back into cartoon world, and I would stand still, shock in horror, or look away in horror. I distinctly remember the kitchen cupboards varying between real cupboards and cartoon cupboards, and each time they became the latter, well, I just had to look away. Superficially, the effects lasted about 20 real minutes. I was able to sleep that night, though fitfully. On a deeper level, the effects of that trip have lasted much longer. I have not taken salvia since. After it, I was in a state of deep shock for 2 days, and extremely scared for about a week afterward. I felt that at any moment, I could slip back into the cartoon hell. I cannot tell you how incredibly scary a cartoon world can be, when you just don't know how to leave it. I've gone into a lot of detail here which may not interest experienced trippers, but I'm writing this from the point of view of a relatively inexperienced tripper, for people like me who haven't taken many trips but who are interested in trying salvia. Now, this is a substance in a league of its own. If you do insist on doing this, please research it. Read all the accounts on this site and others. I did not research it enough and had to face the consequences. Secondly, have a trustworthy sitter. I cannot stress this enough. It can be the difference between a good and a bad experience. In some cases, it can also be the difference between life and death. Thirdly, Anyone with any history of anxiety, claustrophobia or mental instability should think very hard about taking salvia, and possibly don't even bother. I had the first two, and after doing it, had the third for quite a while. And finally, if you're of a sensitive disposition at all, just don't. Anyways, wishing you all pleasant salvia experiences. Really wishing. Peace. This is an interesting report because this is the only salvia report I've ever been able to relate to. I'll link it in the description. I talked a while ago about my first and only time ever taking salvia, and probably my only time I'll ever bother taking it in this lifetime. But yeah, I think it was a 15x extract or 20x, and I just had the one hit of it. Bear in mind that this was before I'd taken any hallucinogenic substance. I'd only ever drank and smoked weed a bit. It was really quite bizarre how it came out. I definitely recommend to check out the full video where I go more into detail of how I got into that scenario. But yeah, the main effect I had was that I experienced my perception shifted into a 2D form. Although the contrast between my experience and this girl's is I didn't experience myself as two-dimensional. I still was three-dimensional, but my perception, my cone of vision flipped upwards and became flat. Everything still had the same textures and everything, but it was like I was experiencing life in a bird's eye view. And this was the first ever time I experienced an altered state. And let me tell you, at that moment, I was just like, whoa. Consciousness goes way deeper than just this sober, waking state, doesn't it? And then over the years I've realised that the rabbit hole is basically infinitely deep for what consciousness can experience. Because, I mean, on the meta level, I guess God, the universe, infinity is without limits, so it can literally experience anything. This is why people can turn into a pen on salvia, or experience life two-dimensionally, experience life as a cartoon, anything. It really is quite bewildering. By far the most insanely surreal, weird, strange, hallucinogenic of all time is salvia. And it's my favourite one to do the reports on, because it's just so wacky and out there. Yeah, it gives me a glimpse into it without actually having to do it myself. I must say, yeah, I know a lot of people are curious to try it out, but you must bear in mind that curiosity killed the cat. You might think going into it that, yeah, I can handle it, but living an eternity as a Ferris wheel isn't so good, to be honest. I don't even need to experience that to know that fully. The amount of reports I've read where people come back from these salvia trips living in eternity, and they're completely shook up for life, and it can completely unground them from what is the bulk of your experience in life. It's this sober waking state, and it's very fragile, so don't mess around with it. But yeah, anyway, hope you guys enjoyed the video. Don't forget to like, comment and subscribe. Check out the Vivek Discord, my Instagram, and hope you're enjoying the reports, because I know I enjoy making them. Anyway, I'll see you on the other side. This is Money Penny. Wormhole to Heaven, a DXM trip report by Colby M, posted to earwid.org September 22nd, 2023. I'd experimented with robo-tripping a couple of times before, and really wanted a more intense trip. I was at a rough point in my life, and experimenting was an escape for me. I bought 2 20-count bottles of extended release Robitussin, and later that night in my basement, I asked God, or the universe, please, let this make me a better person. I don't remember why I said that, but I knew I needed to for some reason. After pouring both bottles out on my mattress, I started eating them one at a time. Eventually, I started swallowing 3 or 4 at a time to speed up the process, and after finally finishing all 40 pills, I sat and waited. I listened to music for a bit, then played some computer games. My body movements felt heavy and slow. I enjoyed that feeling for an hour or so, and then it really started to kick in. I lay down on my bed and felt my heart slow down. I closed my eyes and the world dropped away. I floated upwards and stared down at my body for a moment, then was rocketed through space-time. I saw the surfaces of many unknown planets or perhaps other dimensions rushing past. The rushing stopped when I was in a grassy field with a pink-tinged sky. I was next to a still pond of clear water. I felt so incredibly loved at that moment. 2 figures descended from the sky and each took one of my arms. They took me upward through the sky to a golden city on the clouds. There were many spheres with their own large grassy spaces, and the figures took me into one of them. In that sphere was my brother's best friend who had died 3 years earlier. There was also a woman there with him, and they were both naked and glowing. It was a beautiful sight. He looked at me and said, "You can't stay long, can you?" I knew I couldn't, so I said no. After this, the spheres and cloudy city faded away, and I found myself in a pink-tinged field. In the field, there was a handsome man in a suit and tie. He told me to alternate doing mushrooms and LSD once every 3 months. This scene lasted for what seemed like a longish time. Next, everything faded to black, and there was no longer an eye to observe anything. After this, I saw 2 pyramids, one upside down in the shape of a diamond. Leading up to the top were the names of all the different world religions, including atheism. At the top was just the word Christ, and leading downward were other paths, one of which was hedonism. Then the words faded. The top pyramid turned bright blue, and the upside down pyramid turned black. The pyramids then separated, and there was a chain holding them together. Suddenly, something slashed the chain and the black pyramid fell away as the bright blue one rose upward. I then woke up face down on the floor, not at all where I'd fallen asleep. I felt so odd. Once the sun came up, I went up to my room. I sat outside my window on the roof and watched the sunrise. I closed my eyes and had a vivid vision of blood dripping down from a cross and pooling into a river. I felt myself lying in that river, and the feeling of pure love washed over me, broke my heart, to which I cried for the first time in years. It's at this point my life gets a bit hazy. My mum realised how much I'd taken when she saw the bottles in the trash. She proceeded to take me to the ER. I had another out-of-body experience in the hospital, and I vividly remember the sensation of my eyes rolling back as I travelled out of this reality again. I found my way back to my body, and woke up to the doctor being very angry at me. He told me there was no reason that I should still be alive. Maybe I had died for a few moments back there. My mum took me home once I stabilised, but the psychosis remained. I was convinced I was possessed by an angel of sorts. Long story short, I wound up at the ER again. They gave me a massive dose of Ativan and took me to a psychiatric hospital via ambulance. It took a week and a half of being medicated with antipsychotics for the psychosis to fully end. And I have had long-lasting negative effects from all this, and will definitely not be attempting this again. The Inner Mind, a DXM trip report by Nervewing, posted at earbud.org August 16, 2018. T plus 0 hours. Begin drinking cough syrup. Try mixing it, chasing it with ginger ale. It's easiest to drink it if I just chase it. I managed to slug down 1 bottle in about 5 minutes. 25 minutes, managed to drink the second bottle by now, already feeling slightly dissociated. Nausea is coming on strong. This stuff is absolutely disgusting. 40 minutes. I'm being drowned in a big swirling ocean of syrup. The swells toss me about and mould my form like I'm made of soft clay. I do not feel a progression through plateaus, rather I'm just sinking deeper and deeper into the deck sea. It reaches a point where I can no longer see straight with both eyes open. I get the classic dissociative double vision. I'm on the MXE while I write this, oops. It follows with this sense of just being completely and totally lost in my own room. I do not know where I am, when I am, why I am, how I am, and I'm wiped clean and left confused. Feels like my stomach is boiling. I know I have to hold it down as long as possible to absorb as much as I can. I know vomiting is near inevitable though. At 45 minutes, the yak comes. I throw up red syrup in a hideous cascade. Wow, this feels terrible. I never liked vomiting. It's painful, it's uncomfortable, it makes my eyes water, and it makes me feel like my body is dismantling. But I get it out, and I feel a bit disappointed that I wasn't able to keep it down for longer. I will not get the full experience I desired, I'm pretty sure. T plus unknown hours. Per usual, the next however many hours is a dissociative blackout fog, timeless and punctuated by brief moments of relative clarity. What I can remember is open-eyed visuals taking the form of warping and bulging of the space around me. It looked like the world had turned to syrup and was tilting in every direction slowly. I lost all sense of space. If I closed my eyes and opened them again, I would feel completely lost with no idea of what was up, down, left, right, forward, backwards, and I felt like I was the objects around me, not an independent being. Walking was pretty much impossible as well. If I closed my eyes, it would be an instant out-of-body experience. No calm and gradual fading of myself. I was immediately cast into the dizzying void. Each time my eyes closed, a similar journey would take place with the same sequence. First I would see the room around me. It looked normal with the colours being heavily saturated. But soon after though, the dream space would collapse into the swirling abyss, coming apart piece by piece, dissolving into nothing. I would then be in a vast place that I would call the Dream Nexus. It seemed like an impossible huge spherical void which I was free to float in. The walls of this shell were covered with a grid of hundreds of thousands of apertures, and this is where things get a bit confusing. If I were to float in an aperture, I would awake in my bed again. I would get up and explore my house and encounter people I knew, either people I lived with, friends, or sometimes strangers. We would interact, and everything seemed very off. We spoke in terse non sequiturs. I don't remember any of what was said, but it was all surreal and emotionally empty. Everyone was emotionally empty, and the colour was drained of the world. This whole time, I was actually still just lying in bed with my eyes closed. I could reset the cycle by opening and closing my eyes. With eyes open, a similar effect took hold, as if my brain was trying its hardest to imbue this feeling in me no matter my state. Objects around me would morph into people, familiar people. They would just stand there merely existing, looking like furniture. They kept appearing around me, hanging around me, and I didn't feel alone in my room at all. And in retrospect, I ended up having to ask my roommates if I really interacted with any of them during that time span, to which I did not. T plus 5 hours. I wake up. I don't know if I fell asleep or if the past 3 hours have been a total blackout. I'm down enough to have functional motor skills, and it seems like my memory has touched down and is recording again. I still feel very dissociated and spacey. I still have the dex walk and still feel like everything is in motion. I have a sense of direction again, and the visual effects have died down other than vision being super blurry. I hang out with my roommates and go scavenging for junk with them the rest of the night. T plus 9 hours. I go to bed, still feeling spacey. I wake up the next morning, still feeling like I'm on a low dose of dex. Still feel the dex walk, but it's not apparent and I look normal enough. The world feels dreamlike and unreal. It seems like everything is just fading into the background of existence. I have an appointment with my therapist and he's a bit irked that I'm altered while there. I still have vivid closed-eye visuals, and if I close my eyes long enough I can really sink into them and almost sort of a lucid dream. They are no longer replicated from the world around me, but rather are randomly generated. They take the form of tunnels and moving geometric objects. Looking out from my corpse, a DXM trip report by SMP, posted to EARBUDS.org January 13th, 2002. DXM is an experience I will never forget. I've done acid and other drugs before, but I've never been through something so intense in my entire life. Me and 2 other friends, Jen and Candice, decided we wanted to go to the movies and trip. Well, LSD wasn't available at the time that day for us to obtain, so we decided we were going to do a robo trip instead. We walked down to a local drugstore and bought 3 bottles of Robitussin Max, strength cough syrup, 1 bottle per person, making sure the active ingredient was DXM. I'd done a robo trip once before, but I was only able to consume half a bottle, if even that, and then quit drinking it due to the horrible taste. And I can honestly say that nothing actually happened during that trip. Candice had done robo trips before, so she was the most experienced between the 3 of us, and Jen had never tripped on anything. We get to the movies early so that we are the first ones in the theatre, and we can drink our cough syrup alone. Getting this stuff down was not easy at all. It was horrible, but we all managed to get a whole bottle down our throats. From what I've read from other experiences, it takes about an hour to hit you. Well, not hours. We drank the bottle about 2:30 PM, and it hit us about 10 minutes later. It came on us feeling really drunk, and our bodies started getting numb. Me and Candice thought it was the coolest thing in the world, but Jen was just feeling really sick. When we got up and walked around, it felt like we were heavily intoxicated, and when we went back to our seats in the theatre, I started seeing little visuals like trails and colour distortion, but that's about it. And when I had to step down a step, it looked like it was a 5-foot leap. Of course, I laugh at everything, so when I step off this step, I fall flat on my face laughing. And during this point, I'm thinking, wow, this is the coolest thing in the world. Although, I was very, very wrong. Jen started feeling really sick, and asked us to walk her to the bathroom. We get to the bathroom and she tries to throw up the cough syrup to get it out of her system. Nothing comes up, so we leave, and as we walk back in the door of the movie, she collapses again against the wall and starts vomiting. After she's done getting rid of the cough syrup from her stomach onto the wall, we leave the movie and sit in the hallway of the theatre on a bench. Jen said she felt a lot better after that, and Candice was having a blast with her numb body. And, well, as for me, I started to feel really tired and sick. What I list next is all I remember and what my friends told me. I remember sitting on the bench inside the theatre and passing out, waking up in the corner of the theatre in my friend's lap and them laughing at me and asking if I'm feeling anything. I remember blacking out several times, and what seemed like 50 years was only about 1 minute. My body went completely numb, and I could hear myself asking questions like, "What time is it? Am I dead yet?" I couldn't actually feel my mouth moving, and right after I would ask these, I would blank out, so never remember asking it, and I would ask those questions repeatedly every 2 minutes. Eventually I woke up and puked in the movie theatre and passed out again, and my friends said they started getting really scared when I kept asking, "Am I dead yet? Am I gonna die? Please don't let me die. You can't die in this stuff, right? Because I'm pretty scared right now, not gonna lie." And people who worked at the theatre started getting suspicious, so we had to leave. But I don't remember them or my friends saying we had to leave. But I do remember passing out again, and Candice and Jen trying to pick me up and carry my lifeless body outside the theatre. Candice later told me after the trip, when she tried to pick me up, she couldn't feel my muscles at all, and it felt exactly like pulling on a dead body. So when we got outside, I guess they put me on a bench outside, and I passed out, and when I awoke, Jen or Candice were near me, and I was screaming their name. Eventually they ran over to me, and I told them to stay with me the rest of the time until we left. Candice got really scared, because I was saying some scary shit, talking about death. She called her parents and told them what we'd done and to come pick us up. Now, here's where shit gets really bad, and I will never forget this. I remember lying on the bench and couldn't feel anything. I was just lying there with my eyes open. I couldn't feel myself breathing, blinking, talking, etc. And I kept saying, "Am I dead yet?" over and over. But I couldn't feel my mouth moving. I felt like my soul was trapped inside my dead body, and I was looking out and I saw these paramedics coming towards me. There was my parents and a crowd of people around me, and I heard the paramedic say, "She isn't going to make it," and then rush me to the hospital, and I saw myself in the stretcher, hooked up to all these tubes, and the doctor saying, "We're sorry, but your daughter is dead." And then I saw my funeral. It was so real and so scary, but of course all of this was a very intense dream, and I didn't want to die of stupidity from a drug overdose, and especially from drinking something as stupid as cough syrup. So I saw my family and friends all around my grave and me in a coffin. Then I come back to being a soul in a dead body at the movies, looking out at the world as I lie here dead. Then the most unbelievable thing that has ever happened to me happened. and whoever reads this is going to think I'm on crack, but I swear a light shone down on me, and I swear it was God. And I must say I never believed in God until that happened, and my lifeless body came back to life, coming back into reality. By that time, Candace's dad finally got there after I'd already died. I'd been to the hospital and had a funeral, but he managed to get there and I fell asleep in the car, waking up in their driveway puking and her parents screaming at us, and by now I'm just really drunk, and have come way down off my trip. At 7:30 is when I was able to talk. I was somewhat normal by then, but all in all it ended up being normal at about 9 PM. In conclusion, it was scary as hell, and I didn't really go into too much detail about how bad the blackouts were. There really are no words that can describe just how bad it was, and hopefully no one will ever experience a trip like I'd gone through. I honestly thought I was either going to die or be permanently screwed up for the rest of my life, and my friends thought the same thing. The next morning though, I must say I felt excellent. Jen felt hungover and Candice felt like complete ass. Personally, I will never do this ever again. I can't say I regret it, and I think it was an experience well learned, and it was way too intense for comfort. Certainly, doing it in a public place like a movie theatre was the biggest mistake. Different Worlds, a DXM trip report by Rich, posted to earwud.org July 15th, 2005. It was about 9 PM on a summer night. I had no place to sleep, so I decided to call up a friend so I could crash at his house. When I got over to my friend Chris's house, we were bored as hell, so we decided to go to the closest grocery store and steal us some Robitussin. So we took scooters over there, stole a bottle of the Robitussin maximum strength cough each, and bought a soda for a chaser. On the way home, we both downed our Tussin. By the time we had gotten home, we were fully tripping. Chris wasn't as used to it as I was, so he was pretty out of it, but I, however, was not. I just felt mildly drunk and a little speedy. So after about an hour or so of boredom, I suggested we make another trip to the store. This time we walked there so we could enjoy tripping on the way there. Anyway, we both stole another bottle of RMSC and drank it on the way home. Well, by the time we got into the basement of his house, I could hardly walk at all. We both had trouble standing up, let alone walking down the stairs to his room in the basement. Now, this basement was no ordinary basement, it was more like a dungeon, or so I thought it was. There were pipes leading to his furnace that had flames shooting out of it all times. The floor was dirt and the atmosphere was muggy, not a nice place to be tripping in. Anyways, we turned off the lights and went to bed, but I couldn't sleep. I was haunted by the general atmosphere of the room. I felt like I wasn't in a familiar place, but I was too scared to say anything. So I looked to my left, and suddenly I'm not where I thought I was, and I could no longer remember where I used to think I was at all. So therefore, I was in a strange place trying to think of where I used to think I was. This led to an acceptance of my surroundings due to the lack of any previous knowledge of where I am. Suddenly I realised that I've been hearing voices for hours. People looking for me, calling my name. "Rich, where are you?" I felt the presence of 3 people far below me, which were of course the people calling my name. I thought to myself that I must be hiding from them, so I decided to remain in my current position and survey the situation before calling out to them. I looked down and saw 3 people wearing hard hats and operating heavy machinery and such. So I came up with the conclusion that I was part of some sort of construction crew, and I was just being lazy and not working. I thought to myself that I'd better say something before they leave without me, so I stood up from my bed and yelled out, "Well, here I am, I'm ready to work now." Just then, Chris gets out of bed and turns on the light and says, "What the hell are you doing?" Then I realised I was going to have a really odd night with this drug in the dark, moist basement. I laid back down to try and sleep again, and just as I was falling asleep, it started over again. Only, this time, I was in a different place with absolutely no previous knowledge of how I had even gotten there. This new place was very distinct. I was in a spaceship with millions of other human-carrying pods. There was no gravity, therefore I was strapped to the bed. As I screamed and tried to break free, Chris turned on the light. This same thing went on all night long until the morning, and I really didn't get any sleep at all. I went to various different locations, none of them being pleasant. I was in jail, the bottom of the ocean, even a concentration camp. It's trips like these that really make me think about what kind of a person I really am, to dream up such crazy, crazy things. Psychic Network Mayhem, a Datura trip report by no narrator of old, posted to EARBUDS.org September 3rd, 2016. This occurred over 30 years ago, but the repercussions still occur. While in college, I was an avid fan of Carlos Castaneda, the writer who supposedly became the apprentice of a Mexican brujo. I read the books and teachings and tried to follow and understand the basics of the teachings, which I thought, with profound arrogance, I understood. The college was in northwest Pennsylvania, so there weren't too many of the natural entheogens available. Along the admin building, a biology teacher had planted a small patch of Datura plants, but I'm uncertain of their exact variety, not the vining varieties. These stood about 2 feet tall with very large leaves, but only a few seed pods. I first pulled a few leaves, dried them, and smoked them with no real effect, so I procured a root about 6 inches long and about as round as a smallish carrot. I cut the root into 2 or 3 pieces and gave my friend a piece, myself an equal-sized piece, and the remaining nugget was given to a second friend. Research wasn't easy back then. The PC was unknown, and it wasn't easy to get info. The research I found described them as a mild sedative. Those words will always stick in my mind. After about an hour, I became somewhat sleepy and laid down. The feeling that grew upon me is hard to describe, but is best summed up as being delirious. My balance was terrible, and I staggered considerably but wasn't afraid, more nervous. Well, I was way beyond that stage. I would frequently talk to people who weren't there and see things that didn't exist. It was like a dream in that I didn't think about the weird stuff. It just happened, like flying in a dream. You don't marvel that you can fly in a dream. You just do it like you could always fly and think nothing more of it than walking. The line between what was real and what was imagined disappeared. At times, I would carry on conversations with real people and imagined people at the very same time. It was like my reasoning mind had been shut down, leaving only experience, with no thoughts to what was real or not. My pupils were fully dilated and my mouth was absolutely bone dry. After a while, I laid down and had a strange experience, and I would hear a conversation between 2 people when I'd shut my eyes. It was like a phone circuit. Close eyes, and the voices immediately began conversing. Open the eyes, and the conversation stopped. I repeated this several times and began to listen to the conversation when I recognized one of the voices, which was my buddy's that also took the route. The voice that was conversing with him was mine. It was like listening to a normal voice recording with eyes shut, while being aware that I wasn't physically talking, but talking nonetheless. This went on for hours, when I finally fell asleep. While I was having my experience, my buddy who ate the other half of the root was having similar occurrences, although he happened to be visited by a girl he was dating at the time. He indicated that his girlfriend complained, and finally left in disgust, that while making love he would stop in mid-stroke and begin to talk to someone that wasn't even in the room. She finally got him to ID the other person, and he said it was me. So we were both delirious, but talking to each other via a psychic network of sorts. We tried to compare notes afterwards, and the subjects of the conversations seemed to be identical. Neither of us could read for a day or 2, but eventually, things did return to normal. Several others who took the route described psychic experiences, but the conversations they reported were only between those who took the routes, nobody else. This wasn't a pleasant experience, but it wasn't terrifying like a shroom overdose. It was far beyond that. The routes seemed to stop the internal dialogue that accompanies us every day. Strange coincidences still occur 30 years later, sort of like an afterimage of the day long ago when I thought I understood the meaning of stopping the world. The routes can be very dangerous as you don't really know what is going on in reality, and you could easily walk out onto a highway without realizing any of the dangers. This isn't a buzz at all. It's a separate reality where reality and imagination merge, but the laws of physics are rooted in the normal reality. You can't fly in reality, but you can in dreams. Imagine doing some of the stuff you can do in dreams, but with the consequences of the acts being real. Truly strange, delirious, and dangerous. The Other Side. A Datura and Cannabis Trip Report by Jason. Posted to earwid.org, October 16th, 2007. This is probably the strangest collection of events that have ever occurred to me. Let me tell you what happened in my point of view, okay? I'll start before I even knew about Datura, or even taking it for that matter. It was Wednesday, and I had a normal day. I went to sleep, and when I woke up, it was Friday. Now, I had no idea how that happened, but I eventually assumed I was retarded, and yesterday was Thursday, not Wednesday. So, it was Friday, and I had another normal day. I went to bed, and woke up on Saturday on schedule. Later that night, my buddy comes up to me with these flowers, tells me that they are angel's trumpets, and if I took them, I'd trip balls. I went ahead and made some tea with the 4 flowers he gave me, and then turned the tea into some Kool-Aid, which tasted like normal Kool-Aid. Sat on the couch watching TV and smoking pot, waiting for the effects to kick in. My buddy is there to watch. He didn't want to do them yet, so if I do something stupid, then he can settle me down. Now, about an hour and a half later, I get up and feel a bit off level. It's not like being drunk, but it felt like it. Felt like I can feel how fast the earth is moving, and every now and then, I would lose my balance and grab onto something nearby. I stepped out onto the front porch for some air, and saw some black dude trying to get into my buddy's truck. By now, I don't feel drunk anymore because I'm focused on something else. I yell at the guy, "What the hell are you doing by that truck?" The man doesn't react, so I run back inside to tell my buddy some dude is trying to break into his truck. So I run back outside, and the guy walks around to the other side of the truck to try the other door. I walk towards him, asking what the hell he is trying to do. I'd seen him walk around the truck, and he crouched down to where I could only see his head. I walk up to him, tap him on the head, and well, what do you know? I was tapping the side view mirror of the truck, which I thought was this guy's head. He completely vanished into the truck. I was like, what the fuck's just happened here? I laughed a little because I already knew that it was the Datura making me see actual people walk around. So my buddy was telling me he didn't see anyone there, and I just told him never mind because I just hallucinated a real life looking person trying to break into your truck. Went back inside the house and my buddy went to his room. I look out the window to see if the dude came back yet, and amazingly, I see an old man, woman, and 3 kids sitting inside my buddy's truck. I also noticed that they were transparent, so I figured that they were probably ghosts. I went back outside to take a closer look at them, but the closer I got, the more they started to fade away. Vice versa, I decided to experiment and start walking backwards towards my house, and they started to fade back in. I looked around the yard, trying to play with my eyes, focusing in and out. Then I discovered orbs floating all over the place near the ground. I couldn't actually see them. They kinda distort whatever is behind it. Like the grass was distorted and looked like small spheres I could see through. I felt completely normal on the mental side. I didn't have any slurred speech or anything. The only thing that changed was my vision. It's like I had the sixth sense, and it was pretty cool, I guess. Went back inside, and when I did, some of the orbs and misty entities followed me inside. When I shut the door, I heard a knock right away. I opened it, and it was my group of friends. They wanted to come and chill, so I let them all in. Some of them were transparent, ghost-like, while some looked as real as can be. I shut the door and went to the bathroom to see my eyes. Wow, I didn't even have blue eyes anymore. My eyes were just as black as the devil himself. I was like, whoa, and truly amazed. I went back out into the living room and everyone had disappeared. However, I knew they were still there because when I looked at the TV, I could see their faint reflections off of the TV screen. Now that I know I can see them via mirror reflections, I asked them to follow me into the bathroom for another experiment. I lit a candle and shut the bathroom door. I didn't see them in the mirror anymore, but but when I looked at the bottle of Listerine on the sink, I saw its shadow on the wall from the candle, and I also saw 2 hands trying to push to the top of the bottle's shadow, and 2 more shadow hands pushing the bottom of the bottle on my side. I figured that they wanted to try and move the bottle, but no matter how hard they tried to move it, I only saw the bottle scoot a little, just a few times. Well, I guess it takes a lot of energy from the other side to make any changes on this side. I told them they could stop trying, and the shadowy hands let go of the bottle, fading away into the shadows. I left the bathroom and went inside my room. I have a couple of dresser mirrors sitting in the corner of my room, and I saw a couple of my friends, by reflection, sitting on my bed and in another corner of my room smoking pot. I went to go get my pot to smoke, then noticed my buddy was walking around. Asked me if I wanted to hit the pipe. He just wandered away from me and faded away. Well, I was pretty confused, but then I remembered he told me he was going to bed before I went into the bathroom. I went to knock on his bedroom door to wake him up. He then appeared again in the living room and then walked back into his room right through the door, to which afterwards I heard a sonic boom. My buddy had woke up, come out of his room to ask me what I wanted. I told him I just saw his spirit wandering around while he was asleep. He said, "Cool. You know, that probably really was my spirit wandering around, because that's what happens when everyone sleeps." Right then, I realised that all the spirits outside my door was probably everyone in the neighbourhood sleeping at home. Another thing, when I went to go wake up my buddy, I noticed the clock said 2:30 PM. After he woke up and we chilled in the living room, the clock said 12:30 PM. Damn, I was confused, but I guess I was in the future too for a while. I was ready to go take a nap, so I went to sleep for a few hours. But when I woke up, my eyes were still dilated, and I wasn't able to read anything closer than 2 feet in front of me. Thankfully, the effects wore off after just a couple of days. The Dead Man's Dream, a 25I NBOME and 25C NBOME trip report by a dreamer, posted to EARBUDS.org August 10th, 2016. This experience is by far the most profound experience I've ever had. I consider myself a fairly seasoned psychonaut, and have imbibed many a mind-altering substance in my time. DMT, DPT, LSD, most of the 2C series, mushrooms, MXE, ketamine, etc. But nothing I have ever done in the past even comes close to what happened to me this night. I'd recently acquired some 25I NBOME and 25C NBOME gel tabs, with a fairly high dose in each, 1.5mg 25I and 0.8mg 25C. I went outside and smoked a bowl with a friend and showed them my newly acquired magical gummy worms. I wasn't entirely set on trying it that night, but just kind of said, well, why not? So, due to prior experiences with 25 NBOME, 1.5mg gave me a fairly good yet somewhat underwhelming experience. I decided to double it this time, and at about 10:45 stuck 2 of the gel tabs under my upper lip and waited for the fun to begin, which, I must say, did not take long. 11. Mouth is mostly numb and that god-awful taste remains. Breathing feels strange. The first signs of psychedelia manifest. A general feeling of strangeness takes me. 11:15. Feelings of strangeness continue. Slight trails forming now. 11:30. Closed eye visuals really kicking in. Objects begin breathing and the world begins taking on a purple hue. 11:45. Cottonmouth from the weed earlier combined with the horrid taste of the research chemicals is getting annoying now. My walking is mostly unhindered into the kitchen to get a glass of water. At 11:47ish, I'm walking back to the living room to get on the laptop and listen to music, when things start getting downright crazy. It feels as if I'm on a boat in a storm. Everything is moving around, the walls and floor begin rippling. I have to hold myself up along the wall to make it to the couch. I go to put on some music, but find it somewhat difficult as the keyboard appears to be moving around and changing sizes. I finally succeed in getting music started. Bad idea, the noise is actually quite weird. I somehow start to become mesmerised by it, and it becomes less terrifying over time. I attempt to look stuff up on the internet, but I don't really know why, because I can barely even read the screen at this point. At 12, I feel unbelievably good, so damn happy to be honest. I'm more used to the hallucinations now, and seem to have regained my balance. I realise I forgot my water in the kitchen, and decide to go get it. I get halfway there, and decide it would also be a good time to go smoke a bowl and go back to get the weed and my phone so I can listen to music whilst burning one. Stop halfway to the kitchen again and play with the cat. At this point, I pretty much lose my ability to tell time at all. I stand by the window and look for whatever it is that my cat is staring at. As I stand there, I realise I have no idea how long I've even been standing there in the first place, or how long ago it was that I got up to get my glass of water. Things even seem to start repeating themselves. I walk towards the kitchen to get water, I'm back at the window. Again, I walk to get my water, back at the window. What the fuck is going on? I finally manage to make it to the kitchen and realise I'm way too far gone to even attempt to burn something so close to my face. So I decide to nix the weed smoking idea. I recall certain foods tasting amazing while on 25i, so I decide to eat some fruit instead. I get some kiwi out of the refrigerator and sit down on the floor to eat it because, yeah, fuck chairs. Things seem to repeat again. I get the kiwi out of the refrigerator, I sit down, it repeats again. I finish the kiwi and go to wash my hands. After washing my hands, I get engrossed watching the patterns forming on the floor tiles. I then again zone out and forget how long I've actually been standing there. I walk back to the couch and get on the laptop. I seem to have conquered my inability to read. I start looking at Facebook and high strangeness begins anew. A massive sense of deja vu washes over me. I remember all of this. I actually saw these posts months ago. The last time I did 25 IMBOME, I saw these exact same posts. As I scroll down the page, I can predict the next post before I get to them. For the second time now, I have no idea what the fuck is going on. So the hallucinations come back en masse now. The computer seems as if it's some alien machine. Everything starts warping around, it's very hard to focus now. Purple and gold vines and snakes start growing out of the ceiling. I decide to make an attempt to listen to music again. I get my headphones out of my pocket, but cannot unravel them. Something crunches between my fingers, and a small insect walks up my arm. Then, there's thousands of them. The buzzing. Oh god, the buzzing. It's just a drug, they're not real. The buzzing then dissipates, and the insects are gone. I look around, and the vines are still there swinging about though. I see a ring of people around me. I can't see them right in front of me, they seem to be in my peripheral vision. They look like ghosts. There's a ring of ghosts standing around me chanting. Their incantations fall on deaf ears. I look at my hands and a scorpion crawls out of one and walks up my arm, across my chest, down my other arm, and finally into the other hand. Strange. Very, very strange. I realise I forgot my damn water again, and try to make it back to the kitchen. This time the journey is fraught with obstacles. The fact the obstacles aren't actually there is only a minor concern. The people sitting on my kitchen table seem friendly enough. I cannot make out the language they are speaking at all. I offer them some fruit, and they disappear. Oh, too bad. It's good fruit, they're missing out. Holy shit, I just offered real fruit to imaginary people. I get my water and go back to the couch, when a feeling of dread washes over me. Reality seems to be breaking all around me. More things repeat, and it would appear that I'm firmly stuck in a loop. The TV show that is on now doesn't seem to be conducive to having a good trip. I try to change the channel, but just cannot figure out how to make the remote work. I think I should just try and go to bed. I make it as far as the laundry room and get lost in the darkness. Abort. Mission failure. I cannot make it to the bedroom. I must go back the way I came. The return journey is perilous. When I last came through here, there was light abound, but now it is gone, and only a faint glimmer coming from the television I couldn't succeed in turning off exists. I return to the couch and lie down there. The feeling of dread remains. What is it that I'm afraid of? I fade in and out. The television seems to be repeating itself again. I'm sitting with my phone in my hand. When did I sit up? When did I get my phone? The man on the television has a phone as well. He sends a text. I get a text. It's from the guy on TV. Then the world explodes. I'm sitting with my phone in my hand. When did I sit up? When did I get my phone? The man on the television has a phone as well. He sends a text. I get a text. It's from the guy on TV. Nah, wait, didn't this just happen? I look out the window. Something streaks across the sky. The world explodes. I'm now sitting with my phone in my hand. When did I sit up? When did I get my phone? The man on the television has a phone as well. He sends a text. I get a text. It's from the guy on TV. Nah, not again. Bang. I'm now curled up on the couch. What just happened to me? I recall explosions, and the remote is lying on the floor now, broken, covered in blood. There is smoke everywhere, burning, everything's burning. I'm back on the couch. The remote is on the arm of the couch, and now the third. What the fuck is going on? Walk to the front door and look outside. Things seem to be flipping from the psychedelic amazing world to the, well, exploded world. I look back to the couch and the remote is on the floor broken again, when a second later it is back on the arm unscathed. Fuck this. I'm lying back down. I'll deal with the possibly broken remote tomorrow. So I'm lying on the couch again, and various visions of my demise flash before me. A sense of panic washes over me. That last one felt very real. I am lying on a road. Pain everywhere. I'm broken, I'm bleeding, I'm dying. Certain sounds start to make sense. What I recognised as snores a moment ago is actually the sound of the diesel engine of an ambulance. The paramedic stands over me, saying, "We're losing him," he says as the whine of a defibrillator fills my ears. My breaths come on rapidly now, and I feel like I'm having a seizure of sorts, when time slows to a crawl. Everything starts to reverse. The paramedic stands and backs away, the ambulance backs away, a semi backs away as I stand. I reverse back through a broken window into my house. A knife is sticking out of my midsection. I lower myself to the floor. The knife is in my hand as I rise awkwardly. In reverse, I walk back to the counter and my finger is lying on the cutting board along with a piece of fruit. I lower my hand and the finger attaches back onto its proper place. I put the knife back into the block. So now everything moves forward again. I get the knife out of the block. While cutting the fruit, I slip and take off a finger. Shock overwhelms me. Why the fuck am I cutting something up while this high? I slip on some blood and fall onto the floor. The knife stabs into my stomach. No. Why not now? I manage to make it to my feet and stumble forwards. I fall forwards and smash through the window. Rising again, I stumble forwards, ever forwards, and I'm now on the road. I turn in time to see the lights and hear the horn. The truck hits me. I'm lying on the road, pain everywhere. The sprinkler across the street kicks on. The water combining with the first light of dawn makes an astoundingly beautiful rainbow when an ambulance pulls up. "We're losing him," a paramedic says as he stands over me. The words fade out as a familiar whine fills my ears. Again, in reverse, and forwards. The cycle repeats several times, when a realization grips me. All of this, everything, is all just the final sparks of a brain on the brink of death. Perception of time stretches to infinity. My whole life is occurring in the blink of a dying eye. The last time the defibrillator is brought to my chest, I feel a jolt. I'm lying on the couch. It's still dark outside. I check my phone. 3:45 AM. For the fourth and final time, what the fuck is going on? At that point, I decided to go to bed. I was still tripping way too hard to actually sleep, so I just listened to some music and waited for daylight. I still felt quite strange most of the day, with some slight hallucinations remaining as late as 10:30 that very night. That experience has certainly stuck with me. I tried the same combo a while later, and the same feeling of dread got me once again. As the experience started to play out again, I could hear the engines roaring. I could feel the road and the pain. Thankfully though, that time, I didn't get caught in a loop, and I actually managed to break out of it and watch a movie instead of, well, you know, dying repeatedly, forever and ever.